He whipped out an X-Acto knife, cut through the packing tape, and then tipped over the box. Out spilled a sleek humanoid creature that should have been much too big to fit in such a small cube. It was a Telkine, one of the dog-seal-human hybrid creatures who had once worked the gods' undersea forges before they'd been replaced by Cyclops. The Telkine's hands had webbed fingers with long white claws. Its wrists were shackled to a heavy iron chain. The feet were little more than stubby flippers, no good for running, but its ankles had been shackled too. The creature struggled to stand, its whiskers quivering on its canine snout. It snarled at the satyr courier, who promptly smacked it across the nose. The crowd jeered and laughed at the prisoner until the middle judge banged his gavel again. "Morpho the Telkine," the judge said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Your trial begins now." "Nico," said Hazel under her breath. "This feels familiar." The person sitting in front of them turned again and frowned. Nico now realized she was some sort of storm spirit. Her nebulous dress flashed with lightning, and her eyes glowed tornado green. When she shushed the trio this time, a cold wind swirled around them. They all fell silent, but Nico's mind raced. He knew exactly what Hazel was talking about. This tribunal with its masked judges. It felt like a distorted copy of the court in the Underworld, where newly arrived ghosts were assigned to their eternal fates, Elysium, asphodel, or punishment. But this couldn't be happening with Hades' permission. Judgment in the Underworld was a somber affair, no spectators allowed, no Cyclops at arms or shackles and chains, and Hades would never have permitted the main judge to wear a mask that mocked him. The first judge was speaking again. "Stand trial for your crimes. My colleague will now read from your official record." "I have an official record?" Morpho shrieked, yanking on their restraints. "I did not consent to this. Let me go." The judge on the right in the Gorgon mask unfurled a parchment. "Morpho," she read with a British accent. "Over the course of your career, you have been observed causing bodily harm to demigods, frightening humans, stalking your prey, committing arson, and practicing cannibalism." "Cannibalism?" the Telkine snarled. "Okay, I bit that annoying demigod Eric on the arm one time, but I didn't eat him. I'm not a zombie." The judge paused for a moment, then dramatically lifted a quill and scribbled on the scroll. "You have also been known to interrupt figures of authority." What?" Morpho screamed. "Exactly," said the judge. Then she continued reading. It took her nearly 5 minutes to recite Morpho's official record. The entire time, Nico's back muscles got tighter and tighter. He didn't know Morpho, but as the list got into ridiculous minutiae like offensive body odor and lack of grooming, Nico felt like this had to be a joke. How could someone be hauled into court in shackles and chains because they had bad personal hygiene? But the vibe in the cave was raucous and bloodthirsty. The onlookers howled and cheered with every detail the judge read aloud. The Cyclops at arms let them scream. The 2 other judges sat back in their velvet thrones, their gold masks glinting in the firelight, their arms crossed. They seemed to be enjoying the excitement of the crowd, soaking in its rage. Finally, the Gorgon masked judge lowered her scroll. "Morpho, do you accept this accounting of your official record?" "Of course not," Morpho pulled against their chains. "What is this? What gives you the right to judge me?" Nico turned to Hazel. Tears streamed down her face. She had to be remembering her own moment before the court in the Underworld, when she'd been sentenced to roam the fields of asphodel forever. Nico had never died, though not for lack of trying. He could only imagine how horrifying it would be to wake up as a ghost and find yourself standing in front of 3 inquisitors who could see straight into your soul, who could judge everything you'd ever thought and done, decide how good or bad a person you had been, and punish you accordingly, with no possibility of appeal. He took his sister's hand. In Hazel's lap, anger snarled and bared its teeth like it wanted to bite everyone in the courtroom. On Nico's other side, Will looked shaken. He held guilt in the crook of his arm like a teddy bear of darkness. His lawyerly disguise was starting to unravel. Blonde curls were popping up on his clean-shaven scalp, and patches of cargo pockets were erupting on his blue slacks. If their covers failed, Nico wasn't sure if that would make them blend in less or more with the monstrous crowd. The middle judge leaned forward, his Hades mask grinning at the Telkine. "What is your response, Morpho? If you do not answer, we will take your silence for acceptance." The Telkine whimpered. I don't know what to say. Some of those things, yeah, I did them." The crowd cheered. The judges banged their gavels, filling the room with a sound like the fifth cohort tap dancing. "But that was long ago," Morpho wailed. "I have changed since then." Spectators gasped. Uneasy muttering rippled through the bleachers. The judges sat forward with keen interest. The one of the left, who wore the bearded satyr's mask, asked in a dangerously calm tone, "In what ways have you changed?" Will stifled a yelp. His eyes widened with terror. When Nico gave him a concerned look, Will mouthed, "I know that voice." The crowd had fallen silent, waiting intently for the Telkine to answer. Morpho's wild eyes searched the onlookers' faces. "Someone help me," they said. "This is ridiculous." Nico was tempted to try. This whole scene enraged him, but there were too many enemies between him and the accused Telkine. The three demigods wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, they didn't yet understand what was happening or where their friends had been taken. "No one here will come to your aid," said the judge on the left. His voice was reedy and nasal, as if designed to whine. Nico was pretty sure he'd never heard it before. "Answer my question. How have you changed?" He spoke the last word with distaste. The question was some kind of trap, Nico realized. He wanted to yell to Morpho, "Don't answer." Morpho let out a desperate sob. "You don't understand. I have been alive for nearly 1,000 years. I've passed through so many cycles of regeneration, Tartarus to Earth and back again, over and over, killed, reborn, killed, reborn. Yes, I did all those things you mentioned. I thought that was my purpose, until one day I decided to choose something else. I've been in the mortal world for over a decade now, causing no harm to anyone. Why are you judging me after all this time?" The judge on the right picked up her quill, speaking as she wrote. "Decided to choose something else. Can you elaborate?" "Don't," Nico thought. There was a desperate gleam of hope in Morpho's eyes. "I am a creator now, not a killer," they said. "I make toys. I have a very successful Etsy account. Just ask Fufflins, who lets me use his winery for my workshop." The audience erupted in a din of jeers, shouts, and boos. Under cover of the noise, Nico turned to Hazel. "Who the heck is Flufflins?" She shook her head, too rattled to answer. "Old Etruscan god of health and growth," Will murmured. Nico stared at him. "What?" Will protested. "I glow, I heal people, and I know things. That's what I do. And that judge on the left is—" "Order!" The middle judge banged his gavel. "Order in the court. We have heard the accused freely confess his crime." "No!" Morpho cried. "I just told you I've changed. I'm not a monster anymore." A collective "ooh" ran through the crowd. It was the same kind of sound spectators made when a professional athlete face-planted in front of a live television audience. The three judges huddled briefly, conferring. Fake Hades stood. "This tribunal has decided. We find Morpho the Telkine guilty." "Guilty?" Morpho barked. "Of what? Cannibalism? Body odor? I bathe every day. I'm a water mammal." "Guilty of change," bellowed Fake Hades. "By your own admission, you forsook your natural purpose. Cannibalism, arson, murder, body odor, even interrupting an authority figure. These are commendable. They are in your nature as a monster. Until 10 years ago, your official record was spotless. But now, making toys. Not bothering anyone, running an Etsy account." The crowd booed and catcalled at the mention of such vile crimes. "The court of the dead has been established to punish such deviant behavior," said Fake Hades.
to return the world to its natural order, and you, Morpho, are irredeemable. It is our judgment that you shall be executed for your crimes in such a way that you will never regenerate in Tartarus, for this is a court of the true and permanent death."
Wild cheering from the spectators. 2 skeletal guards in red robes approached Morpho, lowering 2 pronged spears at the accused. Nico bolted to his feet. He couldn't help it. This was wrong. But as he did so, defiance tumbled from his lap. Without direct contact to his puff, Nico's head spun. The room seemed to tilt like a gyroscope, changing from a torchlight cavern to a mortal courtroom, and then back again. Nico nearly fell over, but Hazel grabbed his hand and pulled him back down into his seat. "You have to control yourself," Hazel hissed. "We can't fight this many." He knew she was right, but it was hard for him to restrain himself. He watched helplessly as the 2 skeletal guards thrust their double-pronged spears into Morpho's chest. Morpho let loose a terrible howl. Their body disintegrated from their sternum outward, flames reducing them to ash, like they were made of flash paper. Nico swallowed back a sob. Morpho was gone. As if that image hadn't been horrible enough, the entire gallery broke out in thunderous applause, some hooting and pumping their fists as Morpho's smoldering ashes floated down to the floor. "We have to stop this," Will said. "If they did this to our friends..." Nico trembled with rage. He imagined Ariel, or poor little Quinoa, standing in this cavern, being jeered at, persecuted, and finally executed for daring to be different. And the demigods who promised to protect them had been nowhere in sight. Nico had failed the mythics. He had never felt so useless. The Gorgon-masked judge banged her gavel, trying to restore order. "We should go," said Nico through gritted teeth. "We can't do this by ourselves. We'll come back with the entire legion and wipe this place off the map." Hazel agreed, in a tone that made Nico glad she was on his side. "This is wrong." They started to rise, but the rest of the crowd was just finding their seats again, falling into silence. The demigod sat back down. They didn't dare attract attention.
"Bring forth the next defendant,"
ordered the middle judge. "Wait until the crowd goes nuts again," Will whispered. "Then I'll stand up and you 2 follow me." Will's voice faltered, his eyes fixed on the front of the courtroom. "Oh, no." Nico followed his gaze. The red-robed guards were prodding the next defendant forward, herded in shackles and chains before the judge's bench. But this defendant, Nico knew. It was Asterion. Chapter 22. Nico thought he was going to be sick. He watched the guards fasten Asterion's chains to an iron ring on the floor. Apparently, the judges hadn't been worried about Morpho the Telkine attacking them, but a 7-foot-tall bull man was another matter. Asterion stood tall and regal, like the Minoan prince he was. If the shackles bothered him, he did not show it. The spectators whispered and gawked at his gleaming horns, his powerful musculature, or maybe just the stitchwork on his blue kilt. Clearly, the monsters saw him as a celebrity. Hazel touched Nico's knee. "Change of plans." "Agreed," he whispered. Will nodded. "We have to get him out of here." "I have an idea," Hazel said. "Let me..." She was interrupted by the judge's gavel. Fake Hades loomed over Asterion. Nico could almost feel the gloating that radiated from him.
"The Minotaur,"
Fake Hades said, with great satisfaction.
"Your trial begins now." "I do not go by that title anymore," said the bullman. "Address me by my name, Asterion, or do not address me at all."
The judge hesitated. Perhaps he'd been expecting more howling and thrashing, and less dignified insistence on proper titles. Fake Hades huddled with his fellow judges, and then faced the accused again.
"We will grant you this request, Asterion."
He said the name like it was one of the defendant's offenses.
"You are here before the court to stand trial for your crimes. My colleague will now read from your official record."
Gorgon Face unfurled a second scroll, which looked much, much longer than Morpho's had been. She cleared her throat. "You have been—"
"And who are you?"
asked Asterion. The judge stopped. Nico expected her to pick up her quill and write interrupting figures of authority, but something about Asterion's composed demeanor seemed to unbalance her. "I'm sorry, what did you say?"
"I would like to know who is accusing me of crimes."
The satyr-masked judge banged his gavel. "We will not tolerate—"
"It is only fair."
Asterion raised his voice just loud enough to drown him out.
"No respectable judges would hide behind masks, would they?"
The crowd murmured uneasily. In Nico's lap, defiance preened with approval. Asterion seemed to be taking a jab not only at this tribunal, but at Hades' Underworld court as well. The judges glanced at one another. This had obviously not been part of their script. They wanted a celebrity show trial, maybe with some wailing and gnashing of teeth. They hadn't anticipated being challenged on courtroom procedures. The spectators watched them intently, waiting to see how they would react. At last, the judge on the left said, "Very well." He rose, and Nico realized how painfully thin he was. His robes hung off his body like it was a giant coat hanger. He removed his golden satyr mask, revealing a gaunt, haggard face with sunken eyes and a twisted mouth. He looked more like a prisoner than a judge, someone who'd been on hunger strike for a month and was really angry about it. "I am Tantalus, king of Phrygia, son of Zeus." "Oh my gods," Will whispered. "I thought so. Nico, this was before your time, but—" "I heard about him," Nico said. When Nico had first arrived at Camp Half-Blood, the campers had still been complaining about their substitute camp activities director from the summer before. In their infinite wisdom, the gods had decided to replace Chiron with Tantalus, the most notorious criminal from the fields of punishment, who tried to serve the gods a stew made up of his own son. For that, he'd been sentenced to be forever hungry and thirsty, unable to grasp any food or drink. Shocker, his tenure at camp hadn't gone very well either. But why is he here? Nico wondered. Tantalus should have been back in the fields of punishment, enjoying his eternal damnation, not in the San Francisco Superior Courthouse being all judgy. The judge on the right stood next, removing her golden gorgon mask. She was a ruddy-faced, red-haired woman with a shriveled mouth and sharp, malicious eyes that she trained on Asterion. "I was once a powerful queen," she said. "So I request that you refer to me as Your Majesty."
"Yes, Your Majesty," says Asterion, unflustered. "But what is your name?"
"Mary," she replied. "Mary Tudor." Nico's mind couldn't handle this. Bloody Mary, the Queen of England who'd burned hundreds of Protestants at the stake? How was she allowed to sit in judgment over anyone? He held his breath as the middle judge removed his mask. Given the other two judges' identities, Nico expected him to be someone from the top 10 all-star evil list like Joseph Goebbels or Satan. But instead, Nico had no idea who he was. He appeared much younger than the other two. He had a mop of dark hair, a finely trimmed beard, and fierce brown eyes. He looked like a haughty maitre d' at a fancy restaurant, whose only pleasure in life was turning away improperly dressed customers. He regarded the bullman with disdain.
"Do you not recognize me, Asterion?" "I do not."
"You once fought my closest friend." A horrible smile spread across the judge's face.
"Surely you remember Theseus."
At the mention of the name of the man who once slew him, Asterion just snorted.
"Is this some sort of joke? Theseus had no friends."
"Oh, but he did,"
the judge cried. "A friend of even greater ability and fame, a friend he envied and sought to emulate. I am he, the mighty Perilous."
Asterion did not even flinch. "Who?" "Who?" Will whispered to Nico. Many of the spectators were turning to each other and asking the same question. Red splotches mottled Perithous' cheeks.
Enough.
He banged his gavel.
You are wasting our time, Asterion. You have met your judges. Now you will meet your fate.
That had probably sounded better in Perithous' head. Instead of inspiring shock and awe, his words were mostly ignored by the crowd, who were still busy asking each other if they'd ever heard of Perithous.
Queen Mary,
cried Perithous in a shriller voice.
Please read from the defendant's official record.
The judges sat, putting their grotesque masks back over their faces, which Nico considered an improvement. Her Majesty cleared her throat. Asterion, formerly known as the Minotaur, the court takes your past achievements into account. We note that you were born an abomination. The crowd made ooh noises, like they all wished they'd been born abominations. While you dwelt within the labyrinth, Mary continued, you were responsible for the murder of 56 young men and maidens. This elicited polite applause from the spectators. While Queen Mary listed more and more highlights from Asterion's career, sowing fear and chaos, terrorizing children, stalking, violations of privacy, indecent exposure, Nico leaned closer to Hazel. So, what are you thinking? He whispered. The mist, she said softly. I think I can at least confuse everyone here by casting a new illusion over the courtroom, but I won't be able to maintain it very long. Do you think you and Will could free Asterion if I give you cover? Nico nodded, then leaned toward his boyfriend and told him their impromptu plan. Will scanned the crowd, no doubt judging how many rows of monsters they'd have to pass to reach Asterion. We can get him free, he said grimly. We have to. Perithous' gavel rang out again.
Asterion, you have heard a summary of your illustrious career. You are a monster's monster. Your vile, bloody, and despicable deeds made you a role model to many here in this court.
A lot of heads nodded in the crowd. Nico noted that a few of the ogres were clutching paper and pen like they were hoping to get Asterion's autograph before he was executed.
Nevertheless, continued Perithous, you turned your back on your own nature. You rose from Tartarus unbidden, inspiring others to follow your wicked example, all so you could take up a peaceful existence of...
He frowned at his notes, as if he couldn't bring himself to speak something so horrible.
Knitting.
A collective gasp arose from the spectators. Perithous leaned forward, his Hades mask leering at the accused.
What possible defense could you offer for such a betrayal of monster kind?
Asterion stood still, staring back at the judge. Perithous snarled.
Did you hear me? I did.
Then what is your defense?
I refuse to give one.
The crowd gasped. Tantalus took over the gavel banging. Order in the court, he screeched. Order! Nico glanced at Hazel. Now? Her eyes were closed, her face tight with concentration. She muttered under her breath as if chanting a spell. Wait, she said. Almost ready. Nico tried to control his nerves. He had no idea how much energy and focus it took to cast an illusion on a courtroom full of mythic creatures. All he knew was that they were running out of time. Once the onlookers quieted down, Perithous scoffed at Asterion.
Do you believe that you are not to be held accountable for what you have done?
The bullman shook his head.
I accept responsibility for my past actions, and I have done my best to change. Then you admit you have tried to change. You think you can erase centuries of admirable atrocities and become a peaceful creature. You think it is within your rights to knit.
Queen Mary cleared her throat. Though it must be admitted, your stitchwork is very fine. My own ladies-in-waiting could not rival...
Mary,
cried Perithous.
Not helping.
Asterion crossed his arms.
You have no right to judge me. This entire proceeding is a farce.
Blasphemy! Cried a ghostly figure in the front row, waving his tricorn hat.
Execute him,
called a nearby Dracena. Perithous raised a hand for silence.
Asterion, we are here to restore the natural order of things. This court has been formed as a bulwark against exactly your sort of degenerate behavior. Living in peace with mortals, pursuing arts and crafts, encouraging others to abandon their gods-given nature. No! If the gods will not intervene, we will. We will remind Olympus, the underworld, and the realm of mortals that some lines are not meant to be crossed.
He'd clearly been practicing that speech in the mirror, and it had the desired effect. The crowd leaped to its feet and hooves and snake chunks, cheering wildly. Hazel gripped Nico's leg hard. "Now," she said. Nico rose, and the world tilted off balance again. A wave of pressure rippled outward from Hazel's seat, making Nico's ears pop and his breath steam. Suddenly, the cavern looked 1,000 times bigger, a stadium ringed with tiers of bleachers, thousands of fans packed to the rafters, screaming ecstatically. Lights flashed and pulsated from the jumbotron overhead. The noise hit Nico like a brick wall. He and Will were standing on the floor of a massive concert, 10 rows from the stage rail, about the same distance as they'd been from the judge's bench. And on the stage, a band was rocking out. 2 guitarists traded screaming electric leads. The drums thundered, the bass quickened Nico's heartbeat. A row of background singers danced in matching blue sequin dresses. And in the center of the spotlights, a balding man with a white goatee and a blue silk suit sat at the piano, his hands flying across the ivories as he howled into his microphone.
"I am an innocent man."
Will froze. This is Madison Square Garden. Nico tugged his hand. "Will, come on." "That's Billy Joel," Will said. "My mom opened for him once." "That's great," Nico said, panic rising in his throat. "But we're not really here. We need to—" "Right," Will said, swaying in place. "My mom is—" He frowned. "Actually, I think she's got a gig in San Francisco this week." "Huh. But Billy Joel at the Garden—" Under different circumstances, Nico would have been happy to indulge Will in an imaginary concert or hear about Naomi Solace's music career. But they didn't have time right then. He gripped Will's hand tighter and pulled him toward the stage, weaving around monsters and spirits who had suddenly found themselves at a different kind of spectacle. In a stroke of genius, Hazel had given the crowd imaginary smartphones, which monsters normally never had. They were ignoring everything. Nico and Will, the stage, their neighbors, as they held up their phones to snap the perfect selfies, wave their flashlights, or capture video footage they would never watch again on their tiny screens. Nico and Will made it 5 rows up before the illusion began to flicker. For a split second, they were back in the mortal courtroom, charging toward the judge's bench as a lawyer droned on about insurance limits. Then they were back in the court of the dead, the 3 masked judges all on their feet, Perithous screaming, "Stop this! Who is doing this?" Asterion turned toward Nico and Will, and his eyes widened. "My friends." Then they were back at the Billy Joel concert, pushing through a mass of dancing fans who blocked the aisle. Nico drew his Stygian blade. The dark iron smoked whenever the lights hit it. A wave of nausea rolled through him. It was too disorienting. He couldn't think, but they had to be close to Asterion, and Hazel couldn't keep up this illusion much longer. "There!" screamed Perithous, pointing in Hazel's direction. "Get her!" The stage was now a jumble of realities. Queen Mary was standing on the mortal judge's bench. The Cyclops at arms was dancing with Billy Joel's backup singers. Tantalus had gotten into a fistfight with the lawyer from the civil trial, and Perithous was trying to extricate himself from the drummer's wind chimes, which had gotten tangled in his robes. Perithous pointed right at Hazel again, who was exactly as Nico had left her, in her seat in the court, her eyes closed, her lips moving as she muttered an incantation. The mist formed an aura around her, much like the iris message of a tessera. She was the only fixed point in the chaos of sounds and images. The red-robed skeletons noticed her. They lowered their twin-pronged spears and advanced. "Will, hurry!" Nico pushed forward and ran straight into Asterion's chest.
"Nico di Angelo,"
Asterion said with both shock and joy.
"Will Solace, you found me." "Someone stop these intruders," Tantalus shouted. "Now!"
Nico brought his blade down on Asterion's chain. Iron sparked against iron. The restraint didn't quite break, but it was weakened enough for the bullman to snap it with a tug of his arms, His limbs were still shackled together, but at least he wasn't anchored to the floor anymore. Will began to glow. "Asterion, we're gonna get you out of here." Unfortunately, one of the red guards had turned in their direction. He marched toward them while his companion continued to advance on Hazel. Before Nico could think up a plan, the ghost with the tricorn hat flew at his face. "How dare you interrupt this proceeding? Do you hate justice?" Nico grabbed him by the throat, which shut the ghost up. It had probably been centuries since a mortal had been able to make physical contact with him. "I'm the Ghost King," Nico said. "You don't scare me." The spirit howled as he dissolved into smoke. Nico felt pretty proud of himself until he heard Asterion grunt in pain behind him. He wheeled to find the bullman on his knees, his hand pressed against a newly opened gash on his head, and the Cyclops at arms standing over him, her spiked club glistening with blood. "No!" Will's glow factor surged until he was brighter than the spotlights. The Cyclops roared and staggered, momentarily blinded, but even on a wild swing, her club was too big to miss. It caught Will's shoulder and spun him around like a top. "Will!" Nico rushed toward him. But it turned out that yelling wasn't a good idea when a half-blind Cyclops was trying to pinpoint your location. The monster's club swept Nico off his feet. He hit the floor, the breath knocked out of him. He looked up to see the Cyclops about to smash him in the face when Perilous shouted, "Hold!" Nico rolled to one side. He struggled to his feet. The backs of his legs, where the Cyclops' club had connected, felt like they'd been gone over with a meat tenderizer. He limped over to Will, who was just sitting up, clutching his shoulder. The Cyclops scowled. She was clearly displeased at not getting to bash Nico's head in, but she continued to loom over them, just in case Perilous changed his mind. One of the red-robed guards now stood with his spear pointed at Asterion. The other guard was prodding Hazel toward the bench. The puffs had disappeared, perhaps fled to the safety of Will's backpack. The concert illusion had evaporated, as had the vestiges of the mortal courtroom. That left only Perilous' court, which was fast becoming Nico's least favorite reality. Tantalus ripped off his satyr's mask and leered down at the defeated demigods. "Heroes," he growled. "I thought I was done with your kind. Why are you always so annoying?" Nico gripped the hilt of his sword. He calculated the odds of breaking through the crowd, but with his injured legs and Will's injured shoulder, it was hopeless. Plus, the guard on Hazel was keeping his spear only inches from her back, and Nico had seen what that weapon could do. Queen Mary tutted in disappointment. "Heroes should know better than to interrupt our righteous proceedings. What do you think you're doing, young fools?" "Trying to free our friend," Will said. Tantalus laughed. "Friend? That is the Minotaur. He nearly killed one of your actual friends a few years ago, did he not?"
"Enough," called out Perilous. "Suzanne, if any of these hooligans acts up again, you have permission to knock their brains out."
The Cyclops at arms grinned. Somehow the name Suzanne suited her. Up close, Nico could see that her lip gloss matched Assyrian's blood on her spiked club, which was some next-level color coordination.
"The spectators shall be seated and quiet," Perilous continued, "or I will clear the court."
The assembled monsters began to settle, some of them grumbling that they didn't get to hear Billy Joel finish his song. Asterion remained on his knees, listing to one side as he kept pressure on his head wound. Hazel met Nico's eyes, silently asking, "What now?" But Nico had no answer. Hazel looked drained from controlling the mist. Will's shoulder was probably dislocated at the very least. None of them were in any shape to fight an entire court. Maybe if Nico could stab Suzanne.
"Ah, Nico di Angelo," Perilous chided. "I see your devious mind at work. I warn you, do not test the court's patience. You are even more outnumbered than you realize."
He gestured at the front row. The only spectators still standing were 3 humanoids in gray robes. In fact, everything about them was gray. Their skin, their eyes, their hair, their long, curly beards. They might have been carved from granite. Nico had no idea who they were, but he didn't like the way their stony faces sized him up, as if thinking of all the interesting ways they could dismantle him. He also didn't like that there were 3 of them. Trios in the world of myth were always powerful, usually deadly, and sometimes godly. Perilous nodded with satisfaction.
Good. You begin to appreciate your situation. Never fear, Nico di Angelo. You will have your chance to testify. The court of the dead might even show leniency to you and your glowing companion, if you choose to cooperate. After all, you have brought us the criminal we wanted most.
Nico assumed he meant Asterion. Then he realized Perilous was smiling at Hazel.
Praetor Levesque, said Perilous. It's nice to see you again.
Nico felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. Hazel looked stunned. What did you say? Perilous chuckled.
You don't remember? No matter. This court is well acquainted with your crimes. A daughter of Pluto harboring fugitives from the Underworld.
Asterion struggled to rise.
You will not harm my friends.
But Suzanne was more than a match for his strength. She pushed him back to his knees. Mary Tudor sniffed in disgust. Why is the Minotaur still here? Haven't we sentenced him to death yet? Tantalus frowned. I suppose we haven't. All in favor.
Death,
agreed Perilous. Death, confirmed the queen. No! Nico yelled. But it was too late. The red-robed guard jabbed his spear at Asterion, and the bull man began to crumble and smoke. Asterion! Will sobbed. The bull man clutched at his chest, as if that might stop the process. His large brown eyes gleamed with pain, but he managed to speak.
Thank you for trying, my demigod friends. You have given me faith that one day, those like me will be accepted.
Then a web of fire raced across his body, and the gentle giant disintegrated into ash. Nico's vision blurred with tears. He couldn't bear the weight of his despair. Another friend gone, taken from him. And he had just let it happen. Nico! Will cried. Nico, look at me. He couldn't. He feared that once he looked at his boyfriend's face, his entire world would shatter. He heard Hazel crying nearby. The smell of cinders cloyed his nostrils. Asterion was gone. Gone. Nico, please. Will cupped Nico's jaw with his good hand and gently turned his face. Will's eyes swam with tears, but there was a fierce determination in them, a light that refused to go out. We will get out of here, he said. Believe it.
Touching,
Perilous muttered. Then he motioned for the other judges to take their seats.
Moving along, Perilous continued, as we have several more cases on the docket before we can break for lunch.
He gave Hazel another cold smile.
We thank Will Solace and Nico di Angelo for the gift they have brought us, this architect of depravity, who is even more responsible for the breakdown of the natural order than Asterion. Her punishment will help our cause in ways you can't even dream of. If my colleague would do the honors.
Mary Tudor gazed upon Hazel with a resolute smugness, and then she pulled a scroll from her robe. Hazel Levesque, she said, a blood-chilling smirk on her face. Your trial begins now. Chapter 23. My trial? The words seemed to snap Hazel out of her daze. Nico watched as the grief on her face transformed into rage. She reached for her spatha, but she had no chance with the red-robed guard's spear at her back. So Nico raised the dead. The floor splintered at his feet. Dozens of bony arms emerged from the crevice. But if he'd been hoping to cause a panic, he was disappointed. Perilous glanced at the undead wriggling forth, and then waved his gavel lazily at the 3 gray men in the front row of the gallery.
Nice try. Take care of it, Dees.
The gray man on the left, whose beard hung down to his waist, raised his hand and made a swatting gesture. Nico's undead instantly turned to dust. "What?" cried Nico. "How?" The gray man's mouth twitched.
The youth are so uneducated. Do you honestly not know who we are?
Will sized them up like he was imagining lighting their beards on fire. "Sorry, can't say we do."
We are the D Inferi,
said the man on the left, whom Nico assumed was Dis.
Gods of the Underworld,
the middle guy chimed in.
We predate your Pluto by centuries, but apparently people forgot about us when human sacrifice went out of style a few thousand years ago. The ungrateful wretches. I am Februs. And I am Morris,
said the third god.
The personification of death.
Nico thought that was probably the least engaging answer he'd ever heard to the icebreaker question, so what do you do for a living? Nevertheless, the presence of these three gray beings made him feel even more helpless.
Yes,
said Perilous, apparently reading his expression.
You see that your parlor tricks are worthless here, Nico di Angelo.
He turned toward the godly trio.
And don't worry, Februs. We will bring back the old ways as they were meant to be practiced. I'm counting on it,
grumbled Februs.
Call me old-fashioned. There's no sacrifice like a human sacrifice.
His two companions muttered in agreement. Hazel seemed to have forgotten about her sword because conversations about human sacrifice can be distracting, but she tightened her grip on its hilt when Perilous addressed her.
And so, Hazel of Vesk, here we are.
She scowled. How do you know me? Why are you doing this?
2 questions with answers that should be obvious, but let's start with the latter.
Perilous spread his arms, letting the sleeves of his robe spill down like inky curtains.
There is no longer any real justice in the world. We are determined to bring it back.
Nico sighed. What does that even mean? You just executed our friend. And for what?
Do you deny reality?
Perilous demanded.
Monsters are only created to cause misery and suffering, to give you so-called heroes something to prove yourselves against. That is their purpose. If they do not serve their purpose, they need to be corrected.
Corrected? Hazel cried. Asterion died. You killed him. Perilous waved a finger in her face.
It's remarkable how little you understand, girl.
Hazel blinked. Her gaze fell on the pile of ashes left from the bullman's demise. You mean... Nico wasn't sure what she was thinking, but Perilous didn't give him time to speculate.
I mean the court knows best,
he cried, eliciting a new round of applause from the gallery.
We have a plan, unlike some. We respect tradition, unlike some. Monsters should be feared.
Cheers from the monsters in the audience.
Gods should be worshipped.
The gray trio of death gods applauded politely. Nico was unnerved to see that half a dozen other audience members were also clapping. All minor gods? Nico hadn't been surrounded by so many deities since Tartarus. He didn't like what that meant for their chances of survival.
And heroes,
continued Perilous.
True heroes should be rewarded.
He bowed to his audience as his fellow judges banged their gavels and shouted, Hear, hear! Hazel scowled, clearly unimpressed. And you three? You consider yourself true heroes? Of course, said Tantalus. In my case, the gods had forgotten their own rules of hospitality. They would not share their ambrosia and nectar. I tried in my own gentle way to show them their error. By killing your son, roasting him, and serving him to the Olympians, Nico recalled. The details are not important, scoffed the judge. I should have been rewarded for my piety. Instead, I was punished. A rigged trial, a complete sham and mockery of justice. Queen Mary nodded in her grotesque Gorgon mask. And I should have ruled over a new golden age of England. My piety was unmatched.
complete with burnt human offerings,
Februous said approvingly from the front row.
And I, Perithous said, as everyone here can appreciate, was the greatest demigod of my generation.
This was met with awkward silence from the gallery. Apparently, Perithous chose to take this as a gesture of respect.
Yes, I know, he continued. I was overshadowed by my friend Theseus. Not his fault, of course, but I was always the greater man, with the greater ambitions. My reward? He turned his fake Hades mask toward Nico. Well, I'm sure your father has told you the story.
Sorry, Nico said. He never mentioned you. It probably wasn't the wisest thing to say. Perithous waved his gavel at Nico's face.
This is the problem. Exactly. The Olympian gods have forgotten themselves. They need to be reminded of the proper order of things, and the only way to do that is to show them, to make it painfully obvious just how wrong things have become.
Will frowned at the tribunal. And you're the ones to do that? If you're following the natural order, shouldn't you all be in the underworld? You know, dead? Perithous snickered.
Why don't you answer that, Hazel Levesque? Because you should be dead. And yet, here you are, alive and well.
She gaped at him. That isn't fair.
I agree.
He threw his hands in the air.
It isn't fair. Why were you allowed to leave the underworld? What about all the other souls in the fields of asphodel who would want a second chance? What makes you so special? Just the fact that you're a daughter of Pluto, saved by a son of Hades, so the rules don't apply to you, you necro babies.
Shut up, Nico yelled. He inadvertently raised a few more skeletons from the cracks in the floor. The god Morris snapped his fingers and the undead disintegrated.
You need to control your temper, young man.
I saved her because she's my sister, Nico growled, but also because I knew she didn't belong there. The fact that she still had memories of her life was evidence enough.
Oh, I see, Perithous replied. We judges all have memories of our past lives, searing, painful memories of the ways we were denied our proper due. By your logic, that makes us worthy of saving, does it not?
Hazel gasped. I remember you now. You were the man stuck in that boulder in the fields of asphodel. I used to drift past you all the time. You never stopped whining. Nico frowned. The man stuck in a boulder? That rang no bells for him, but Perithous laughed with delight.
Finally, he cried. Finally she remembers. But I can assure you, Hazel Levesque, I have stopped whining. I have started to act. Queen Mary, if you would, please read from the defendant's official record.
The Queen unfurled the scroll dramatically across the desk. We note that the accused did many heroic things in the war against Gaia. She rose to a place of honor in the 12th Legion. She has acted as a true hero on occasions too numerous to mention. Unfortunately, all this was done after her illegal return from the Underworld, and so her deeds must be struck from the record. Hazel choked. Are you serious? Prior to her death, Mary Tudor went on, the defendant was weak and easily manipulated by her own mother and by Gaia. At the time of Hazel Levesque's death, she could not rightly be considered a hero. That simply isn't true, said Will, his face red with anger. I know her story. Hazel has always been.
Mind your tongue, Will Solace,
Perithous snapped,
or you will lose it.
He glanced over at Mary Tudor.
Please, continue.
The Queen cleared her throat. As I said, since her illegal return, Hazel Levesque has behaved mostly in a heroic manner, until recently, when she aided and abetted other fugitives from the Underworld, namely the Minotaur and his followers, in trying to escape their gods-given purpose. She has set a dangerous example, suggesting that monsters and demigods can live in harmony. A surge of catcalls and boos rose from the crowd. Perithous banged his gavel.
Well, I have heard enough. Hazel of Vesk, do you have any defense to offer?
Yes, she said. This whole trial is a joke.
And you shouldn't be alive,
Perilous bellowed. His voice echoed so loudly that all the gossiping and murmuring in the courtroom stopped. Perilous took a deep breath. He conferred briefly with his fellow judges and then faced Hazel once more.
The court has made its decision, he said. Hazel of Vesk, it is our judgment that you shall be executed in such a way that your soul shall never return to the world of living. But do not despair. Your punishment shall help our cause in ways that should be a great comfort to you.
The red-robed guard circled in front of Hazel, readying his spear. No! Will shouted. His body flared like a supernova, filling the cave with blinding light. Nico squeezed his eyes shut, but the afterimage of Will's shape still burned there in the darkness. Spectators screamed, the judges banged their gavels furiously. Nico knew this was his chance. He blinked rapidly, desperate to clear his vision, and called out, "Cocoa Puffs, to me!" Never since Pandora opened her pithos had so many emotions exploded from a container so quickly. In the back row, Will's backpack burst in a shrapnel cloud of canvas, nylon, and Kit Kat bars, unleashing a tiny cavalry of darkness. The Caco demon swarmed over the rows of spectators, jumping from shoulder to shoulder, head to head, causing even more confusion in the crowd of half-blind monsters as the puffs triggered every emotion from rage to despair. Nico swung his sword, slicing the Cyclops Suzanne across her thighs. Not a lethal strike, but painful enough to make her howl in surprise and drop her club. Will turned on the nearest skeletal guard, grabbed the shaft of his spear, and screamed in the skeleton's face, blasting the guard with such intense light that he blew apart in a bleached white swirl of dust. The Cocoa Puffs arrived, bouncing around Nico's feet and chittering proudly as if to say, "Dad, we did a thing!" "Let's get out of here," Will yelled. "Shadow travel!" Nico grabbed his hand and started toward Hazel. She was only 20 feet away. They could do this. He'd barely taken a step when the second red-robed guard grabbed Hazel's throat with one hand and lifted her off her feet. The other hand pinned Hazel's spatha against her side.
"No, Nico di Angelo," cried Perilous. "You can't stop the wheels of justice."
The trio of death gods were in motion now, their eyes fixed on Nico. The monsters in the gallery were beginning to recover from their shock. They howled for blood. Hazel caught Nico's eye. She looked strangely calm, which terrified him. "Go," she croaked. "Nico, don't believe it." The red guard jabbed her with his spear. Hazel cried out, and the entire cavern shook. Precious gems rained from overhead, more riches than Nico had ever seen Hazel summon from the earth, burying the courtroom under a hailstorm of diamonds, rubies, and emeralds. Nico screamed as his sister disappeared, her form burning into ash and fire. Gems kept falling, smashing the skulls of monsters, forcing the judges to hide under their bench, causing howls of rage and pain. The ceiling began to crack. Nico glanced up in time to see an entire stalactite hurtling toward him like a diamond-encrusted ballista bolt. In utter despair, he gripped Will's hand and dove into the nearest shadow, and the world melted to darkness. Chapter 24. Don't believe it. As Nico came to, Hazel's words floated through his head. His hands pressed against cold concrete. The thrum of traffic filled his ears. The air smelled of eucalyptus. Someone was tugging on the sleeve of his jacket. "Nico!" Will's voice sounded far away. "Nico, get up!" "Don't believe it," Hazel had said. Then fire and ash. Nico was crying. He reached out with his senses, trying to locate his sister's life force. He felt nothing. "I know," said Will, his voice cracking. "But we can't do anything for her right now. We have to tell Frank." Nico managed to sit up. They had shadow traveled back to where they'd started, the sentry post outside the Caldecott tunnel. Dion and Yazan were still on duty, staring down at Nico with shocked expressions. In a single morning, in less time than one changing of the guards, Nico's world had turned inside out. Asterion. Gone. Hazel. He wanted to scream. He wanted to summon every restless soul from the Underworld, to rip apart the entire East Bay until there was nothing left but overturned earth and roaming skeletons. But he barely had the energy to stand, even with Dion and Yazan's help. The Cocoa Puff swarmed him, hissing and growling in agitation. Will pulled him into a fierce hug. Nico buried his face in the crook of his boyfriend's neck. Will's whole body trembled as they both sobbed. Nico could smell traces of soot and smoke in his hair. Nico tried again to reach out for Hazel, to see if he could feel the ripples that her death should have caused. He had lost so very many people over the years. He'd become adept at sensing when someone important to him had died. But this time he felt nothing. Please not her, he prayed. Please not again. Darkness swirled at the edge of his consciousness. He wanted to pass out, to give in to it. But Will was there, holding him up. Nico pulled back just enough to study Will's face. He looked so angelic in that moment, his eyes pleading and concerned. Wait, Will sniffled, then rummaged in the pockets of his cargo pants. He produced a chocolate chip cookie. Eat. Nico wanted to refuse. How could he think of food? But his body had its own ideas. He wolfed down the cookie in 3 bites. What happened? Yazan's voice was filled with dread. Where's Hazel? Nico's and Will's faces must have told him all he needed to know. Yazan's expression hardened. Dion used the tessera, ordered Will. Call Frank. Now! If Dion said anything else, Nico didn't hear it. He collapsed against Will and sank back into a bottomless void. His dreams fluctuated. First, he was stuck in that room again, with someone knocking at the door. But this time the space was brighter than Will's energy, brighter than the sun itself. He kept his eyes shut. Still, the glow burned through his eyelids, searing his retinas. He heard the door open. That was a first. But he couldn't bring himself to look. He sensed her approach, a shift in the light, a coolness in the air. She drifted toward him. Her fingers caressed his face as lightly as the whiskers of a cat. Brother, she said, why did you leave me? I'm right here, Hazel. The light made it impossible to look. He wanted to reach out to take her hand, but his arms remained frozen at his sides. I can't find you. She sounded farther away now, and her voice was no longer Hazel's. It had been months since he'd last heard his big sister speak, when his father had granted him a final chance to say goodbye to her. Bianca, he cried. Help me. Tell me what to do. You were supposed to help me, she said. Somehow the voice became both Hazel's and Bianca's, a blend of their gentle tones. Nico tried to distinguish Hazel's slight southern lilt from Bianca's softer consonants, a remnant of her Venetian accent, but he couldn't. He realized it didn't matter. His sisters shared one voice and one fate. He had failed them both. Next, he found himself lounging in a grassy field on a warm afternoon. Cherry trees swayed overhead, their branches heavy with white and pink blooms. A few feet away, an expanse of water shimmered in the sunlight. The opposite shore was so far away it might have been a lake or a bay, but Nico recognized where he was. The Potomac River. The park where his mother had taken them in Washington, D.C. during those first few weeks in America, before the fire that destroyed their lives. A picnic basket sat between him and Bianca. She was reading her well-worn copy of Anne of Green Gables for the millionth time. As usual, she wore wide-legged trousers and a polo shirt, the way she preferred to dress whenever she was out of school. Her feet were bare, of course. Their mother knelt beside the wicker basket, rummaging for something inside. The older version of Nico, the one who was dreaming, wanted to focus on her, to memorize the details of her face that had faded over the decades. She was wearing a blue gingham dress, and her dark hair was tied back in a bow. She hummed an Italian tune, maybe vivere, to live, because even Nico's dreams had a dark sense of irony. Her face, however, was hazy on the edge of his vision. The younger Nico, the boy in the dream, was mostly ignoring her as he shuffled through his mythomagic deck. Finally, he found the card he'd been searching for. Hades. He held it up and studied it in the light. "Nico, did you remember to pack the fresh mozzarella?" his mother asked. Younger Nico didn't answer. He was too busy staring at the dark-robed figure on his card. The god reclined on an onyx throne. An iron helmet rested on his knee. His face was half drowned in shadow, but he seemed to be peering sternly out at Nico, as if asking, "Why do you come before me?" Nico wondered what life would be like if all the gods and monsters were real. Would it be as exciting as mythomagic made it seem? "Nico!" his mother cursed in Italian. "Che cosa stai facendo? You packed your figurines?" She pulled a mythomagic statuette from the picnic basket. Nico saw that she had pricked her finger on one of its sharp points as she was searching for the mozzarella. Nico had never seen this game piece before, but he knew exactly what it was. Hazel in her final moments, just before the two-pronged spear touched her and reduced her to ashes. The miniature Hazel held her spatha up high, and now a drop of Nico di Angelo's blood glistened on its point. His dream changed again. He and Will were descending the stairs to the Underworld, as they'd done months ago on their quest to Tartarus. Will stopped and frowned. "I'm having déjà vu. Weren't we just here?" This time, Nico could grasp the edges of the dream. Nausea washed over him as he tried to reconcile the different layers of reality. He muttered under his breath. "I want to wake up." "Wake up from what?" Will asked. "I'm in the middle of a dream." "You mean we're in a dream, right? Because I could swear this stretch of steps keeps repeating itself." "That too," Nico said, his head throbbing. "Never mind, it doesn't matter." "Oh, everything matters." Will grabbed Nico's wrist so tightly it hurt. "You can't ignore what you've done, Nico." Suddenly, the underground passageway turned darker, much darker. Nico focused on his boyfriend's face, but it was now hidden behind a golden mask, a grotesque, leering caricature of Will Solace. Nico lurched away. His foot missed a step. He tumbled backward, spinning in the void while Will's malevolent laughter echoed in his ears. Nico awoke abruptly. Fear was cuddled against his face, its hedgehog-like spine sticking into his cheek. He sat up, his mind still swimming through the images from his dreams. He wanted to believe the nightmares had been caused by the puff, but he suspected that wasn't true. Fear had found him, snuggled up to him, because it had sensed Nico needed him. It seemed to be sending him a message. "This is my emotion you are feeling. Recognize it. Embrace it. I will help." The cacodemons were more complex than Nico had given them credit for. He should talk to Hazel. That's when reality came crashing back over him. Hazel was gone. He sat bolt upright, frightening his puff so badly that it leaped off the bed. "Sorry," he told it, rubbing the spine marks on his face. Fear bounded away and joined its siblings, who were all curled up on the next bunk over. Will wasn't there. Nico was alone in the guest barracks, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. He was glad the Romans were used to hard work, because they seemed to be spending a lot of their time dragging his unconscious body back to bed. Hazel. He closed his eyes and tried once more to sense her life force. He remembered the vacancy he'd felt when Jason died, like a piece of the universe had been hacked away with a dull knife. This didn't feel the same. Instead of emptiness, there was a distant pain, deep and aching, and it had a shape. "Don't believe it," she had said. Nico tried to hold on to that glimmer of hope. She must be alive. Otherwise, he would fall apart, and too many people still needed him. Will, Frank, and the other mythics. But he also worried. Was he being delusional? Was his hope overriding his instincts as a child of Hades? Nico's stomach rumbled. One thing about being alive, his body didn't care how sad he was. It wanted food. He headed to the bathroom to freshen up and change clothes. He grabbed his bomber jacket but froze when he found a 4-inch gash on the left sleeve. The black leather had been ripped open, maybe by a nail on Suzanne's club or by a falling stalactite. Nico had no memory of it happening. The inner wool lining sprouted from the tear like dandelion fuzz. White-hot hatred surged through him. For Perilous and his court, for all the misery they'd caused. A ripped sleeve was nothing compared to losing Hazel, of course. But this jacket had been with him through so many adventures. It had come out unscathed every time. Until now. It seemed like a bad omen. Nico fought back tears. She isn't dead, he told himself. And jackets can be mended. But that just made him think of Asterion and his knitting needles, which made him even sadder. He headed outside, leaving his Cocoa Puff snoozing on Will's bunk. It was early in the evening. The last rays of sunlight stretched over the Via Principalis. The camp felt strangely empty. Nico supposed dinner had already happened. Maybe the cohorts were off training or hunkered down in their barracks. The few campers he passed froze when they saw him, as if torn between wanting to say something and wanting to run away. Nico spared them the choice. He kept walking, his eyes fixed on the mess hall. Word of Hazel's fate must have spread through the Legion by now. Did they blame Nico for not saving her? He heard Mr. D's voice in his mind, reminding him to stay in the present. Don't think about the past you can't change. Don't leap forward to a future you can't predict. The mess hall was empty except for a few wind spirits cleaning up from dinner, but the scent of roast beef still lingered in the air. Despite all his problems, Nico's mouth watered. He headed to the galley and managed to liberate some leftovers, a roast beef sandwich, some chips, and an apple, because healthy. He headed for the praetor's table, though the sight of Hazel's empty chair made him tear up again. He sat down and then took a deep breath. She isn't dead, he said aloud this time. Are you sure? Said a voice at his ear. Nico flinched. It was Semele, of course. As Nico steadied his jumpy nerves, he thought how fortunate the Eidolon was to be non-corporeal. If she'd had a physical form, she would have gotten an elbow in the face several times a day, the way she liked to sneak up on people. Semele, he said. Sorry, I'm a little jumpier than usual. Apologies, my child. Her smoky essence drifted to the right, taking the spot where Will usually sat. I was hoping to find you. Nico took a bite of his sandwich. I assume someone told you what happened? Your boyfriend did, she confirmed, her voice heavy. We were just speaking in the Principia with Frank. He thinks Hazel is alive. Do you? Nico's heart ached yet again. On top of everything else he'd slept through the day, putting the burden on Will to explain what had happened and deal with the reactions from Frank and the rest of the Legion. Gods, Frank must be devastated. I'm not sure what to believe, Nico said. As a child of Hades, I can usually sense when someone I care about has died. But with Hazel, I don't feel that. So maybe... He didn't finish, not wanting to jinx anything. Will Solace believes the same thing, Semele said. That Hazel is still alive somehow. And what of Asterion? Nico frowned. Another thing to feel guilty about. It hadn't even occurred to him to try to sense the bullman's death. Could he sense the passing of a mythic? Their essence would return to Tartarus, which wasn't exactly like a soul being sent to Erebos, his father's kingdom. And then there was the fact that Perilous had claimed Asterion would be executed in a way that prevented him from ever regenerating. How could that be? He closed his eyes and tried to find Asterion. He remembered the bullman's gentle hug on his last night in camp, his dignified attitude before the court, and yes, even the pride he had taken in his hand-knitted underwear. Nico sensed nothing. He shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't suppose... He was hesitant to get Semele's hopes up, but he decided to ask anyway. That little patch of Tartarus ground you have growing in your quarters?
Alas, no. Semele sighed. We checked it as soon as we heard, to see if perhaps Asterian's essence had lodged within it, waiting to regrow. But our small piece of home is still struggling to take root in the upper world. We are not even certain it will survive. Nico wasn't surprised, but the news made his sandwich sit uneasily in his gut. I want to believe Hazel and Asterian are alive, he said. But if so, where are they?
I do not know,
said the Eidolon. But I would like to offer the services of those of us who remain. Orcus, Johann, myself, we will help you. He raised an eyebrow, surprised at the change in Semele's attitude. Only a day ago, she'd been ready to leave camp and take her chances in the wider world. Thank you, Semele, he said. I just wish I knew how you could help. We will discover this together, she said. Then she hesitated. I regret that I was so ready to leave. I am sorry to have spoken harshly to Asterian. I have many doubts, Nico di Angelo. After living as long as I have, I cannot but fear the worst from others. But Asterian gave me hope, which I have not felt in centuries. I have not been allowed this level of independence in a long, long time. Nico wished he could see Semele's face, if Eidolons had faces. Her voice reminded him of his Nona in Venice, almost a century before. Nico remembered little about his grandmother's face, but he knew she'd lived through wars, famines, and plagues. She'd seen entire nations rise and fall. She'd lost her husband, 3 of her children, and her home 4 times to floods, bombs, and fire. And yet, just before Nico left for the United States, with the storm clouds of World War II on the horizon, she had hugged him fiercely and said, "C'est la forêt." A simple statement, difficult to translate into English. You will make it. You will manage. You will be able to handle it. Somehow, she'd had absolute faith that Nico would be okay. Semele spoke with that same tone, a combination of sorrow and steel. And the Eidolon had been alive for thousands of years longer than his Nona. Can I ask you something? Nico said. When we first met, you said you hadn't possessed anyone in a long time. What made you stop? Semele's smoke swirled and twisted. Gaia used us as tools. We Eidolons did her bidding and nothing else. After centuries upon centuries of subjugation, I lost touch with who I was. She drifted across the table like a miniature fog bank settling over Hazel's chair. Possessing someone is not as simple as changing places, Nico di Angelo. Or putting on a costume. When an Eidolon inhabits another person's body, we lose a bit of ourselves. We become weaker, more diluted, less visible. It is the price we pay. Nico shivered. He'd always thought of possession as a kind of violation, a power move by an evil spirit over a helpless victim. He'd never considered that it also diminished the possessor. I'm sorry, he said. I can't imagine what that's like. But you are helping, Nico. Every day that I make choices for myself, I become more myself. He couldn't see Semele, but he imagined her smiling. He wondered what the Court of the Dead would say about her official record. She had chosen not to be a pawn of the gods, not to do the one thing Eidolons were created to do. But that was making her more truly herself. Whoever she had been when she lived as a mortal. Do you remember your life? He asked. It is more like the memory of a memory. A groove I have worn in my mind. I do not know if that makes sense. Nico nodded. He'd worn a few grooves in his mind, too. I was once royalty, she said. The details are fuzzy, but I know I became too proud of my beauty and power. I demanded something of Zeus himself, and it did not go well. Someday, perhaps, if I regain enough of who I was, I will ask forgiveness of the person I hurt the most, my son.
Nico wasn't sure he'd understood her correctly. Her son? Before he could ask, the doors of the mess hall creaked open. "Ah," said Semele. "Your boyfriend and Praetor Zhang have arrived." Sure enough, Will and Frank were making their way toward him. They both looked exhausted. Will's shoulders drooped. Frank had bags under his eyes.
"Hey, Nico,"
Frank said, collapsing in the nearest chair.
"Hope you got some sleep."
He sounded glum and angry at the world, but not devastated. At least. Will must have shared his theory that Hazel was still alive. Will kissed the top of Nico's head and then sat next to him. "We have some things to discuss with you." "Uh-oh," thought Nico. Out loud, he said, "Yeah, Semele and I were just talking." "Good evening, demigods," said Semele. "Have you made any progress on your plan?" Nico looked to Will. "You have a plan?" "A potential one," said Will, assuming, well, Hazel is alive, Nico said. "She has to be." Will nodded. "What she said at the end, that has to mean something." Frank rubbed his eyes. "You have no idea how much I want that to be true, but I need to hear every detail. Nico, from your point of view this time." Nico recounted what had happened in the courtroom. It was hard not to choke up as he described how Asterion and Hazel had been reduced to ashes. "She told us to go," Nico said. "And at the very end she said, 'Don't believe it.'" Will and Frank exchanged a look. Clearly, they'd already been discussing this. "Before that," Frank said, "this judge, perilous, he said Asterion and Hazel would be," he grimaced, "executed in a way that helped their plan. Whatever that means," Nico agreed. "And in a way that they wouldn't be able to come back from." Frank clawed the table with his fingertips. Nico hadn't seen Frank shapeshift into an animal in quite a while. He assumed Frank still had that ability, but even in human form, Frank's big hands reminded him of a grizzly's paws. "Hazel can see through the mist better than anyone I know," Frank said. "It's possible she saw something in the way Asterion disintegrated, or she realized something about it afterward that told her this turn-to-ash moment wasn't death. It was something else." "There's a precedent," Will said. "Years ago, Percy's mom was turned into a golden burst of dust." He glanced sheepishly at Semele. "By Asterion, actually. But she wasn't killed. Hades transported her to the Underworld." Semele made a sound like she was clearing her throat, which made Nico wonder if Eidolons even had throats to clear. "You believe our friends were taken to the Underworld, then? Do these judges have such power?" Nico stared at his half-eaten apple. "I'm not sure about the Underworld. We don't know enough about the judges or their purpose, but they had half a dozen minor gods in that court. If Hazel and Asterion were taken somewhere, they could still be alive," Semele said. "Perhaps Quinoa and Ariel, too. I am not familiar with this perilous, but I can ask Johann to search the archives. Perhaps he can find out more, or any mention of this court." "Good idea," said Frank. "In the meantime, we'll get our strike team ready." Nico felt an electric charge pass through his body. "Strike team?" "We're getting our people back," Frank said. "A small group of our most versatile fighters." When Nico started to protest, Frank raised his hand. "This is going to be a rescue operation, not a pitched battle. Bringing the entire Legion would be too unwieldy. Besides, we don't have enough coverage for everyone." "Coverage?" Nico asked. Will smiled. "That's my contribution to the plan. With your permission, of course. My idea is wearable Cocoa Puffs." Nico's mouth fell open. "Wearable? Like accessories?" "They've helped us see through the mist," Will reminded him. "They seem to heighten our senses, right? So why not train the Mythics and a few other Legionnaires to use them without getting overwhelmed? We could use every advantage we can get." "That's not a terrible idea," Nico said. Will gave him a mock bow. "Like you flatter me." "Besides," Will said, "if we have extra puffs, they're great for throwing at our enemies. We've seen that they can confuse even gods." "Just what we need," Frank grumbled,
More confusion. "Frank, it's something," said Will. I know. I just hate this feeling. I trust my bow, my sword, even my ability to turn into a mountain lion, but trusting cacodemons that none of us understand when Hazel could be... She's not gone, Nico assured him. Remember how I knew Jason was dead? This isn't the same, Frank. She'll be okay. We have to hold on to that. And the others, Semele added dryly. Asterion, Ariel, Quinoa. Of course, Nico said. We'll rescue them all. Semele drifted back across the table and hovered at Will's shoulder. Very well. This leaves us with a few small questions. When do we go? Where are we going? And what do we do when we get there? Nico smirked. He suspected that Eidolons could get away with such a high level of snark because they were impossible to strangle. It's true. We're in the dark here, he admitted. I'm tempted to leave right now. I'm terrified of what kind of danger our friends might be in, but we need at least some time for our team to get used to the Cocoa Puffs. I suggest we train all day tomorrow and leave in the evening, unless I sense something in the meantime that changes the time frame. He didn't elaborate on what that might mean. Frank's expression darkened, but he nodded in agreement. That seems wise, Semele said. Making decisions from a place of fear is not advisable. Frank wiped at his reddened eyes. In terms of where we go, unless we get a different lead from Johann's research, we should start at the courthouse. And once we get there... There was no way to finish that. There were too many unknowns, but Nico imagined some of the thoughts running through Frank's head. He suspected the wrath of Frank Zhang was going to make the court sorry they'd ever picked up their gavels. Tomorrow, then, said Semele. The mythics will be ready. Her smoky form dissolved, leaving the three demigods in an uncomfortable silence. Nico looked at Frank and Will and wondered if either of them had gotten any sleep that day. Knowing them, probably not. We need to rest, he said. Will opened his mouth to speak, but Nico held up a finger. Yes, I'm well aware that I'm the one telling us to rest. How dare you kill my joke before I could tell it, said Will. Frank's eyes were still glassy and red. I just wish I could talk to her, he said, his voice breaking. If I could have some sort of proof that she's alive. An idea formed in Nico's mind. It was probably a bad idea, but it seemed silly not to try it. You know, she was wearing a tessera bracelet. Frank seemed to put those words together slowly, letting the meaning sink in. He grabbed his own bracelet and rubbed his thumb along the glossy ceramic pendant. Show me Hazel Levesque, he said. Wherever she is. But nothing happened. No rainbow-tinted sphere. No Hazel. Just darkness and silence.
Chapter 25. When the spear touched Hazel, she thought, what if I'm wrong? The cavern shook with the fury she'd unleashed, a deadly rain of rubies and emeralds. She felt flames traveling up her chest, but there was no pain, just a wave of numbness, as if her entire body were falling asleep. Darkness enveloped her. The guard's skeletal fingers loosened around her throat. She fell, down, twisting and turning, but she never hit the floor. She tried to scream, to grab hold of something, but there was nothing, just cold emptiness. Then she landed on her side, hard. Her breath was knocked out of her. Fireworks exploded in her eyes. She clawed her fingers into warm earth. Grass. Sunlight blinded her. She smelled mulch and pine. Definitely not the Underworld. Where had they sent her? She pushed herself up on one elbow, wincing from the pain in her ribs. Her windpipe felt bruised and swollen. As her eyes adjusted, a massive, beastly face loomed over her, blocking her field of vision. She tried to scoot back on her hands and feet. She kicked wildly, desperate to get away. "Hazel, it is me," said a deep, gentle voice. She forced down her panic. She knew those wide-set brown eyes, those fuzzy ears, the glistening snout with the gold septum ring set between the nostrils. "Asterion," she sobbed. She threw herself into the bullman's arms. He didn't say anything, just held her close and rubbed an enormous hand up and down her back. "You're alive!" She pulled away to look at him. "You're alive." "So far," he agreed, giving her a melancholy smile. "Since you're here, I assume the court sentenced you as well. I am so sorry, my friend." Hazel shuddered. "I just hope Will and Nico are okay." She told Asterion what had happened in the courtroom after he was condemned. The judges screed against people who tried to change their nature. Hazel's growing suspicion that maybe Asterion had been transported somewhere rather than killed. Her attempt with Nico and Will to break free from the court, and her final cryptic message to Nico, the only words she'd been able to force out as the guard choked her. "Don't believe it." Asterion patted her knee. "You did what you could, and you were right about the nature of our punishment. Come, the others will want to see you." "The others?" Hazel's voice died as she looked around her. She'd been so focused on Asterion she hadn't really taken in her surroundings. They were in some sort of park, and they weren't alone. Rows of stunted, knobby cypress trees stretched in either direction, like the ones in Civic Center Plaza. This space was much bigger, though. A shallow oval basin about a quarter-mile wide and twice as long. The shape reminded Hazel of the Circus Maximus back in New Rome, an image reinforced by the half-dozen centaurs presently galloping around the perimeter, apparently looking for a way out. Park benches lined the walkways, and most of the seats were taken by mythic beings. Two satyrs were having an argument, fighting over a lunch bag. A dog-headed man, a cynocephalus, was passed out asleep, his hands and feet twitching like he was chasing rabbits in his dreams. In the pool of a nearby fountain, a pack of telkines lounged like wayward sea lions, unconcerned by the bronze Colchis bull drinking nearby, its fiery breath making the water boil. At the near end of the park rose a sandstone band shell flanked by classical columns. Standing on the steps was a woman holding a toddler. Except, as Hazel studied them more closely, she realized the toddler had leafy green wings, and the woman's hair was on fire. "Ariel?" Hazel muttered in disbelief. "Ariel! Quinoa!" She ran toward them, stumbling as she tried to regain the use of her body. Asterion followed in her wake. Ariel and Quinoa spotted her and came running. "Hazel Levesque!" Quinoa launched himself from Ariel's arms straight into Hazel's. "You actually found us." Ariel grinned, which was a little unnerving given the fangs, but she looked delighted. "I never thought I'd be so happy to see a demigod," said the Impusa. "But how are you here? You're not a mythic. Oof!" That last sound came when Hazel wrapped her in a hug, squeezing Quinoa between them. Hazel didn't even care that the Impusa's flaming head was probably singeing her own hair, or that Ariel's donkey hoof was now on her toes. She was so glad to see the mythics alive. Finally, Quinoa mumbled, "Can't breathe." Hazel stepped back, blinking away happy tears. "Thank the gods you're alive. But what is going on here?" "We'd like to know that too," said Ariel. "Short answer, we're trapped." "Trapped?" Hazel scanned the area. But from where they stood, Hazel could see numerous sets of steps leading out of the basin. There were no walls, no barricades, just flower beds lining the embankments. Cars and tour buses moved freely along the road that circled the park. Beyond that, buildings peeked over the treetops. The nearest was a long, angular wedge of dark stone. Maybe an art museum? "How are we trapped?" she asked. Then she spotted the centaurs again, galloping around the perimeter. Every so often they would stop to throw themselves at the steps or try to leap over the hedges, only to bounce back in frustration. Some were repelled so forcefully they tumbled head over hooves. Asterion extended a hand. "Come, we'll show you." Hazel followed the Impusa and Asterion while Quinoa nestled in the crook of her arm. His claws dug into Hazel's chest. His leafy wings were scratchy against her skin, but she didn't mind. She never thought she'd feel motherly toward an herbaceous plant, but she would have fought off a dracon to protect the carpus. Fortunately, she didn't have to. They passed one small dracon, a baby no more than 20 feet long, curled around a metal lamppost. But it didn't seem interested in fighting. It was too busy scanning the horizon like a lookout from a crow's nest. A giant boar eyed her suspiciously, and then went back to rubbing its tusks against a tree trunk. A harpy roosting in the branches above screeched down at it. "Could you not?" A few feet away, something that looked like a massive badger burrowed into the sandy soil like it was trying to dig an escape tunnel. Ariel led them to a nearby stairway that led up to the road. She stopped just short of the bottom step and then turned to Hazel. "Open your hand so it is flat," said the Impusa. "Press gently, otherwise you may get hurt." Hazel didn't like the sound of that. But she did as Ariel told her to, pushing her palm outward. She felt silly, like a mime in an imaginary box, until she touched something solid. A cold, hard, invisible wall. She pulled her hand away. "What is that?" "Like I said," replied Ariel, "we're trapped." Outside the invisible wall, mortal life continued as usual. A taxi drove past. A man jogged by pushing a stroller, a pit bull running alongside on a leash. "Hey!" Hazel shouted at the jogger. "Can you hear me?" The man just kept running. Even the dog didn't look in her direction. "They cannot see or hear us," Ariel said. "We're not sure why. Every so often, a mortal tries to enter the park and then gets confused and simply turns away. This entire area is sealed off. Only mythics within. And now you, Praetor. The centaurs keep looking for weak spots, because they are not very bright. But the more force you apply to the barrier, the harder it will repel you." "Trust me on that," Asterion grumbled. "I have only been here a little longer than you, Hazel. But the first thing I did was try to charge through this magic boundary. I nearly broke my horns off." She turned and gazed across the park. On the opposite side of the plaza stood another museum-type building. A long facade of white stone and glass, its roof a grassy landscape of artificial hills. "That's the California Academy of Sciences," Hazel realized. "We're in Golden Gate Park." Asterion scratched the side of his snout. "I am not familiar with human geographical locations. Are we still in San Francisco?" Hazel nodded. Trapped or not, she felt a sense of relief. At least they weren't someplace beyond the reach of all help, like in Tartarus or Alaska. This is maybe 5 miles from the courthouse downtown, which raises the question of how those guards transported us here. "Yeah," Quinoa said, his face scrunched up in his characteristic scowl. "We wondered if it was that shadow travel thing you and Nico are always talking about, but..." Shadow travel! Hazel hastily set down the carpus. Let me try something. She stepped toward a nearby cypress, whose trunk cast a nice dark shadow across the crushed stone. She imagined her bed in Camp Jupiter, with the extra cushy pillow she loved so much. She put one foot in the shadow, willing herself to travel through it. But nothing happened. It's not working, she said mournfully. I should be able to shadow travel anywhere. Asterion crossed his arms. None of this makes sense. The abductions, the trials, sentencing us to death, but instead sending us to some sort of holding area. What does this Court of the Dead want, and how did they get the power to create something like this prison? Too many questions, Ariel muttered. We've been here for days now, and new mythics just keep arriving, but... She froze. Wait, what about the others? Are Orcus and Johann and Semele all right? She sounded so worried, Hazel was tempted to give her another hug. They were fine when I left camp. She gave the mythics a quick recap of what had been happening since they'd been abducted, including their standoff with Laverna in the Principia. Quinoa grunted. That explains why the last thing I remember is a sack going over my head. Oh, man. I just hope the kindergartners aren't too disappointed. I promised I'd come back and teach them how to raise earthworms. And you never break a promise to a kid. Hazel couldn't bear seeing him so dispirited. His tiny shoulders and diaper sagging. We're going to get out of here, she told him. And I never break a promise to a friend. Quinoa hugged her leg and began to sniffle. I'm not crying, he insisted. It's just all the dust. Ariel sat on the nearest bench and began to massage her donkey knee. Hazel suspected it must be hard on the joints to have mismatched legs. At least you got more information at your trials, the Empusa said. I didn't think to demand the judges introduce themselves. Those masks were terrifying, Quinoa agreed, wiping away a green streak that totally wasn't a tear from his face. Not that I was personally scared, mind you, but I can see how others could have been. Hazel smiled. Well, Asterion had more presence of mind than I did. And this perilous person, said Ariel. You recognized him from the Underworld? Yeah, Hazel said. He, used to hang out in the fields of Asphodel. She explained that by hang out, she actually meant Perilous had been stuck in an outcropping of granite, like he'd fallen asleep and melted into the rock. But how he'd managed to escape? Hazel had no idea. Ariel grimaced. So Perilous was not one of the judges of the dead? Far from it, Hazel said. Thinking about Asphodel, she looked around at the stunted trees and the barren fields of crushed rock, so much like the Civic Center plaza next to the courthouse. It couldn't be a coincidence that Perilous had chosen two locations reminiscent of Asphodel in which to judge and detain his convicted mythics. It gave Hazel the same uneasy feeling as Perillous's grotesque Hades Pluto mask, like the court was meant to be an elaborate mockery, a criticism of her father and his entire system of judgment. Perilous must have done something truly heinous, Asterion said, to warrant such punishment. And now he thinks he's worthy of judging others, Quinoa said. Typical human. No offense. Hazel shrugged. There were plenty of humans she admired, and others she was embarrassed to share a species with. They were not so different from mythics in that respect. Speaking of humans, Asterion pointed to the top of the steps. An older mortal couple had stopped to look into the park. The woman wore tie-dye patterned lycra exercise clothes, and a bright pink visor that cinched her gray hair into an hourglass shape. The man wore a similar outfit and was walking with ski poles. "When do you think they'll be done with the construction?" the woman asked, squinting at something Hazel couldn't see. Apparently, the mist had created a "Do not enter under construction" sign. The man harumphed. "This may come as a shock to you, Stephanie, but I'm not the Recreation and Parks Department." She rolled her eyes. "I didn't say you were, Mark." "Then how am I supposed to know when the place will reopen? Waste of our tax dollars, if you ask me." The two walked off, still bickering. "We could hear them," Hazel noted. "But they can't hear us." "I don't know why," said Ariel. "I just want to leave," Quinoa said. "I miss my hydroponic lights. I miss Camp Jupiter." "We all do, young one," said Asterion. "Perhaps if we could figure out why the judges dumped us here." Ariel extended her arms. "Welcome to our confusion. It's lovely here. There's pie." "There is?" asked Quinoa. "Where? I'm hungry." "It was sarcasm," Ariel muttered. "I don't care what flavor it is." Hazel's own stomach growled. "What have you all been eating?" Ariel snorted. "Whatever we can find. The vegetarians among us have been eating trees, shrubs, flowers. For the rest of us, it's been a challenge." Hazel wondered how long an Empusa could go without blood. She decided not to ask. And that draconche they'd seen on the lamppost. That had to require a fairly substantial meat diet. "There were a couple of food stashes inside the barrier," Quinoa added. "An old hot dog stand, a closed-down cafe, but they've been pretty well picked over. We heard the first mythics started arriving here last month." "That's a long time to be imprisoned," Hazel said. "I guess that's when the court started operating." Asterion said. "And I notice most of the mythics have split into groups to stay with their own kind. I imagine that is because, eventually, the stronger prisoners will have to start eating the weaker ones." Hazel shuddered. Now that she thought about it, she was kind of surprised that violence hadn't already broken out. A couple of Lystragonian giants, each 8 feet tall and covered in tattoos, were camped outside a makeshift tarp tent. In the park's central fountain, the largest of 3, an enormous blue-green crab had made itself at home. And at the far end of the park, Hazel spotted what looked like a herd of catoblepones, the monstrous cattle that Frank once destroyed in Venice. At the thought of Frank, Hazel's heart ached. He must be out of his mind with worry. "Has anyone done a head count?" Hazel asked. "How many creatures are here?" 108, said Quinoa. "Including you now, Hazel." He shrugged self-consciously. "I enjoy counting. It's one reason I want to teach children." "Hey, no judgment," Hazel said. "I think that's great." "I can do another count if you want." The Carpos flapped his wings, achieved wobbly liftoff, and then fluttered off toward the nearest fountain. 1, 2, 3. Stand still, you centaurs. "Just be careful," Ariel called after him. Then she faced Hazel. "It gives him something to do, to take his mind off." She gestured around them. "You know, being trapped in an invisible cage." Ariel's words triggered something in Hazel's mind. A cage. "You said you've walked the entire perimeter?" "Many times," said Ariel. "There's no way out." "But did you look for anything unusual? Anything that might be causing the barrier?" The Empusa's hair burned more brightly. as if she were expending more energy to process Hazel's question. "I'm not sure what you mean." Rather than try to explain, Hazel marched up to the barrier. She pressed her palm against the invisible wall. Then she began walking west, keeping her hand in contact with the cool surface. Asterion and Ariel followed. "What is she doing?" Ariel asked. Asterion grunted. "I often do not understand demigods." The boundary ran straight, but it was not always easy to follow. At one point, Hazel had to climb through some hedges and then clamber over the pedestal of a large statue, a helmeted man holding a sword to the sky. Finally, as she approached the far end of the plaza, she found a corner. A 45-degree turn in the wall. She crouched, tracing her fingers to ground level, and saw what she was looking for. Where the two sections of the invisible wall met, a small metal object had been tucked under a sage bush. Its 12 sides were hollow celestial bronze, with a hole in each face and a protruding knob wherever 3 corners met. Unfortunately, it was on the other side of the boundary, out of reach. "That's it," she said. "This is how they're holding us." Asterion knelt next to her. "What is it?" "A dodecahedron," she said. "Did Johann tell you how he was tricked into releasing one from the treasury?" "He did. He said the object froze a demigod in place." "One dodecahedron can do that," she said. "I bet we'll find 3 more of these, one at each corner of this park." "But how do they work?" asked Ariel. "I don't know exactly," Hazel admitted. "They're ancient creations, but once they're set up and activated, they capture and hold anything within their perimeter, indefinitely." The Empusa scowled. "Powerful magic for something so small. Couldn't we simply break the connection somehow? Perhaps one of the harpies could fly out there and retrieve it." Hazel considered this. She had an uneasy feeling that perilous would make it so easy to escape his prison. And if a flying prisoner could not get out, that raised a disturbing possibility about the nature of this cage. "Ah," said a familiar voice, somewhere to her left. "There you are, Hazel Levesque." Hazel rose and then stumbled backward into Asterion. Standing just outside the invisible barrier was Perilous himself. He was still wearing his judge robes, his Hades mask hanging from a rope around his neck. His cruel smile sent a chill down Hazel's spine. "How are you settling in?" he asked. "Are the facilities to your liking?" "Let us out, Perilous," she growled. "Oh, but we're just getting started," he said, his eyes alight with joy. Asterion touched her arm. "Come away, Hazel. We do not need to talk to this monster." "Funny that you should use that word, Asterion," said the judge. "Rather ironic." "Shut up," snapped Hazel. He chuckled. "Manners, young lady. I know you think I'm a villain, and I did make a mistake long ago. But I paid for my crime 100 times over. At least your punishment will be fair and just." Fair and... Hazel was so angry she choked on the words. She wanted to punch Perilous in the face, but she guessed the barrier would break her hand. "What exactly was your crime?" asked Ariel. "It must have been pretty bad if you ended up grafted to a rock." Perilous' expression soured. His small, dark eyes bored into Hazel's. "I see you've shared the story of how we met." "But all those years in Asphodel," Hazel recalled. You never once explained how you got in trouble. You were too busy whining about your rigged trial and unfair punishment. Because it was unfair, he shouted. Then he paused, evidently trying to regain control of his anger. But that's fine. I let it guide me to moral clarity. He pointed a finger at Hazel. That's how I crossed paths with you. In a way, you inspired my court as much as your brother did. Hazel held back angry tears. She didn't want to give Perilous the satisfaction. Don't blame your megalomania on me, she said. You don't deserve power over anyone. Perilous feigned shock. Oh, do I not? Yet I was king of the Lapith. I was worshipped as a hero across Greece. I led armies into battle. And then, when Theseus and I ventured into the Underworld, we both were fused to that cursed rock. Theseus was freed by Hercules, but me? No. Your father deemed me unworthy a rescue. He would not allow it. Perilous seemed to realize that he had been subconsciously gripping the gold mask hanging around his neck, trying to crush the face of Hades. He dropped his hands. At any rate, he continued, I was left behind. I was stuck in that rock for thousands of years. Then you came along, Hazel Levesque. You were an asphodel for, what, a few decades? One of a billion souls who actually belonged in that place. But then your entitled brother freed you. Did Hades object to that? No. Did you deserve it? No. His pale face had turned bright red. A vein in his right temple looked like it was about to burst. Do you know what it feels like to be disrespected like that? There were a lot of things Hazel could have said in response, but Perilous' words were so absurd Hazel just broke into laughter. He peered at her with disgust. Of course you do not understand. Hazel steadied her breathing. It felt good to laugh in Perilous' face. But there were other lives on the line besides hers. If your grudge is with Nico and me, Hazel said, let the mythics go free. They haven't done anything to you. Perilous scoffed. Nice try. But that's not in the plan. Remember, you all have been sentenced to death. Allow me to hazard a guess, said Asterion. You put us in here with little food and water. Then you wait until we turn on each other. In this way, you prove to yourself that we were monsters all along, unworthy of any other life. Perilous looked stunned. Oh, that's good. That's very good. I confess I hadn't thought of that. But no, Asterion. I don't really care how or when you die in this cage. Your fate will serve a much greater purpose than simply proving the obvious. You will help me put the world to rights. Ariel slammed her fist against the barrier, and then she reeled backward, cradling her injured hand. We won't help you with anything. Let us out! You're an impatient one, Ariel. Perilous shook his head like a disappointed father. Give it time. More and more of you will appear in this prison, and with each new addition, I'll be closer to my goal. Hazel felt like she was banging her head on the invisible wall. Which is what? For starters, I'm going to break the mist. Hazel blinked. Excuse me? The mist has always hidden our world from that of the humans, said the judge. We've fought entire wars without mortals knowing what was really happening. And? Asked Asterion. The man's smile was absolute evil. Never has there been such a high concentration of mythical beings in one small space at the same time. Eventually, It will be too much for the mist to cover. When it breaks from the sheer pressure I've exerted on it, the mortal world will see exactly what you are, and how sloppy the Underworld has been about enforcing its borders. There will be chaos. Hades' misrule will be laid bare for all to see. He will have to respond. Asterion snorted. All of this to embarrass Hades? That is a beginning, Perilous said. When he arrives, well, I have a veritable army of gods, monsters, and demons on my side. All the forgotten and misunderstood stand with me. They all appreciate my logic. No one is above justice. Even the gods. Hazel shivered. So that's what this is about? You want to put my father on trial? And why not? He cried. Have you seen the state of the Underworld since the doors of death opened? It's chaos. You have titans becoming heroes venturing into Tartarus, the Minotaur playing dress-up in the mortal world with his hand-knitted outfits. There is no order, no just punishment. Hades must answer for this. He will have his day in court. You're delusional, said Hazel. If my father does show up, he will tear you into a million pieces. The gleam in Perilous' eyes was calm and self-assured. It made Hazel nervous. We will see, he said. But for now, I must return to court. So many cases on the afternoon's docket. He turned to go and then hesitated. By the way, I heard the tail end of your conversation. There is a top to this prison. Can't have anyone flying out, can we? And I suppose you could try convincing a mortal to move one of the dodecahedrons. He smiled at Ariel. If, for instance, you had someone who could charm speak. But I don't think that would end well for the mortal. These devices carry quite a charge when they are generating a perimeter of this size. Then Perilous disappeared in a burst of flame and ash, which was not nearly as satisfying to watch as Hazel would have hoped. Ariel swore under her breath. I hate that man. We have to get out of here. I know, said Hazel. Even if we don't run out of food or water, we have another problem. Because if Perilous is telling the truth about this prison, we're in a sealed box with limited vegetation and more mythics arriving all the time. Meaning? Asked Ariel. Eventually, Hazel said, we're going to run out of oxygen.
Chapter 26. Will put his hands on his hips and sighed. I am never going to complain about another training session at Camp Half-Blood again. Nico wanted to say, you're cute when you're annoyed, but he recognized that their situation was deeply, deeply frustrating. Turned out you could say you wanted to train the demigods to work with the Cocoa Puffs, but that didn't mean the Cocoa Puffs would actually cooperate. Nico, Frank, and Will stood on the field of Mars alongside the Griffin Orcus. They were watching Legionnaires attempt to chase down and catch the Puffs in butterfly nets. Nico had tried to get the cacodemons to stay in one spot, but they seemed to think that being pursued was a game. They were better behaved in the Principia, Frank said. What happened? Nico shrugged. They have minds of their own. The longer they stay with me, the more independent they seem to act. They don't do anything they don't want to. Clearly, they take after you, Will deadpanned. Orcus grunted. Well, I respect any creature who makes demigods work harder. Are you on our side or not? Asked Frank. I'm on the side of getting my friends back, said the Griffin. But I also enjoy a good game of keep-away. A few yards away, Lavinia Asimov face-planted as she tried to capture Defiance in her net. I'm fine, she called. I meant to do that. Orcus squawked. Enough of this, I'm going to help. The Griffin flew off and began dive-bombing cacodemons. Nico turned to Frank. Did you get the harnesses?
The praetor knelt and opened a large duffel bag at his feet. Then he pulled out a few tangles of leather. Tyson made them. Different sizes, too. Frank handed one to Nico. It was almost like a baby carrier, a set of straps and buckles on the back, and an adjustable pouch on the front to secure a puff against the wearer's chest. And he made a custom one for you, Will, he said. Will took the offered harness, and Nico quickly saw how it was a custom job. It had a leather quiver on the back, as well as a couple of leather straps to hold a bow. No way, said Will. He practically glowed with excitement as he put it on. Man, that's so cool. Smart design, Nico said. Not that I expected any less of Tyson. Guilt weighed on him. The internal kind, not the puff, when he thought about the Cyclops. He hadn't even visited New Rome since his arrival, much less taken time to see his friends there. It had been that kind of week. Well, it would be nice if we could actually use the harnesses, said Frank, fixing Nico with a determined glare. All right, I'll do something. He held out his hand to Will. Snack me. Will grinned, then dug into his cargo pockets and produced a small bounty of extra dark chocolate bars, the preferred choice of cacodemons everywhere. Nico walked out onto the field just as Dion ran by yelling some sort of war cry, pursuing loneliness with his net raised high. Nico held back a laugh. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and let loose a loud, sharp whistle. Cocoa Puffs, he cried. Treats! He had no idea if this would work. The cacodemons immediately turned to look his way. Then they came rolling and stumbling over as any sensible creature would when offered a treat of treats. I can't believe it was that easy, said Will. The Legionnaires glared at Nico, maybe wondering why he hadn't done that sooner, or at least offered them treats. All right, everyone, Frank called out. Loose the butterfly nets and gather round. He said this in English, probably because lose the butterfly nets was not a typical command you'd bark in Latin at your Roman legion. A handful of demigods had gathered for the rescue mission. Savannah, Dion and Yazan from the 2nd cohort, since they'd worked with Puffs before, Lavinia from the 5th, and Lucius Silver, the prankster from the 1st cohort, who was now Johann's self-appointed bodyguard. Johann and Semele would be joining the mission too, but they were presently in the Principia, searching for more information about perilous. Many more demigods had volunteered. After all, their beloved Praetor Hazel was missing. But Frank had insisted that a small group was better. Plus, a larger party wouldn't fit in the Legion's Chevy Express van, and he didn't like the idea of taking the entire herd of Puffs on the BART. Frank was nothing if not practical. As the Puffs ate their chocolate, Nico watched Frank explain how the harnesses worked. The group seemed a bit nervous, shifting from one foot to the other, but that was no surprise. Nico remembered how strange and frightening it had been when he was preparing to head to Manhattan to fight Kronos and his army. He was especially glad Savannah had turned up. After Laverna had short-circuited her tessera, Nico had been afraid that Savannah would take the failure hard and retreat back into herself. Instead, she looked more determined than ever. She still stood apart, though. Nico imagined her tragic history wrapped around her like a dampening field, a swirl of anger, grief, and frustration that dulled the entire world. He could relate. You could still feel alone in a crowd because your life was so unlike that of those around you. He hoped she'd be up for the possible fight to come. Then he chided himself. Don't underestimate her. She's making the choice to be here. Nico? He glanced over at Frank. Huh? We're ready for you, he said. The Legionnaires were now all wearing their harnesses, looking like a squad of babysitter commandos. Even Orcus had a tiny harness across his back. Right. Nico sucked in a deep breath. I think you all know me. You're my boyfriend, said Will, winking at him. Nico blushed. Why was he blushing? Why did Will always make him blush? Anyway, Nico said, a little review on cacodemons and why we need to use them. He launched into a brief summary of how Nyx had created the demon personifications of his core emotions and experiences. He explained how contact with a Cocoa Puff allowed it to bring forth a similar emotion in someone else. It's disorienting at first, he warned. Many of you already know that. But Hazel discovered something before she... He faltered and then moved on as quickly as possible. She found out that a Cocoa Puff can heighten your awareness, give you a better chance of seeing through the mist, even when someone is actively trying to manipulate it against you. It's not perfect.
Can confirm,
Yazan muttered, getting some nervous laughter from the others. But we'll need every advantage, Nico continued. And after our experience with that terrible court, I'm pretty sure that the more you use the puffs, the more help they can offer. Lavinia raised her hand. Have you figured out how they do it?
Maybe they're not of this world,
said Dion. He made some beeping UFO sounds. Lavinia kicked his shin. They're not aliens, said Nico. Best explanation I can give you? They show you the truth. The truth? Lucius inched closer to the pack of puffs. What does that mean? This, said Savannah. She reached down and scooped up Grief. It snuggled against her, and tears began streaming down her face. Lavinia frowned. Are you okay? I am, Savannah said, her lower lip quivering. I'm also sad. I miss my parents so much. Ever since I've come to camp, I've been doing everything I could to ignore that feeling. But when I'm holding this puff, I can't run from the truth. I see my feelings so clearly, and that makes everything easier to accept. It's sort of like, I don't know, like when I'm denying my feelings, I'm using the mist against myself, and the puff doesn't let me do that. She knit her eyebrows. That probably doesn't make any sense. That's fascinating, said Will. And it actually makes perfect sense. For the millionth time, Nico was grateful to have such an empathetic boyfriend. He put his hand on Will's shoulder. Could you take over? Pair everybody up with the puff? Will met his eyes and seemed to get the message. Nico wanted to talk to Savannah alone, make sure she was truly okay. Of course, Will said cheerfully. All right, campers, let's match you all with an emotion. The puffs bounced excitedly around Will's feet. Of course, Will had chocolate in his pockets, so why wouldn't they? Nico turned to Savannah, whose face was still flushed. Walk with me? She nodded, wiping away tears with the sleeve of her pullover. They crossed to the southern part of the field of Mars, where Hannibal the elephant was enjoying some destruction therapy, wielding a tree trunk like a baseball bat as he smacked down old fortifications. Nico wished they could take the elephant with them to face Perilous, but he doubted Hannibal would fit in a Chevrolet Express. Once they were out of earshot from the group, Nico asked, Savannah, can I do anything to help? She tucked Grief into the pouch of her carrier, where it nestled and purred. You've already helped me a lot, but yeah, I'll take anything I can get. She smiled sadly. Does it ever get easier? Nico was silent for a moment, unsure how to express what was on his mind. He decided the direct route would be best. Easier, yes, he said. But never easy. Just last night I dreamed about my mother and my sister Bianca. Right before the fire, when Zeus killed my mom. She looked stunned. You're still dreaming about it? Yeah. He shook his head. I think I had this idea when I was younger that if I just got all my sadness out of the way, then I'd never feel it again. But that's not how it works. Savannah rubbed her sniffly nose. I didn't know that. So it just goes on forever? Nico shrugged. I mean, yes. But it doesn't feel the same as it did in the beginning. It dulls over time. And I promise this isn't as sad as it sounds, but I sometimes go days or weeks without thinking about it. Same with Bianca or Jason. I still miss them, but it's like... Nico hesitated, and the image of the exploding TV set from his last conversation with Mr. D arrived in his mind. It's like having a television on in another room. You can sense it's there, but it's easy to drown out and forget. She hugged herself in the morning cold. I'd settle for feeling normal for a day. I know, he said, and it's probably hard to believe right now, but you will feel joy again. It just may be harder to find. It won't come running when you offer it chocolate like this little greedy guts. Grief peered up from the comfort of its pouch, purring sleepily as if to say, More chocolate? Yes, please. Savannah let out a broken laugh. I'm actually getting comfortable with this little guy. He makes me feel so much. But it's not just my parents' death I see when I hold him. It's little things from our lives together. My dad pushing me on the swing at the playground. My mom showing me how to center a pot on the wheel. Waking up on Christmas morning to a mound of presents. That kind of stuff. I get that, Nico said. Lately, I've been noticing the same thing, the puffs showing me positive memories associated with their emotions. I guess that makes sense. Grief is remembering the awful and the magical, sometimes all at once. Savannah gazed back at the demigod squad now strapping Cocoa Puffs into their carriers like they were preparing for the weirdest nursery school field trip ever. I still want to go with you, she said, to find Hazel. He smiled. I hoped you would. Even though I'm a scared, emotional mess. That's okay. You don't think I'm anxious about this? It's hard to tell, she admitted. I guess when I see people like you and Will and Frank, I assume you're fearless and perfectly put together. He barked out a laugh. Oh, I assure you that we're just as messed up as everyone else. Savannah's eyes were still as red as her hair, but they looked a little warmer. Comforted. Thank you, she said. It's not easy to ask for help. Can we head back now? I do want to train some more. Something tugged at Nico's heart, like a small magnet pulling his attention south. It's not easy to ask for help. It had never been easy for Nico either, but maybe it was time to treat himself with the same honesty he gave to others. He looked across the valley, toward the glittering domes and spires of Temple Hill. Actually, would you mind heading back alone? He asked Savannah. Tell Will I needed to speak with someone.
Chapter 27. Hazel could tell the Court of the Dead was working overtime to fulfill their plan of breaking the mist. By sunrise the next morning, the official count inside Perilous' trap was 249 living beings. She wasn't sure how the mist was supposed to break exactly. She'd never heard of such a thing happening before. But now that she'd become more attuned to the mist's currents, she could sense them moving swifter and stronger around their prison, accumulating like scar tissue trying to cover a wound. That probably wasn't a good sign. For the moment, Hazel had other problems to focus on. She was hungry, she was freezing, and then there was the little issue of running out of air to breathe. Hazel was no scientist. She had no idea how to run the variables to figure out when their oxygen might be depleted. But she knew they were no closer to finding an escape than they were yesterday. Last night, Hazel had eventually fallen asleep under a huge sycamore tree. She'd dreamed about the judgment she'd received in the Underworld so very long ago. She did not like being judged, being misunderstood, being shamed. But she also held on to a gnawing doubt that maybe Perilous had a point. Maybe she had belonged in Asphodel. As much as she'd tried to be worthy of a second chance since returning to the upper world, she'd never quite lost the sense that she'd cheated the system when Nico rescued her. Regardless, that did not justify what the Court of the Dead was doing to all these mythics who just wanted to live a different kind of life. And it did not lessen her desire to smack Perilous in the face with her spatha. She spent the morning helping Asterion, Ariel, and Quinoa, who were doing their best to keep all the newcomers informed in order to prevent mass hysteria. She met self-identified monsters, like a cyclops named Julian, who had been kidnapped in Santa Fe, New Mexico, for daring to operate a fusion taco food truck. She learned that Stymphalian birds not only grouped themselves into flocks, but also shared the same name within the flock, and communicated as a single organism. The birds here were named Gregory. They'd been exiled from the rest of their species because, unlike most Stymphalian birds, Gregory enjoyed loud noises. They were particularly fond of Norwegian death metal. She met many other mythics who had just been trying to make a living in the human world, She got a chance to speak briefly to Morpho, the Telkine Etsy entrepreneur who had been executed as Hazel and her friends arrived at the courthouse. Asterion even introduced her to a centaur named Nessus, who was apparently famous for killing Hercules through trickery. Nessus did not seem crafty or murderous to Hazel, at least not anymore. He blushed when Asterion told the Hercules story. "I'm sorry I ever did that," Nessus said. "I just like making custom birdhouses. I have a workshop in Vermont. You should visit sometime." Asterion smiled like a proud father. "I will trade you some of my soon-to-be patented hand-knitted underwear." "If we ever get out of here," Quinoa said under his breath. "When?" Hazel corrected him. Hazel tried to cling to that optimism, but as more and more mythics materialized in the park, her distress grew. The edible foliage was disappearing. Water was still running through the fountains, but the basins were getting mucky and polluted. The giant crab wasn't helping. Asterion had been forced to break up a fight over a bag of peanuts between some fawns and a strix, a flesh-eating, owl-like creature who spat milk. Hazel wondered why the strix spat milk, and where that milk had come from. But she decided that some things were better left unknown. "This just feels so cruel," Ariel said as she helped a freshly arrived Dracena to her feet. "How can Perithous think it's just and fair?" Asterion grunted. "He has aptly named his court, Ariel. It is a court of the dead. Their hearts no longer beat like ours. These judges have no real recollection of what it was like to be alive in this world. How hard it is." Hazel knew Asterion had a point, but she wanted to argue that being dead was no excuse for being callous. She'd been dead. She'd gotten over it, and she'd never stopped feeling. "They want us to remain the same forever," she said. "They don't understand that every living thing has the capacity to change." Ariel nodded. "That's the problem, isn't it? If we try to do something different from what we were destined to do at birth, they punish us for it." "You are indeed correct," Asterion sighed. "I am going to do another walk around the park. For some reason, my presence seems to dissuade fights from breaking out." "I'll come with." Quinoa flapped his rings. "Probably time to do another head count." While Ariel counseled the new Dracena, Hazel headed east to check on the harpies, two of whom had injured themselves last night testing Perithous' claim that their prison had a ceiling. Turns out it did, in fact, have a ceiling. The harpies' chosen leader, Rhodope, sat atop a cypress tree, scowling down as Hazel approached. "What do you want, demigod?" Rhodope asked, ruffling her gorgeous orange feathers. Hazel put her hands up in a placating gesture. "Just checking in. How are you injured?" "Still injured," Rhodope snapped. "Have you found a way out?" "Not yet, but we're—" "Come back when you do," Rhodope said. "Or when you've found a first aid kit. Or a bag of birdseed." She tucked her head under her wing. Hazel didn't want to push things, so she left without another word. She didn't blame the harpies for their mistrust. She walked along the northern border of the plaza, her anger at Perithous getting more intense every time she passed a sobbing mythic. Perhaps Asterion was right, and the judges had forgotten how difficult it was to live a life. Or maybe they simply didn't care. She was headed toward a nest of griffins when she spotted a mortal woman just outside the invisible barrier, peering into the plaza with an unusual degree of interest. She was resting her hand right on the invisible wall. The woman had a striking quality that drew Hazel's eye. Her expression was open and friendly. Her curly blonde hair glimmered in the sunshine. From the clothing she was wearing, a maroon leather jacket over an Austin City Limits t-shirt, tight black jeans, and cowboy boots, Hazel guessed she was a musician of some kind. The stranger shielded her eyes from the sun and scanned the park. As Hazel moved closer, she heard the woman talking to herself. What in the world? Are the demigods keeping a zoo now? Hazel flinched. Demigods? Whoever this woman was, she knew things mortals weren't supposed to know. And she could apparently see through the mist. Maybe Hazel should have been suspicious and hidden herself. But some instinct told her this woman wasn't dangerous. Hello? Hazel called. The woman glanced over. Oh my goodness! Hello, sweetheart. Are you a demigod? Hazel was so shocked she didn't quite know how to reply. Her usual response would have been, maybe, unless you kill demigods. But again, this woman did not seem like a threat. Yes? Hazel said. Humor me for a second. What else do you see in this park? The woman squinted. Well, let's see. Centaurs, a baby dracon, beautiful orange harpies in that tree over there, and is that a satyr or a fawn? I always get those mixed up, but my son says the difference matters. Hazel's mind was swirling. Her son? My name is Hazel, she volunteered. Pleased to meet you. The woman sounded genuine. I'm Naomi. Just in town for a few days, actually. I've got a show at the Fillmore tomorrow night. Thought I'd check out the park today. Is this your... Sorry, I don't know what to call it. Monster habitat? Not exactly. Hazel still couldn't believe she was having this conversation. Just to clarify, you're mortal, and you can see through the mist? Naomi gave her a little bow, making her silver dangle earrings jingle. Afraid so, on both counts. And your son? You probably wouldn't know him, Naomi said. He's a great kid, also a demigod, but he's way across the country in New York. His name is Will, and... You okay, hun? Will, Hazel said, feeling wobbly. Will Solace? That's him, Naomi beamed. Her warm, ear-to-ear smile looked just like Will's. So you do know him? Know him? Miss Solace, he's one of my favorite people in the world. That's amazing. Will's mom spread her arms for a hug, and then apparently remembered there was a force field between them. Her arms flopped to her sides. And no need for the Ms. Solace nonsense, Hazel. You can just call me Naomi. Have you seen Will lately? Hazel felt like she was about to pass out. What were the odds of running into Will's mother in San Francisco? Just when Hazel most needed to get a message to Will and Nico. Then Hazel asked herself what the odds were of being a daughter of Pluto, or of coming back to life from Asphodel, or of being stuck in a giant invisible cage with 249 mythic creatures. Odds didn't seem to apply when you were a demigod. The chance of weird coincidences was always 100%. Hazel couldn't control what happened. She burst into tears. Oh, honey, what's wrong? Naomi stepped forward again, but smacked right into the barrier. Oof! What is this force field thing? I'm sorry, Hazel said, sniffling. It's just... we're stuck inside this barrier. Me and all these creatures. There's this evil court of the dead, and we're running out of air, food, and water, and Will... He was with me at the courthouse in San Francisco, but now I don't know where he is. I could really use your help. Naomi's expression sobered. Hazel knew a mama bear face when she saw one. Naomi was going into full nobody touches my kid mode. Of course, she said. What can I do? I need you to go to Camp Jupiter, Hazel said. I'm pretty sure that's where Will and Nico are right now, assuming they escaped. Nico! Naomi's face lit up. Oh, I'm so glad he's here too. But escaped? Escaped what? Hazel did her best to explain, but it was a lot. She felt like she was tossing Nico Solace a million balls to juggle all at once. Kidnapped mythics, the court of the dead, the plan to break the mist and put Hades on trial. Once she saw Naomi's eyes glaze over, she realized the details didn't matter. What did matter was that Hazel needed to get her whereabouts to her friends as soon as possible. She instructed Will's mom about how to find the entrance to Camp Jupiter and what she should say to Frank and the others. When she was done, Naomi grimaced. Yeah, I didn't understand most of that. Court of the Dead, dodecahedrons, Frank Zhang, but I can definitely relay the message. I can't thank you enough. You don't need to, sweetheart. It's going to be okay. Her face wrinkled in worry as she typed Hazel's dictation on her smartphone. I admit I haven't had much experience with your world. I was there the day a flock of birds attacked my son in New York, and the satyr Marin rescued us, but since then... Her voice trailed off. Hazel realized that Naomi was looking past her now, at something that had made her jaw drop. Hazel turned to find Asterion towering over her. You are speaking to a human, the bullman noted. Is she an ally or an enemy? Oh my gods, said Naomi, her eyes wide. Are you? Nico Solace, meet Asterion, said Hazel, before Naomi could use the dreaded word, minotaur. Asterion, this is Will's mother. At the mention of Will's name, Asterion immediately took a knee. Your son is a brave hero, madam. I am indebted to him and his boyfriend for all their assistance. Asterion, it's so good to meet you, Naomi said. She seemed to have recovered her wits in record time, given that she was talking to a mountain of mythological muscle. And please get up. I wish I could shake your hand or give you a hug. She's going to Camp Jupiter for us, Hazel explained. Asterion rose. Then you have my admiration as well. Thank you. You will help us immensely by informing our friends of our location. I'll get going then. Naomi hesitated for a moment. Wow, I'm glad I stopped by the park today. It's like fate. Hazel had dealt with the fates before, and she didn't think much of them. But she gave Naomi a grateful smile. We're glad too. Please be careful. Nico Solace dashed off, still talking to herself excitedly. She will find them, said Asterion. This is a wonderful development. I know, Hazel said, but I'm still so worried. That is natural when one is trapped, he said. Imagine how I felt in the labyrinth. I knew I could easily best every human that was sent to me, yet I still could never leave. Hazel took his hand. The baby blue nail polish was starting to chip off his fingernails. Hazel made a mental note to share some new colors with him, when they got back to camp. I'm sorry you're a prisoner yet again. He twitched his ears. At least now I am with friends. And this time, I was taken prisoner for living the life I wanted to live. That is a risk always worth taking. Besides, hope is not lost. I was just coming to tell you that the Telkines have an idea. An idea? For what? He smiled. They think we can dig our way out.
Chapter 28. Nico stood at the crossroads. To the east, the road led to New Rome. To the south, it meandered toward Temple Hill. His original impulse had been to visit his father's shrine. Hades had never been one to respond to his prayers, but Nico harbored a slim hope that, after their most recent interaction, the god might be open to appearing and giving him some advice. Now he wasn't sure that was a good idea. Did he really want to burden his father with yet another demigod conflict? Surely Hades already knew what was going on with Perilous and this court of the dead. And if he didn't, did Nico really want to be the one to break the bad news? Savannah's words echoed in his head. It's not easy to ask for help. His other option was a new Rome. He felt a pang of sadness as he looked at the city's gleaming white streets and red-tiled roofs. He missed Percy and Annabeth, who were so very close to him right now. They'd know what to do. They'd be willing to help in a heartbeat. But Percy and Annabeth had made it to college. They deserved a life beyond battles and quests. Nico turned back toward Temple Hill. He chided himself for his indecision. Had he ever been a burden to his father? If Nico wanted Hades to act more like a regular dad, Nico needed to treat him more like a regular dad. Nico hurried south. It was a clear day, but as he got closer, he noticed a single dark cloud hanging over Temple Hill. He didn't know what that meant, maybe a portent from his father, or Jupiter, or any of the dozens of other gods with monuments there. He wondered if they had to use a scheduling app to get their portents on the calendar. It's my turn for a storm cloud.
I booked today for a flock of ravens.
No, Tuesdays are rainbows. Nico climbed the hill, past altars, monuments, and statues of Roman gods who all seemed to follow him with their eyes. It seemed so long ago when Nico had shadow traveled to Pluto's shrine, cheating his way out of the 5th cohort's morning run. Strangely, he found it more difficult to find the place on foot. He took a wrong turn at the shrine of Juventus, and then he had to double back and follow the path of the 9 muses until he reached his destination, the modest, dark mausoleum built into the side of the hill. As always, Nico admired the roof covered in bones and diamonds. He wondered if he could get a pair of boots to match. At the entrance, he hesitated. He still remembered falling asleep in front of those double doors, dreaming of a voice from the Underworld.
Go home, Nico di Angelo. Keep aiding and abetting criminals, and we'll find you guilty as well.
But now he knew that voice belonged to Perilous, and he was not going to let some arrogant dead guy in a Halloween mask keep him from his father's altar. Nico had every right to be here. He had come to seek help for Hazel, another of his father's children. He pushed open the doors, and light rushed into the dark space. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust. The space was no bigger than a walk-in closet. Unadorned pine walls supported a barrel vault ceiling of rough-cut stone. A single bench with red velvet cushions faced a small altar made of black marble. He approached the altar and found a few offerings covered in cobwebs, a smooth gray rock, a pile of silver denarii, and a desiccated pomegranate. The last one made him smile. He hoped his stepmother, Persephone, was doing well. Nico had given a lot of thought about what to offer. Sacrifices were important if he wanted to get a god's attention. He doubted Hades would settle for a gray stone from his son, like, "Hey, Dad, I saw this rock and thought of you." Nico needed something much more personal, more precious to him. He lifted his arm and stared at the gash on the sleeve of his bomber jacket. Maybe it was time to say goodbye to an old friend. He took off the jacket, folded it, and set it on the altar. "Dad, Lord Hades, Pluto." Off to a great start, Nico told himself. "You've named your dad 3 times. He sat on the bench, trying not to feel exposed in just his t-shirt and jeans. "I hope you know how much that jacket means to me. It's been with me through, well, pretty much everything. It's like half my personality at this point. I hope it shows you how much I need your help." He took a deep breath to settle his jangling nerves. Savannah was right. This wasn't easy. "I don't know what to do," he continued. "I don't know where Hazel is. I think she's still alive, but I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure she's in trouble. And it's eating away at me." Unsurprisingly, Nico was met with silence, but he didn't let that stop him. "I know you're busy," he continued. "What with running the Underworld and all, but I'm hoping you can listen. Maybe even offer me some advice. I want to know there's hope, and we're not doing all this for nothing." A gentle breeze blew through Nico's hair.
"It's not for nothing,"
said a deep voice behind him. Nico turned. His father was standing just inside the doors. His black hair was cropped short, accentuating the gauntness of his face. His diamond tie pin seemed bigger than the state of Rhode Island. In his sharp black wool suit and glossy black leather shoes, he looked like an usher at a funeral. "Father," Nico rose. You're here." Hades raised an eyebrow.
"You don't have to sound quite so shocked. You did make an offering and summon me."
"Well, yes, but you've never shown up before." Hades gave him a thin smile.
"Perhaps you've never offered me such a fine jacket before."
He spread his arms.
"Come here, son."
Not quite believing what was happening, Nico crossed over to Hades, and the god pulled him in for an embrace. His father smelled of pine and wet earth. He held his son for a long time. Nico felt as if 1,000 new Cocoa Puffs were forming inside his stomach. At last, Hades released him. He gripped Nico's shoulders and studied his face.
"It is good to see you again so soon," Hades said. "After your mother died, well, as you know, I spent too long away from you and Bianca. I thought that was best for your safety, but I was wrong. That distance, it made me bitter, indifferent, disconnected. If I am to remain the one who oversees the Underworld, I must do a better job of staying in touch with the world above. I would like to make a habit of more frequent visits with you."
Nico swallowed back the lump in his throat. He'd never felt so close to his father, but the feeling was undercut by what Hades had said.
"If I am to remain the one who oversees the Underworld."
That seemed like a darker portent than any storm cloud. "I'd like that too," he said. Hades' dark eyes glinted like onyx.
"Sit, my child. Tell me what is troubling you, and I will see what I can do."
Nico felt like a broken dam. He started talking, and the story spilled out of him, leaving him breathless by the end. Hades placed a hand on his shoulder.
"Let me calm your mind a bit, Nico. Your half-sister is very much alive."
Nico's relief was so immense, tears sprang to his eyes. "Thank you. I don't think I could deal with another loss." Hades examined him.
"I am not so sure of that," he said. "I don't want you to suffer, but I also think you are possibly the most resilient of my children. You seem able to deal with anything."
I appreciate that, Father. But sometimes I get tired of having to deal with everything."
"I'm not human, but I believe you just described what it is to be immortal."
Nico groaned. "I don't suppose you'd consider making me immortal then."
Hades chuckled. "The life of a god is not easy either. We face hard decisions all the time, and we face them eternally. My punishment of Perilous is a good example. One might argue that I set all this in motion."
"Is he really as bad as he seems?" Hades frowned.
"Let me put it this way. Perilous' fatal flaw is self-importance. He believes he is much grander, more powerful, and more deserving than he actually is. He is a fool who expects the world to cater to him, and he complains of injustice when it does not."
"So, I shouldn't take him seriously?"
"I didn't say that." Hades' tone turned grave. "Fools can be dangerous, especially if they convince others of their importance. Look at what Perilous has achieved with this court of the dead. Even minor gods have flocked to his cause, convinced that he can order things better than the Olympians, better than me, to be precise." Hades' eyes momentarily flickered with a terrible darkness, and there was a chill in the temple. Nico was afraid to ask another question, but he felt like he needed to.
"So you knew what Perilous was up to? But you didn't want to—"
"Stop it," Hades laughed without humor. "Ancient laws restrain the Olympians, Nico. And for good reason. If we tried to intervene every time someone blasphemed Olympus, or started a war, or even created an uprising among the minor gods, as Perilous has done, we would quickly tear the universe apart. That is what perilous never understood. Judges of the dead must be fair and even-handed. They must be able to see the entirety of a person's life before making a ruling, and they must allow latitude for exceptions. Hazel's time in Asphodel, for example, was a just sentence, no matter how much I disliked it. But when you freed her, that was also just. Perilous believes everyone who does not behave in a way he deems proper deserves permanent punishment. The only exception, of course, is himself. The god sighed loudly. I lifted his punishment myself, you know. Once I deemed that he had suffered long enough, I freed him from his rock, thinking he would see the power of mercy, maybe even discover humility. He did not. I hope you and your fellow heroes stop him. But I myself, he spread his hands, cannot act unless the entire Olympian Council deems that the gods are threatened. And you know that the council rarely agrees on anything. Nico wasn't surprised. He dealt with the gods long enough to know their limits and their constant bickering. But he wasn't angry either. He appreciated his father even being willing to talk to him. Can I ask? He said. What did Perilous do to deserve his punishment? Hades stared at his altar. Maybe it was Nico's imagination, but he seemed focused on the desiccated pomegranate. That knowledge will come to you soon enough, said the god. I don't trust myself to speak of it, or I will become angry. Nico decided not to push. I don't suppose you could tell me where Hazel is? Hades smiled. That knowledge, too, is already coming your way, my son. Just because I cannot involve myself directly in your struggles does not mean I am not working behind the scenes, arranging some happy coincidences. He stood and brushed off the front of his suit. I should return to the Underworld. I have faith that Hazel can handle herself until you reach her. And then, together, you will bring Perilous to whatever justice you deem best. You and Hazel have both made me immensely proud. Nico felt a comforting warmth encircle him, which shouldn't have been possible in such a cold, dark crypt. I'm probably pressing my luck, he said. But before you go, one last question. Yes. What should I do about Savannah? It wasn't until he'd asked that he realized how much her struggle had been weighing on him. A small thing, maybe, compared to all their other problems. But Nico saw so much of himself in her. Hades seemed to disappear into his thoughts. Interesting. You should ask about her, a girl you barely know. It shows you have a good heart. How do I keep her safe, but also keep Asterion and his friends safe? My son, two truths can exist at the same time. It is true that Savannah is haunted by what the Impusai did to her parents. It is also true that Asterion and his friends have chosen to change and live a different life. You must find a way to allow them all to heal. You make it sound so simple, Nico said. But some of the campers here are having a hard time adjusting. But they are adjusting, no? Aren't you training them to pair up with your Kako demons to rescue everyone from Perilous? Nico scowled. I don't like it when you're right. I thought you would have gotten used to godly righteousness by now. Did you just tell a joke? Who, me? The god of the dead? Nico thought he caught Hades smirking. Surely not. At any rate, you and your boyfriend helped change the world. It sounds like you feel responsible for the ways that change has manifested, which I understand. But I feel compelled to remind you that you do not have to do this alone. Have you been talking to Mr. D? You sound exactly like him. Hades let out a low chuckle. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do appreciate the way Dionysus has been taking care of you. If I may give you a last bit of advice, I believe what Savannah is missing is closure. I can't say she'll get justice, because this world is so complicated. The Impusai who took her parents could go their entire existence without ever knowing the pain they caused. But every living soul passes through my realm, and if I have seen anything that begins to take such pain away, it is honesty empathy, and care. Don't think only of how you can defeat perilous. Think of how you and your friends can help repair the damage that has been done.
Nico started to answer, but Hades raised a finger.
Any answer you provide now would not be thoughtful enough. Give it time, Nico.
Thank you.
Hades nodded. Now, since fair is fair, I have one more thing to ask you before I head back downstairs. How are your Cocoa Puffs? Is that what you're calling them now?
It's a lot better than their technical name.
There is nothing wrong with the word cacodemon.
Nico scoffed. You try saying it 10 times in a row. But yeah, they're wonderful. I'm sure they're currently having the times of their lives tormenting our demigods in training.
You are the first person to ever become a steward of so many cacodemons. I hope you take the responsibility seriously.
I do. I kind of see them like my own children, especially when they're confusing me. Hades' brow furrowed.
How so?
Sometimes I'm thrown by the feelings they give me. They're not what I'm expecting.
Hades nodded. That does sound like having children. I know you must think of me as a distant, impenetrable god who isn't tempted by the whims of emotion. But even we have feelings. Look at Dionysus, for example. He's just as chaotic as all of you.
Nico frowned. Thanks. The god placed a hand on Nico's shoulder.
I have been alive for a very, very long time, Nico. I confess that life still surprises me. Not always in the ways I want, of course. That's the gamble of existence. But I suspect the cacodemons are learning to be what you need them to be, even if the feelings and memories they show you are uncomfortable. Talk to that boyfriend of yours. He is a son of Apollo. I'm sure whenever you need it, he will help remind you of the brighter side of life.
Nico smiled, even if it's the inferior side.
My child of darkness.
Hades pulled Nico in for one last hug.
Continue to trust your instincts. They have guided you well thus far.
And with that, Hades evaporated into shadows. Nico sat there for a moment, basking in the warmth of the experience he'd just had. Maybe he wasn't as lost as he'd thought. He stood to leave, and then he saw that his bomber jacket was now neatly folded over the back of the bench. He glanced at the altar. Empty. He picked up the jacket and discovered there was no longer a gash down one of the sleeves. It had been mended as good as new. Tears leaped to his eyes. "Thanks, Dad," he said. "Love you too." He made his way to the doors and emerged into the daylight. As he did, someone stumbled back. "Sorry," said Dion. "I promise I didn't listen." Then he frowned. "Well, I only heard the end part. Was that actually your father?" Nico nodded. "Yeah, made a rare appearance." "Wow," Dion said, casting his eyes downward. "I hope I get to meet my mother someday. She's Aurora, goddess of the dawn, which is weird since I'm usually a late sleeper. What did you guys talk about?" Never mind," said Dion quickly. "I have a bad habit of saying whatever I'm thinking." "No, that's okay. I admire it. Better than keeping everything to yourself." "I guess. Yazan says it's going to get me in trouble someday." Nico couldn't help but laugh a little. "Maybe, but you'll learn to balance it. And there's nothing wrong with a little trouble." His brow furrowed. "Wait, why were you on Temple Hill anyway?" "Oh, right." Dion's eyes widened. "Will needs you. Savannah told us you went this way, so I came to find you. Do you know what's up?" "Someone showed up at the entrance to camp," he said gravely. "They claim to know where Hazel is."
Chapter 29. Hazel was exhausted. She plopped down on the nearest bench. Her breathing labored, and wiped the sweat from her brow. "I need a break," she wheezed. Asterion knelt and scooped up a twisted chunk of celestial bronze Hazel had just summoned from the earth. "Please rest, my friend," he said. I will get this to the dragons." He lumbered off, and Hazel let relief wash over her. Ever since Naomi Solace had left, Hazel had been conjuring precious metals to be melted down by the baby Dracon, who, fortunately, could breathe fire, and then fashioned into weapons and tools by a collective of Cyclops and Telkynes. As far as Hazel knew, this was the first time Cyclops and Telkynes had ever collaborated, since usually they were rivals in the niche market of magical blacksmiths. Even without a proper forge, they'd already produced some amazing things. The Lystragonian giants were presently using iron shovels tipped with emerald blades to try digging underneath the boundary wall. So far they'd been unsuccessful, but at least it had given everyone something to focus on. It had gotten them working together rather than staying in their isolated groups and thinking about who they would have to kill and eat once the food ran out. On the downside, the food was running out. The increased activity burned more calories and oxygen, and additional mythics kept arriving. Hazel just hoped that the prison didn't have a floor, or that the walls didn't extend all the way down to the Underworld. That seemed like the sort of cruel joke perilous would play. Quinoa fluttered up to her, holding a small bowl made of sapphire. "I got you some water," he said. Then, in a quieter voice, "There isn't much left. We're down to one working fountain now." That was not great news. She was tempted to tell Quinoa to save the water, but she didn't want to rebuff his kindness. Also, she was thirsty. "Thank you, my friend." She drank it down in a few gulps. A dull ache settled in behind her eyes. She'd been pushing herself a little too hard, but she had to. No one else could do what she could. She wanted to feel useful, to prove to the others that she was here to help. Still, most of the mythics had avoided her. She was the only demigod in this enclosure, and aside from her friends, they all viewed her with suspicion. She couldn't blame them. Demigods like her had been hunting and killing their kind for millennia. So she summoned gem after gem, chunk after chunk of metal ore, hoping she could begin to win them over. She handed the empty bowl back to Quinoa. "How's it going out there?" "We have forged many shovels and trowels," he said. "Now we're working on knives and spears for those who wish to wield them." Hazel frowned. It didn't seem like a great idea to arm a bunch of suspicious mythics who were so close to turning on one another. Then again, she was the only one who had arrived here with a sword, so maybe it wasn't her place to judge. "I hope it doesn't come to that," she said. "Our main goal is to get out of here." "Humph," the Carpus scowled. "My main goal is to bring some emerald trowels back to the kindergartners so we can start our classroom garden. But I guess getting out of here works too." Quinoa grumbled to himself as he wandered off. Had Hazel done something wrong? She wasn't sure. Quinoa was naturally grumpy, so maybe he was just being himself. She lay flat on the bench as her heart rate ramped up. "Calm down," she told herself. "He's not mad at you, and you'll figure this out." She stared up through the leaves of the sycamore above her. If she just concentrated on the clear blue winter sky, she could almost convince herself she wasn't trapped inside an invisible cage. She might think this was one of the most beautiful days of her life. Beyond the boundary, people were going in and out of the museums, or jogging by, or walking their dogs. It all looked so normal. Nothing about Hazel's life had been normal. What must it be like, she wondered, to not have to think about vengeful judges from the Underworld, or how you were going to save your friends and possibly the entire world. Exhaustion pressed against her consciousness. She wanted to doze off, but her mind buzzed with anxiety. She didn't like feeling trapped like this. She wished she had some demigod power that could shatter the boundary, She was so deep in thought that she didn't notice Asterion until his shadow fell over her face. "Do you need a nap?" he asked. "I can watch over you." Hazel sat up. "Thanks, Asterion. I do, but I don't know if I could sleep. My mind is racing at 1,000 miles an hour." He nodded. "I am familiar with this feeling. I spent much of my time inside the labyrinth wrestling with my thoughts." She grimaced. "I hadn't even considered that. Here I am, freaking out over being confined for 24 hours, and you experienced a lifetime of this." Asterion sat on the ground in front of the bench so they were eye to eye with each other. "Do not denigrate or minimize your experience, Hazel. Being stuck like this, it is always distressing, no matter the duration." Her mind dredged up an unwelcome memory. "You're right. The last time I felt so trapped, it was right before I died." She didn't share the story with many people, but she told Asterion about the cavern on Resurrection Island in Alaska, where Gaia had ordered her and her mother, Marie, to build a spire of gems that was supposed to give birth to Alkyoneus, Gaia's oldest giant son. Hazel had worked herself to exhaustion, summoning precious stones from the earth day after day. "I felt so powerless," she said. "I couldn't break my mother out of Gaia's spell. Eventually, I had to collapse the whole cavern and sacrifice my life to stop it all." Asterion rubbed his thumbs and forefingers, as if missing the feel of his knitting needles. "We have a lot more in common than I previously thought. I see my own anger and sadness in your story, and in feeling like a pawn of someone else." "I think that's why what Perilous is doing enrages me so much," she said. "I'm being judged again." Heat rushed to her face. "I hate this." "I do as well," said Asterion. She pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her chin on them. "You know, it just occurred to me how much I've been trying to prove to the world that I'm a good person. Even a few minutes ago, before you came back, that's what I was thinking about. How I could prove to all the mythics here that I'm good and on their side." "But that is understandable. Many of them view demigods with suspicion." "It's more than that, though. I think I've believed that I'm not a good person for a long time. You know, when I was a kid, I was made fun of all the time. By kids and adults." Asterion grunted. "Why?" "I was judged for who my mother was, for what I looked like, for not knowing my father. It's been the same thing over and over my whole life. So many people don't seem to want to get to know who I really am. They decide who I am for me." She couldn't help it anymore. Her body shook as she let loose a sob. Then she quickly wiped away the tears on her face and tried her best to hold back the rush of emotions she was feeling. "I can't believe I'm crying in front of the former Minotaur," she said. Asterion laughed heartily. "I feel honored. Please, do not resist expressing yourself. I have spent almost my whole life putting forth an image that was not true. I thought I did not have a choice." "I know what you mean. Even looking back, I'm not sure there was anything I could or would have done differently. And more time in the Underworld wouldn't have changed that." He nodded. "You are not the only one who ruminates on their past. I still wonder if I am good. If the things I do now can ever make up for what I did when I was the Minotaur." "But did you have any other choice back then?" "Perhaps not," he said. "I could have chosen death, I suppose. But that was not my inclination. I felt I still had something to offer the world." "You do," said Hazel. "And I didn't want to choose death either. But I also didn't want to have to act like a monster to survive." "Your hand was forced," he said sharply. "But no longer. You and I, we are free." "Free? Even in this cage?" Asterion shrugged. I no longer have the responsibilities and expectations that come with being something that was created to terrify. I can pursue my passions. I can make friends. I can show other mythics that they are allowed to be something else. And I love that for you, Hazel said, laughing. I also recognize that this does not mean my journey is done, so to speak. And I do not think you should view your own life that way either. We have the rest of our lives to choose our paths, to be in community with others, to spread joy and love. It is not fair, Hazel, to hold yourself to a standard that is impossible. We are not perfect, and we can never be perfect. As for this cage, I have been in many, and I believe all cages are meant for breaking. We will survive this. Thank you for saying that, she said. Gods, now I want to get everyone out of here even more. I do too. But for now, rest, Hazel Levesque. You have done amazing work, even if others do not see it. I see it. And I hope you know you've made a friend for life in me. She reached out and took his hand. I'm glad I let you into Camp Jupiter. You're the best. Hazel lay back on the bench as she was overcome with lightheadedness. She focused on slowing her heart rate, but it was easier said than done. Her mind wouldn't let go of the realization that was growing within her. The oxygen in this prison was running out. Asterion remained at her side as she drifted in and out of consciousness. She wasn't sure she ever fully fell asleep. But when she next opened her eyes, it was because she heard two voices. Asterion was standing now, talking in hushed tones with Ariel. Did you get any details? Asterion asked the Impusa. Not many, Ariel admitted. I was just sparring with a Dracena named Sandra, teaching them how to stab an enemy if we ever got the chance, which was very satisfying, by the way. And they said... Hazel sat up. What's going on? Ariel turned, her fiery hair guttering in the thinning air. Hazel, sorry to wake you, but I thought you should hear this. One of our newest arrivals just told me something Perilous was bragging about during their trial. I think I know how Perilous has gotten all those minor deities on his side. And why he wants to make your father appear when the mist breaks. Hazel groaned. How much am I going to hate this? Ariel's face twisted up. Apparently he has a secret weapon. Something specifically designed to trap a god.
Chapter 30. Orcus swooped down to join Nico, Will, and Dion just before they entered the tunnel on the Camp Jupiter side. The griffin landed on Dion's shoulder. I am practicing my surveillance, he announced. I did not see any others following the human. Also, I did not get stuck on the highway this time. Great job, buddy, Dion said. So, you're sure this person is a human? She seems to be, said Orcus. Apparently, she took an Uber to Tunnel Road right above the sentry post and walked down the side of the hill from there. She nearly scared our sentries to death. But perhaps this is the mist again, and we're about to be tricked. The griffin sounded weirdly excited by the possibility. Maybe he really was getting comfortable being part of Camp Jupiter. We'll see, Will said. He looked down at Loneliness, who was harnessed in the special pouch on Will's chest. You all right there, little guy? The fuzzball cooed at Will. As they headed into the tunnel, the rest of the puffs bobbed along behind them, jostling and wrestling with one another. Nico felt like his nerves were doing exactly the same thing inside him, chaotically bouncing up and down. Were they about to be fooled again? Was this another trap from Laverna or Perilous? He recalled his father's recent words. Continue to trust your instincts. That would have been great advice if Nico felt like he did trust his instincts. Instead, he was constantly second-guessing himself. Or was he second-guessing an instinct he should pay attention to? Or... Nico decided to shelve that internal conversation. It would get him nothing but a headache. He was trying to guard against this human visitor without knowing anything about them, which wasn't helpful at all. He reached for Will's hand. "Everything okay?" Will asked quietly. Nico hooked his index finger around Will's pinky. "It will be." Still, the walk through the tunnel itself was nerve-wracking. The closer they got to the double doors, the more furiously Nico's heart beat. "We're going to find Hazel," said Will, "no matter what." Nico nodded mutely. When they reached the western doors, Dion flung them open, and light filled the tunnel. Nico saw the outline of someone standing just outside. It took him a moment to make out Frank.
"Thanks for coming,"
the praetor said. Nico wondered how Frank had gotten there so fast. As the eagle flew, it was a mile or more from the field of Mars. Then Nico remembered Frank could literally turn into an eagle, so maybe he'd answered his own question. Nico stepped onto the sentry platform, shielding his eyes. "Where are they?" Frank pointed to the other side, where two guards, Claudia and Janice from the 4th, faced a tall human woman with curly blonde hair and a sort of glam country singer outfit. Nico couldn't help but admire her maroon leather jacket. He'd expected to find the sentries holding the unknown visitor at spear point. Instead, they were laughing at a story she'd just told. "No way," said Janice. "You met Beyoncé?" The visitor grinned. "I mean, it was really brief, but she was so nice. Texas Hold'em, incredible, right?" Will squeezed Nico's hand. Hard. The next word out of his mouth was the last thing Nico expected. "Mom?" Will rushed forward, plowing straight between Claudia and Janice and into his mother's open arms. "Oh my gods, Will!" the woman sobbed, holding him tight. Nico's jaw hit the ground. He wanted to say, "That's your mom," but he had lost the ability to use words. Will pulled back. "Mom, what are you doing here? I knew you had some Bay Area shows this week, but..." The woman laughed, and Nico instantly heard how similar she sounded to Will. "I was just walking through Golden Gate Park, minding my own business. I had no idea you were even on the West Coast, and then I met your lovely friend Hazel."
"Hazel?"
Frank stepped forward urgently.
"She's all right? And she's in Golden Gate Park?"
He looked so fervent. Nico was afraid he might turn into a ram and headbutt Will's mom until she coughed up answers. Will held up his hand for a pause. "I want to hear all about that. But first, introductions. Guys, this is Naomi Solace, my mom. Mom, you've met Claudia and Janice. This is Dion and Orcus and Frank." He turned toward Nico and smiled. "And this grumpy ball of darkness is..." She didn't let Will finish. If Nico hadn't known any better, he would have sworn Will's mom had superhuman speed because she ran toward him, squealing with delight, and pulled him into a warm hug. "Nico!" she said. "I'm so excited to finally meet you. Thank you for loving my son." Nico had to force himself not to disintegrate into ugly, happy crying. First, a loving conversation with his father. Now, the warmest greeting he'd ever received from Will's mom, no less. He realized this must be what Hades had meant about arranging a happy coincidence. And he decided he owed the Lord of the Underworld an excellent Father's Day card this year. It's nice to meet you too," he said into Naomi's shoulder. Her guitar-shaped dangle earring dug into the side of his face, but he didn't mind. Naomi released him and then looked down at the puffs bouncing around his feet. "And who are these cuties?" The puffs all froze in shock and stared at her, as if wondering, who is this woman and why does she have such excellent taste? "Mom, priorities," said Will. But Naomi insisted on meeting and greeting everyone personally, including Orcus the Griffin and each of Nico's emotional demons. Frank looked like he was about to cry. I'm very glad you're here, Miss Solace, but about Hazel." "Oh, you're all so cute. I'm so happy to meet you." She pulled Frank into a hug next. "But I'm Naomi. Please, please don't call me Mrs. Solace or Ms. Solace. Just Naomi will do. Now, about your brave friend Hazel." Naomi told them how she'd run into Hazel in the plaza outside the De Young Museum. where she was apparently being held inside a massive dodecahedron cage with several hundred mythic friends. Nico had never felt such dramatic emotional whiplash. So Asterion is alive too? And Ariel and Quinoa? This is amazing news! Orcus cried. I must go tell the others. He launched himself from Dion's shoulder and took off for Camp Jupiter. Naomi smiled. I like him. Somehow I thought griffins were bigger, but he's just about purse size. Adorable. I feel like my brain is going to explode, said Dion. Will put his hands on either side of his mom's face. Mom, please focus. One thing at a time. You're sure Hazel said dodecahedrons? Yes, well, let me check. Naomi pulled out her cell phone and read something from it. Yes, 4 dodecahedrons, and they're running out of food and water and air. That's important. Frank groaned. We need to leave immediately. Hold on, Nico said. We still need to gather the rest of the team, plus debrief with Johan and Semele. They might have found some more info on Perilous. Can we bring Naomi inside Camp Jupiter? Do we have your permission? Of course, Frank said without hesitation. Anyone who can help us bring our friends home is a friend of Camp Jupiter. Oh, I'm so excited, Naomi said. Is this like Camp Half-Blood? Dion looked offended. No. We are far superior to the Greek camp. Please, said Nico. You've never stepped foot in Camp Half-Blood. Anyway, Frank intervened. Claudia, Janice, good job. Stay on duty. The rest of you, let's go. The sentries looked disappointed that they couldn't follow Naomi and hear more of her stories, but they glumly went back to their posts. Frank gestured to the tunnel entrance. Ladies first. Oh, this is so exciting. Naomi grinned at Will. I know your demigod life is your own, but I've always wanted to see a little more of it. He blushed. Well, prepare yourself, Mom. This might be a lot. Nico was pretty sure that nothing would be a lot for Naomi Solace. In just an hour, it seemed like Naomi had won over half of Camp Jupiter with her bubbly personality and the need to introduce herself to practically everyone she came across, including the fussiest of the Larrys. Even Vitellius Reticulus called her delightful. She was one of the most rambunctious people Nico had ever met, and he was obsessed with her. They made a pit stop at the mess hall because Naomi wanted to see how the wind spirits delivered food. Nico left the puffs there to feed on table scraps, their new favorite hobby, and then they headed down the Via Principalis, where they met Semele with Orcus in tow. Will's mom had a field day with both the concept and the reality of an eidolon. This is all so exciting, Naomi said. Eidolons and griffins and ancestral ghosts wandering the camp, and makes me want to write a song. Frank gave her a nervous look. The camp's existence is technically a secret, so... Oh, honey, she said, you can't suppress inspiration when it strikes. Don't worry, Frank, said Will. She writes in metaphors. It's not like she'll publish directions to the camp. Your love like tiny griffin wings, Naomi sang, and eidolon to pull my strings. I'll workshop it. I think that's excellent, said Orcus. It needs work, said Semele, but Nico sensed gentle amusement in her voice. Frank didn't seem entirely convinced, but he let it go. He sent Dion to gather the rest of their squad, Lavinia, Lucius, Savannah, and Yazan, and then led the group into the Principia. Johan was waiting for them with a stack of old documents and a fresh pot of tea. Naomi gushed over the way Johan had organized the bookshelves, which made the Blemmy glow with pride. These are mostly camp records, he explained. Admissions, awards, organizational details, that sort of thing, dating back hundreds of years. Wow, Naomi said. I could spend an entire week reading these. Will gave Nico a pointed look. Thank you, I thought the same thing. Nico crossed his arms. I hope you know just how bizarre this is for me. You and your mom are barely different people. She's just a bit extra. As if on cue, they both smiled ear to ear. I'll take that as a compliment, said Naomi. And you're right. Will does take after me the most. That boggled Nico's mind. In the equation, Naomi Solace plus Apollo Apollo had contributed the calmer half of Will's personality. Naomi turned to Johann again.
By the way, this Darjeeling blend is excellent.
Johann's enormous eyes teared up.
It is so rare to meet a fellow tea enthusiast. Would you like to tour the archive downstairs? I've just recatalogued our entire collection of magic dangly straps.
Maybe later, Johann, said Frank, who seemed a bit in over his head. We have to do some planning.
Oh.
Johann pouted with his entire chest.
Of course, Praetor.
Naomi winked at the Blemmy.
But I'm sure the dangly straps are amazing.
The group circled around the Praetor's desk.
Okay, Mom, tell us everything you can about what you saw and heard, said Will. No matter how small the detail, everything is going to help us.
Naomi launched into a thorough and animated recounting of her morning in the park, the mythics, the barrier, her talk with Hazel and Asterion. Nico realized that she was a natural storyteller, so it made sense that she related stories through music for a living. He also loved getting to see his boyfriend interact with his mom. It was like the last piece of the Will Solace puzzle had finally fallen into place. When Naomi was done, Semele was the first to speak.
Breaking the mist. Is such a thing possible?
Johann sipped his tea, which he managed to do daintily despite the tiny cup and his huge mouth.
I would have to do more research. The closest parallel I can think of is the Trojan War. So many gods and spirits were involved on both sides of that battle, the mist became unreliable. Mortals ended up seeing the gods in action. Rivers boiled from the intense magic. The earth shattered. Storms raged for months. Homer wrote a book about it.
Frank scowled. I'd like to avoid that scenario, and also not have a book written about us. Why would Perilous want to get Pluto's attention like that? It seems suicidal.
He must have a plan, Nico said. Some way to force Hades' Pluto's hand. Maybe he wants to threaten him or imprison him somehow?
Ah.
Johann patted his stack of dusty manuscripts. I don't believe a dodecahedron would have that power, nor do I know what plan Perilous might have exactly, but I did find out more about him. He was the best friend of Theseus. Perilous was considered by many to be his equal in skill and strength. I know about Theseus, Naomi volunteered. He killed the Minotaur, right? I mean, your friend Asterion? But I've never heard of Perilous.
Johann poured her more of his Darjeeling blend.
Indeed, that is part of the problem. Perilous has been nearly forgotten. In life, he always felt like he was in Theseus' shadow. No one took him seriously. The two friends once made a pact to help each other win wives, no matter what it took. Theseus chose Helen of Sparta. Will's eyes widened. As in, the face that launched 1,000 ships? The most beautiful woman who ever lived? That Helen?
Johann gave him a bow nod.
Perilous helped Theseus kidnap her. Then Perilous felt the need to one-up Theseus. But whom could he choose who was even more beautiful and difficult to capture? The Blemmy paused dramatically, waiting for their guesses. I don't know, Naomi said at last, but I'm loving the drama. Johann turned to Nico. He chose Persephone, the wife of your father. Suddenly, Nico was glad for his hot cup of tea because his whole body felt cold. That explains why he has a grudge against my dad. I assume the kidnapping failed, and Hades punished them? Quite so, said the Blemmy. Theseus and Perilous stopped in the field of asphodel to rest on their way to the palace. They fell asleep on a large slab of rock. When they woke, they had both sunk halfway into the stone. Hades left them there for daring to try kidnapping his wife. Eventually, Hercules came along. Will huffed in irritation. It's always Hercules. He freed Theseus, Johann continued. But when he tried to pull out Perilous, the entire underworld shook. Hades would not let him be released, so Hercules had to leave him there. And so Perilous remained. Forever, according to the stories. Naomi sipped her tea with great appreciation. I am so writing a song about that. The rest of the group sat in pensive silence. Okay, Frank said. We know why this guy is angry. He thinks he was punished unfairly. Now he wants to punish literally everyone else, especially Pluto and every soul and mythic in his kingdom. He wants to set himself up as the ultimate judge of the dead. He's got delusions of grandeur. Semile's column of smoke drifted across the table, mixing with the steam from the teapot. That does not make him any less dangerous. He has minor gods in his employ. He has managed to imprison hundreds. We must rescue our friends, but we must assume the court of the dead has a plan for this, and tricks they have not yet revealed. So, what's the plan? Asked Naomi. Will frowned. The plan is that you will stay far, far away from this, Mom. What? She protested. Are you really trying to tell your mother she can't come along? Will pressed his lips together, and despite the grim situation, Nico had to hold back a laugh. Ms. Solace, Frank began. Naomi. He sighed. Naomi, this isn't exactly a field trip. We're going to face real danger. She sipped more tea. You've clearly never been a woman on a concert tour. I can handle myself. I like her, said Semele. She's scrappy. Mom, Will squirmed. Like you said, this is my world. I have demigod abilities to help keep me alive, but I don't want you getting hurt. Will's mom was quiet for a moment. Okay, she said. I hear you. Let me at least hitch a ride with you back to this city. How are you getting there? It was Frank's turn to squirm. We have a Chevy Express van. Well, there you go, Naomi said. My first truck was a Chevy. I'll be your wheel girl. And right there's another song. Wheel girl! My goodness, I'm going to get a whole album out of this. She started typing notes into her phone. Will wrinkled his nose, but finally nodded in agreement. All right, then, Frank said. As far as breaking this dodecahedron cage... Oh, that part is easy enough from the outside, Johann assured him. We will have to be careful, of course, but it can be done. I must assume, however, that as soon as the cage is broken, the court of the dead will know, and they will come to investigate. And then I will eat them all, Orcus exclaimed. One at a time, of course. Naomi leaned over to her son. Is this the kind of stuff you deal with regularly? It's very exciting. I mean, not all the time, he said. At camp, I'm mostly teaching field medic skills or making sure campers get to bed on time. This dramatic stuff only happens, once a year. Twice, said Nico. Tartarus was only a few months ago. 3 times, said Frank. We defeated Nero just prior to that. Will's smile was eroding. So, yeah, not all the time. Naomi raised an eyebrow. Well, we'll talk more about this later. His face flushed red again. Yes, Mom. Nico had never seen his boyfriend blush so many times in one day. It was the greatest gift he could imagine. So, said Semele, when do we leave? I need to stop by the armory at some point, said Will, to stock up on arrows and get my bow. Let's meet in half an hour then, said Frank. I'll have the demigods ready. Nico, gather the Cocoa Puffs, okay? Half an hour, said Nico. We'll be there. With that, the group dispersed. Will and Nico led Naomi back toward the mess hall to collect the Caco demons before they could completely gorge themselves on table scraps. If they went into nap mode, they'd be useless for the rest of the day. Semele seems nice, Naomi mused. Don't you think so, Will? He smiled. Mom, you know I like pretty much everyone. She kissed his cheek. Just like me. Nico smiled, and not only because of the great company. For the first time in days, the hope he was clinging to felt very real.
Chapter 31. Hazel was thinking about secret weapons. She wished she had one. Ariel had collected several reports from newly arrived mythics. all of whom claimed that Perilous had bragged in court about his power over the gods. Supposedly, he had something that made him unbeatable. He relished the chance to make Pluto appear and put the Lord of the Underworld on trial. Unfortunately, details were scarce about what this secret weapon might be. Hazel guessed that was what made it secret. Still, thinking about it was not helping her headache. The situation in the park was becoming dire. What had once been scattered groups of mythics was now one giant crowd, as if a concert were about to start at the band show. The air was humid and stale. Everyone was brushing up against one another. Tempers were short. Hazel watched from her bench as a centaur shoved an Empusa out of the way at the central fountain. She fell into the damp basin, while a harpy swooped down and raked the centaur's back with her sharp claws. "That's my friend," the harpy screeched.
"Then tell her to get out of my way,"
the centaur shouted.
"I'm just trying to find water."
The Empusa stood, her fangs bared.
"We are all trying to find water, pony boy. Push me again and see what happens."
"Everyone calm down,"
bellowed Asterion, wading into the conflict.
"Please. I know it is frightening and confusing in here, but we are close to a solution. We cannot turn on one another now."
The crowd grumbled in response, but no one directly countered the bullman. He crossed over to Hazel and knelt in front of her.
"How are you feeling, Praetor?"
"Tired," she said, rubbing one of her temples. "My head aches. I shouldn't complain, though. You're doing all the work." Asterion made a rumbling sound deep in his chest.
"I think you underestimate how hot and thin the air has become. I am impressed a mortal such as yourself is still conscious. One advantage we mythics have over humans. Our bodies can withstand much more extreme conditions. Remember, we lived in Tartarus."
He offered his hand.
"Can you walk? There is still some water left in the west fountain."
Hazel placed her feet on solid ground. She stood, wobbling as the pain throbbed deeper in her head. She steadied herself on Asterion's outstretched arm. Asterion sounded concerned.
"Hazel, would you consent to me carrying you?"
She was too weak to do anything but nod. He picked her up smoothly and cradled her in his arms. Hazel tried not to feel self-conscious about being carried like a baby. On the other hand, part of her felt safer than she had in days. As Asterion walked through the crowd of mythics, she noticed that everyone always moved out of his way without a word. A dryad with red leaves for hair nodded in deference. A satyr reached out and patted his arm. "They respect you," Hazel said softly. "I can see it."
"I am doing my best," he said. "Quinoa, Ariel, and I have been trying to greet all our new neighbors as they arrive."
"Where are they right now? I haven't seen Ariel for hours." Asterion stepped over the baby Dracon, who had collapsed across the sidewalk after a hard day smelting ore.
"Quinoa is counting, I imagine. Ariel is brokering a peace deal between the Lystragonian giants and the Cyclops. She is very good at diplomacy, talking others down from their heightened state of fear. You should see it."
Hazel smiled. And to think she was rejected by her kindred because she couldn't charm speak.
"Indeed,"
said the bullman.
"I believe that was her original dream, to learn how to persuade others without needing to charm them. She will make an excellent ambassador someday, assuming—"
Asterion's voice trailed off, but Hazel knew what he was thinking. "Assuming we get out of here alive." She hoped Naomi Solace had made it safely to Camp Jupiter. Hazel hated having to depend on factors that were outside her control, but the idea that reinforcements might be on their way was the only thing keeping her from despair. That, and the presence of her mythic friends. If they did get out of here, Hazel was going to fashion Asterion some diamond knitting needles. She'd make sure Quinoa got the best kindergarten in Roman history. And she'd appoint Ariel the Legion's official ambassador to somewhere. Tartarus? Camp Half-Blood? Indiana? She realized maybe the lack of oxygen was affecting her brain. At the west end of the park, Asterion gently set Hazel down at the edge of the fountain. There were only a few inches of water left at the bottom, and it didn't look very clean. But Hazel was surprised there was any left at all. The reason for that was probably the enormous fire-breathing bronze bull standing guard.
This is Maxwell, Asterion told her. He has been helping me by making sure the remainder of the water is rationed appropriately. Maxwell, this is Hazel. She would like a drink, please.
The Colchis bull lowered his horns in acknowledgement. His ruby eyes were so large, Hazel doubted even her powers could have summoned them from the earth. She didn't love the idea of drinking bottom-of-the-fountain water, but she decided it was better than no water at all. Besides, she understood that Asterion and Maxwell were doing her a favor. In the end, it sort of tasted like one of those weird smoothies all the yoga people got in Berkeley. She'd shared one once with Frank when they were out on a date, and neither of them had quite understood what the hype was about. The memory brought sadness with it. When she turned to look back at Asterion, his image was blurred by her tears. She missed Frank, and Nico, and Will. She missed her home. Asterion read her expression.
Please do not lose hope, my friend, he said. We will get out of here soon.
Have the diggers found a way out yet? He didn't answer, which was all the answer she needed. Her shadow travel powers didn't work in this terrible cage. She could summon things from the earth, but that was of limited use. She had never felt so stuck in her life. Hazel swayed in place, her heart beating rapidly in her ears. She didn't even realize Ariel and Quinoa had joined them until Quinoa fluttered up and looked her in the face.
I said, are you okay, Hazel?
He asked.
You look sick.
Manners, please, said Ariel.
You can't just tell people they look sick.
It's okay, Hazel said. I feel sick. I'm glad you guys are sturdier than me. The Carpus cracked his tiny knuckles.
I could take on Perilous and Mary Tudor at once. And probably, 20 more people, if I'm being honest.
I feel so useless, Hazel said. Like I'm just waiting around to be rescued. Useless? Ariel scoffed. Without you, we'd have no weapons or tools. And without that, do you know how quickly this place would have devolved into chaos?
You gave us hope, Hazel,
added Quinoa. Hazel's instinct was to dismiss that idea. Her friends were just trying to cheer her up. Then Asterion put his hand on her shoulder.
There has been much talk among the mythics, he said. You know how suspicious the others were of you.
I don't blame them, Hazel said.
But attitudes are changing,
Asterion continued.
We have told them how you welcomed us into Camp Jupiter, how you fought for us. The others here, they may not say anything to your face, but they have come to respect you, Hazel. They have never seen someone like you work so hard to help them. They are not going to forget that.
Hazel shook her head. But I didn't do anything. I failed. No. Ariel knelt beside her. Listen to me, Hazel. Asterion told me that you struggle with whether you are a good person or not, but you have such a pure, loving soul. You care so much about the world around you, and that is rare. It shouldn't be, but it is. You are one of a kind, Hazel Levesque.
What she said,
added Quinoa.
Only, I probably would have said it better.
Ariel gently swatted the Carpus's wing. The only problem you should worry about, Praetor, is that when we get out of here, you might have a few hundred more mythics asking for sanctuary. Hazel suddenly felt even dizzier. A few hundred? Asterion chuckled. You should rest, Hazel. You will burn less oxygen that way, and we need to preserve your energy for whatever comes next. Because we are getting free, said Ariel. Maybe we don't know how at this exact moment, but the others haven't given up yet.
I'll keep watch, said Quinoa. No one will dare mess with you if I'm around.
Hazel wrapped her friends in a group hug. She felt grateful and loved, even if her headache was so bad the sunlight was starting to hurt her eyes. Fine, I'll nap, she said. But please wake me up if something happens. Asterion guided her to a nearby oak tree, where she curled up on the ground. She still wished she were back in bed with her squishy pillow, but she found comfort in the sight of her friends offering their protection. She closed her eyes. Of course she had a demigod dream. She found herself back beneath the earth of Resurrection Island. But this time, all around her, the mythics from Pirithous' prison were digging furiously, using tools crafted from the jewels and metals she'd conjured. As they got deeper into the soil, smelly black oil seeped to the surface, but they didn't stop, even as it pooled around their feet. Hazel herself was trapped inside the spire of gemstones. She could only watch as the oil got deeper and the mythics kept digging. She wanted to tell them to stop. They didn't need to work for Gaia anymore. They could make their own choices now. But she couldn't move or speak. She glanced down. An enormous pair of hands jutted from the ground and wrapped around her legs, holding her in place within the spire. She felt like she should know who those hands belonged to, but the name evaded her. The mythics continued to dig, the cavern filled with oil. No one seemed aware of it except Hazel. It was all her fault. Somehow she knew this. A tiny griffin, was that Orcus? Disappeared under the dark tide. A few bubbles rose to the surface. Then nothing. As the oil rose, things got stranger. And Impusa raised her emerald shovel. Suddenly, her arm fell off. A Blemmy swung his golden pickaxe and stabbed himself right between the chest eyes. Hazel watched in horror as this scene repeated across the cavern. Every mythic using her conjured tools lost a limb or crippled themselves in some bizarre accident. Where had she seen this before? Charlie Gasco, a name she hadn't thought of in decades. He had lost his arm because of a bracelet he'd purchased from Hazel's mother. Back then, all of Hazel's gems had been cursed. Anyone who used them or tried to sell them met a gruesome fate. Now the curse was happening again. She was powerless to stop it. The maimed army of mythics disappeared under the inky waves, just as the oil reached Hazel's chin. Someone shook her awake. Fuzzy shapes loomed over her, haloed in sunlight. "Hazel," said Ariel, "you need to see this." She rubbed her eyes and sat up. The smell hit her first, musky and earthy, the odor of hundreds of creatures trapped together, breathing the same stale air for much too long. Hazel's shirt clung to her sweaty back. Asterion stood next to her, with Quinoa perched on his shoulder. "I'm sorry we had to wake you, but there has been a development. Pirithous has arrived, and he is not alone." Hazel tried to stand and immediately regretted it. The whole world spun. She almost toppled over, but Ariel caught her arm. "I've got you," said the Impusa. Asterion took her other arm and then bellowed deeply to the crowd. "Make way!" And the crowd parted. It was so instantaneous that Hazel could hardly believe it. Mythics lined up to either side of them, letting her pass. Every eye was on her. It was an odd sensation to be seen by so many at once, but she didn't feel the same hostility from them that she had earlier. She believed Assyrian's words. The Mythics were now seeing her in a different light. She would have been relieved, even elated, but she couldn't quite shake the memory of her dream. All these creatures drowning in oil, dying from her cursed gems and precious metals. She passed the harpies she'd seen the day before. One of the injured ones bowed.
We will remember what you gave us.
Hazel smiled back weakly. Her throat was too dry to speak. Just before they reached the edge of the barrier, Asterion stopped and pointed toward the de Young Museum.
There.
The sun was now arcing toward the west, casting a warm afternoon light over Golden Gate Park. On the road in front of the museum, where Hazel might have expected to see a school bus or a public shuttle, there stood an enormous two-wheeled wooden wagon, its top covered with a canvas tarp. Chained to the yoke, instead of horses or oxen, were two Cyclops. Pirithous himself was approaching the barrier, flanked by Mary Tudor, Tantalus, and the two red-robed skeletal guards from the courtroom, still holding their double-pronged spears. The judges' black gowns flowed around them. Their gold masks glinted on ropes around their necks. Mary Tudor and Tantalus looked almost bored, annoyed even, but Pirithous was beaming with excitement. A few mortals passed by, enjoying their afternoon in the park, but none of them acknowledged the strange procession. Hazel concluded that the mist must still be working, but that didn't reassure her. She didn't like the expression on Pirithous' face. While the judges were still out of earshot, she turned to Asterion. Any idea what this means?
No, admitted the bullman. But I do have some good news. It appears there is a limit to the dodecahedron's reach underground. The diggers are close. I have asked them to keep working while we deal with whatever our jailers want.
Hazel allowed herself a moment of relief. Thank the gods. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not feeling very well right now.
Neither am I, Quinoa muttered. Even we carpoi require oxygen, and it stinks like Orcus's farts in here.
He hesitated.
I miss that gassy griffin.
Hazel scanned the perimeter of their prison. Her heart sank as she noticed more of Pirithous' allies approaching from all directions. To her right, their old enemy Laverna, her head reattached, was riding what looked like a manticore. To their left, the three gray-robed Dianfiri were directing a mob of shambling undead, trying to get them to form a line. Why are they trying to surround us? Hazel wondered. Asterion frowned. He gestured to Rhodope, the orange-feathered leader of the Harpies, who immediately flew to his side.
My friend, he said, please check the perimeter. Hazel has noted that Pirithous' forces seem to be encircling us.
With a bitter squawk, Rhodope flew off. Hazel's hand tightened on her spatha, though she doubted she had the strength for a sword fight. What are they up to? I can't seriously think Pluto is going to show up. And yet he appears to believe so, grumbled Ariel. And I think that's all that matters. He believes what he says.
There are many of us,
Asterion said, loud enough for the nearby mythics to hear him.
If Pirithous wants a fight, he will get one.
The mythics muttered in agreement, closing ranks around them. Hazel wanted to feel the same hopefulness and determination, but she mostly just felt pain. Her lungs burned, begging her for more oxygen. Finally, Pirithous' entourage reached the barrier. Their captor strode forward, a smug look on his face.
It is time, Hazel Levesque. You can tell your fellow prisoners to stop digging. That is pointless now.
Dread bloomed in Hazel's chest. Apparently, Perilous had been keeping tabs on their activities.
If you think we're giving up, she growled, that's never happening. We will break out of here.
Perilous laughed like this was an excellent joke.
You misunderstand me, dear girl, he said. You can stop digging because you don't need to find a way out. I'm setting you all free.
Chapter 32. Nico had seen a lot of strange things in his life, but a minivan full of demigods and mythics wearing Cocoa Puffs as chest accessories was certainly at the top of his list. Despite their day of training, each member of the team was struggling in their own way with their ride-along emotion. Savannah's eyes were bloodshot from crying with grief. Dion kept kicking the floorboards in frustration as anger grinned toothily in his pouch. Even Orcus squirmed as jealousy poked its tusks into his back. Semele was the only one without a cacodemon, so it was hard to tell how she was feeling. However, Nico was just glad she was a wisp of smoke. There wouldn't have been a seat for her in the crowded Chevy otherwise. Meanwhile, Naomi hummed cheerfully as she drove them over the Bay Bridge. Nico imagined she was coming up with lyrics for a new hit song, Van Load of Emotions. Orcus whimpered, I don't like this feeling. Can I have someone else's feeling? That's just jealousy making you feel jealous, Nico said. It'll be worth it, I promise. He opened his bomber jacket to check on Defiance, who puffed up and glared at him like, Yeah, I'm still here. What are you going to do about it? Wow, said Yazan. Your puff has so much personality. I'm kind of ashamed of mine. That's because you're holding shame, Will pointed out. From Yazan's pouch, shame hissed in reprimand. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Lavinia wept as she held sadness. Lucius Silver apologized profusely since he was holding guilt, and Frank just stared out the window, sighing. I miss Hazel, he said as he cradled longing. There is a great deal of drama in this van, Semele observed. I don't know how you get used to these Cocoa Puffs of yours. They're my babies, Nico said. Everyone will adjust, you'll see. Naomi put a hand over her mouth. Will and Nico have a family of tiny babies? Oh, it's so adorable, I can't stand it. Thanks, Mom, Will muttered, though he didn't really sound upset. In Will's pouch, loneliness let out a plaintive sigh, as if he didn't see how anyone could expect him to do his job of making Will lonely when there were so many other people in the van. In the shotgun seat, Johann turned toward Will. By the way, I brought a thermos of tea and some extra snacks. The wind spirits in the mess hall packed some delicious baked goods, though I have to say, those spirits were terrifying. Nico didn't understand the comment until he remembered that Johann's puff was fear. He frowned. You know, Johann, maybe I didn't give you the best puff for going into a battle. If you want to stay back, there's no shame. Shame hissed, making it clear there was actually a lot of shame, in its humble opinion. I appreciate that, Johann said. I am not usually one for fighting, but I want to be there for our friends. Perhaps it will not be so scary. Perhaps our enemies will be cute and cuddly. Said Orcus. I'm jealous of your optimism. Jealousy whined and shook its tusks. The ride went on like that for another half hour, and Nico eventually leaned back and stared up at the van's ceiling. He would have probably gotten nervous about their chances for survival, given everyone's literal emotional baggage. But he had wisely chosen Defiance as his companion. He refused to give in to his doubts. He would make sure he and his friends prevailed. He was so lost in his defiant thoughts that he didn't realize where they were until Naomi cleared her throat. Well, gang, she said, we're here. You've got to be kidding me, said Will. Nico looked out the window. After hearing Naomi describe what she'd seen in the park in great detail, he thought he was prepared. He was not. Before them stretched the densest concentration of mythic beings he'd ever seen in his life, including during the Battle of Manhattan and in the depths of Tartarus. Between the D. Young Museum and the California Academy of Sciences, a massive tree-lined plaza was filled with cyclops, impusae, telkines, harpies, giants, and even... was that a drakon? More mythics formed a circle around the perimeter as if to keep the crowd contained. The whole scene looked like Monsterpalooza, except no one was having fun. Most of the crowd had pushed up against the D. Young side of the plaza, where some sort of standoff seemed to be happening. For safety's sake, Naomi had parked the van about 100 meters from the D. Young. That meant Nico couldn't see everything clearly, but he was pretty sure he could make out 3 figures in black robes standing at the edge of the park steps, flanked by much taller red-robed humanoids holding spears. The court of the dead had arrived. He couldn't see the invisible barrier, obviously, but the judges seemed to be talking to a group on the other side. That large-horned creature must be a Styrian. Nico couldn't distinguish Hazel in the mob, but he hoped she was nearby. Naomi whistled softly. There's a lot more of them now. I can't lie. This is way more interesting than if I'd stayed at my hotel. Are you sure I shouldn't stick around? Please, no, said Will. Then he frowned. Not that I don't love seeing you, but I want you to stay safe. I hope you're not mad at me. Never, dear, his mom said. I get it. Will's shoulders relaxed a little. I just never expected my world and your world to collide a second time. Not after that day in Washington Square Park. I didn't want you to go through anything like that again. She reached back and patted his knee. I'm glad we did collide, my love. Will blushed once more, and Nico decided he would never get enough of it. However, she added, I don't want to revisit the Washington Square incident either, though I do love visiting New York City. Do you remember what we found in that empty subway car? Nico groaned. Oh my gods, Will. You absolutely take after your mother. Will laughed. I've told that story already, Mom. Well, in any case, I'm glad I could help even a little bit. It's been a delight getting to spend time with all of you. Be safe out there, okay? If that's possible, given... She looked out the front windshield and frowned. Oh, wow, that's new. Are you all seeing this? Nico followed her gaze. At first, he thought a fog bank was moving in. White wisps of vapor had started to drift across the plaza, brushing against the magical barrier and parting like waves against the prow of a ship. But this stuff wasn't fog. It moved in multiple directions at once. It shimmered as it swirled, coiling around the monsters guarding the plaza. Some of the white tendrils snaked across the barrier, branching and zigzagging as if following a path of unseen cracks. Nico thought the stuff almost looked angry. It seemed to be exploring this massive crowd of mythics, the barrier, the whole scene, and it didn't like what it saw. It's the mist, Semele said. Naomi tugged nervously on her earring. Is it supposed to be acting so active? Definitely not, said Johann. We shouldn't even be able to see it. I'm afraid. Perilous' plan is starting to work, Nico realized. The mist is breaking. Frank shouldered his quiver. Hazel needs our help. Let's go. They piled out of the van. Naomi came around from the driver's side and wrapped Will in a hug. Take care of yourself and each other. Will nodded. I'll make sure to touch base once we're safe, okay? I trust you, Will, she said. You've kept yourself alive and thriving all this time. I'm proud of you. Then she turned to Nico. You get one of these too. As Naomi Solace embraced him, Nico was a jumble of emotions. On the one hand, his anxiety waned. He felt protected and grateful. On the other hand, Nico felt a spike of jealousy and sadness, even though he wasn't holding those puffs. He wished his own mother were here, comforting him before a big mission and/or battle. But she was not. He reminded himself that his mother's spirit was at peace. Like Bianca, she had moved beyond the world of mortals. They were both okay, and they were proud of him too. He did his best to embrace that knowledge and enjoy this moment for what it was. His boyfriend's mother showing him love. Thank you, Nico told her. Then, before he could start crying, he faced the rest of his group. It was time to step up, time to lead, like Mr. D had been telling him. "All right, team," he said. "We're ready," said Will, and he grabbed an arrow from his quiver. Nico smiled at him. "Let's go help our friends."
Chapter 33. Hazel glared at Perilous. "I don't believe you," she said. "There's no reason you'd just set us all free." Unfortunately, upon hearing the word free, the imprisoned mythics became agitated. A terrible surge slammed her up against the barrier, knocking the breath out of her lungs. "Let us out!" someone cried.
He's freeing us!
Shouted another, which only made the crush of bodies worse.
Back up!
Asterion bellowed.
All of you, back up!
He planted his feet firmly, pushing against the crowd, which gave Hazel a pocket of space. She gasped for air. Slowly, thanks to the iron will of Asterion, the crowd of captives began to shuffle backward. Otherwise, Hazel would have ended up flattened against the force field and looking like a demigod drape. Perilous watched with obvious pleasure.
Degenerates,
he chuckled.
I'll admit, part of me wants to leave all you in there. I do love watching you suffer.
"You're the degenerate," said Ariel, doing her best to cradle Quinoa and protect him from the crowd.
You don't get to be the judge of that,
Perilous said.
Unlike me, you have neither the experience nor the moral fortitude.
Then he raised his voice so more of the crowd could hear.
You have brought this on yourselves, convicts. You have been properly judged and sentenced to death. But I am here to offer you a deal for a pardon. It is not you I want, but the architect of this chaos, this complete deterioration of the natural order. Turn witnesses for the prosecution and join me. You could yet be free.
Hazel's rage felt like dry ice, so cold it burned in her lungs. "You're talking about Pluto," she said. "You expect to put my father on trial? He would never show his face for you, not in a million years. And we won't help you." Perilous sneered, making his evil little beard twitch to one side.
I'm not sure your cellmates agree with you, Hazel Levesque.
Hazel scanned the crowd behind her. Mythics were muttering to one another, passing word to those in back who hadn't caught Perilous' speech. Hazel wasn't an expert at reading Mythics' expressions, but she could see the desperation in their eyes. They were hungry, thirsty, and slowly suffocating. And as much as they hated Perilous, they were starting to waver. He was offering them a lifeline. It made Hazel remember something Percy Jackson had once told her, that you should be careful approaching a drowning swimmer because they will grab at anything. They aren't thinking rationally. They will drag you down with them. "You can't trust him," she shouted to the crowd. "He's put us in here to die."
"Oh, but look around me,"
Perilous countered.
"Look at all those who have joined my cause. Spirits of the dead, monsters just like yourselves, even gods. They all see the wisdom of what I do. Hades, or Pluto if you prefer, is the real villain here. He has allowed this chaos to happen. We need to return to a world of order."
The crowd began to press forward again, clamoring to get out.
"Calm yourselves,"
Asterion bellowed. He pressed his hands against the barrier, shielding Hazel with his body.
"Perilous, you cannot stand in judgment against the gods. You have lost your senses, and you are the disgraced former Minotaur,"
Perilous said.
"You disrespect your former glory. I have stood in judgment against gods. Behold the ones who are now my allies. They understand the deal I offer. All of you can accept it too, or you can die. Either way, you serve my purpose. Look around you. The mist has reached its breaking point. When it does, Hades will have no choice but to appear. Maybe the gods ignore you, but they won't ignore me.
Hazel looked above her. She wasn't sure if it was just her oxygen-deprived brain, but white fault lines seemed to be forming across the barrier. The air outside swirled with coils of shimmering vapor. She'd thought she was beginning to understand the mist, but this was new. Her ears popped. She brought her hand to her upper lip and realized her nose was bleeding. Perilous was right. The mist was pressing down on the entire plaza, building the magical energy to unsustainable levels. Asterion growled.
I will never help your sham of a court, Perilous. I did nothing wrong. I merely embraced change. All of us here did. We will not go back.
Hazel was starting to feel dizzy, but she filled her lungs and shouted to those outside the barrier. All of you on Perilous' side, you don't have to do this. You don't have to fear him. Perilous laughed.
But they agree with me, Hazel. By all means, if any of my followers would like to join our prisoners in their cage, you may do so.
He glanced around him expectantly.
Anyone? No?
One of his Cyclops guards snorted.
We are monsters. We have one purpose in this life. There is no reason to choose anything else.
The rest of Perilous' forces roared in approval.
But are you not tired?
Asterion bellowed.
Are you not sick of the cycle? Death, rebirth in Tartarus, death again? We just want to choose differently and be left alone. This is not a crime.
What losers you are, said a new voice, and Impusa stepped forward from Perilous' lines. As if things weren't weird enough already, she wore a black and red cheerleader's outfit with Team Perilous stitched across the chest and matching pom-poms clipped to her skirt. Her fiery hair blazed a dark shade of crimson. She locked her eyes onto Ariel. You're only here because you're broken.
Kelly,
Ariel snarled.
I should have known.
Hey, sis, Kelly smiled, showing her fangs. How's it going with your misfit band of rejects and defunct monsters?
Watch your tongue,
warned Asterion.
Or what, bullboy?
Kelly shot back.
You're gonna knit me a sweater to death?
Asterion snorted and raked the ground with one of his hooves. Ariel put her hand on his arm. Don't let this suck-up rile you. She's not worth it. Kelly laughed. You don't get it, do you? We want to be monsters. We enjoy terrifying the world.
How boring, said Quinoa. You are just tools Perilous is using until he has no purpose for you. Then he'll throw you away, like Gaia did with the carpoi. That's what the powerful always do.
Oh, honey, Kelly said. You're lucky Perilous is offering you one last chance to join us. I wouldn't be so kind. I'd eat you up with a side of steamed broccoli.
Enough,
Perilous said, scanning the mist, which was swirling ever faster around the plaza, bursting against the force field with a muffled crackling sound like snow thunder.
We are out of time.
Then, Perilous shouted for the benefit of the imprisoned crowd.
Final offer. Join us or die. Testify against the god of the Underworld and you will be pardoned. Once the mist breaks, it will be too late. You will be slaughtered as enemies and you will never regenerate again.
Perilous' circle of monsters moved in, closing ranks all around the plaza. They looked hungry, eager for blood. They weren't as numerous as the prisoners, but Hazel suspected that wouldn't matter. Not after the mythics inside had been so weakened from days of starvation and thirst. Hazel's head throbbed. The pain spread behind her eyes. Blood trickled from her nostrils. She felt like she was missing something important. If she could only think. Her eyes came to rest on the covered wagon in front of the museum. She noticed how the minor gods had positioned themselves as far away from the wagon as possible. Laverna on the right-hand side of the plaza, the 3D Inferi on the left. Even the monsters on Perithous' side seemed to avoid looking at that wagon. She thought about the pitch Perithous had made to the prisoners. It is not you I want. Turn witnesses for the prosecution. You've been trading up, she realized, fixing Perithous with a disgusted stare. All these mythics, all these gods who are supposedly on your side. You trapped them, just like you've done to us. You released them on the condition that they help you catch even bigger prey. You've been working your way up to Hades, using the so-called secret weapon you've got in that wagon. Whatever it is, you can't really believe it will be powerful enough to imprison Hades himself. On either side of Perithous, Mary Tudor and Tantalus suddenly looked nervous. Perithous, said Mary, tell me she is wrong. I'm tired of life here on the surface. This had better work, Tantalus agreed. You promised we would be lords of Erebus. I never want to come back to this world again. Have a little faith, friends, said Perithous, his voice tinged with warning. Hazel turned to Asterion. As soon as we're through the barrier, we have to destroy whatever is in that cart. That's the source of Perithous' power. Asterion nodded grimly. I will be happy to. Preferably over Perithous' dead body. Perithous stepped back. For the first time, he looked shaken. You have no idea who you are dealing with. I offered you a second chance. You chose death. He raised a hand and called out to his followers. When the barrier falls, kill them all. There was another surge from behind Hazel as the captives shouted and screamed and jostled one another. Hazel's throat was so dry she couldn't even sob. She despised what Perithous was doing and how he viewed the world. No one here deserved to be in prison simply for choosing how they wanted to live. Courage! Asterion shouted to his fellow mythics. Do not despair! And then the whole world shattered. Chapter 34. Hazel felt like she was in a horror movie because of all the screaming around her. When the mist broke, an entire school group was exiting the Diung. Once the kids saw two Cyclops yoked to a wagon, they scattered in all directions with their teachers chasing after. A mom pushing a stroller was politely navigating through a crowd of tourists when she realized the tourists were actually blood-sucking vampires with donkey legs and flaming hair. She shrieked and pushed her stroller from 0 to 60 as she fled down the sidewalk. A taxi swerved off the road to avoid a giant scorpion, went airborne, and landed in the plaza wedged between two cypress trees. Every mortal in sight was behaving similarly. Hazel couldn't blame them. The moment the world shattered, a compression wave exploded outward from a point just between Hazel and Perithous. Zigzagging lines of white smoke like horizontal lightning split Golden Gate Park, breaking trees, buildings, cars, streets, and even the sky into a million jagged puzzle pieces. It was as if Hazel had been looking through a lens her entire life. She simply hadn't realized it until the glass fractured and fell from her eyes. When the white lightning faded and the dust settled, everything looked normal again, except sharper, rawer, and somehow uglier. She'd never realized that Lystragonian giants had so many warts, or that Cyclops suffered from pink eye, or that Perithous' hair was actually a toupee. What she did realize was that the mist was gone. The curtain separating mortal and godly realities had been ripped away, at least in this one area of San Francisco. For the first time, perhaps ever, regular mortals were seeing exactly what demigods saw. A world full of monsters and magic. Some of the less rattled mortals were filming the scenes on their phones as they backed away from the plaza, and Hazel suspected that those images would appear online with no filter. The implications were not great. Hazel could think of only a couple of upsides to this situation. First, the invisible prison barrier had broken along with the mist. She knew this because she could breathe again. Cold, fresh air, rich with oxygen, without the stench of stale mythic breath and body odor. Second, the hundreds of monsters on both sides of the barrier were momentarily just as stunned as the mortals. No one was attacking anyone. At least, not yet. Her relief was short-lived, though. She was about to yell for Asterion to charge the wagon when a different sort of magical storm formed in front of her. The ground shook from a peal of thunder so loud that even the largest monsters cowered. A black funnel cloud spiraled downward, seething like boiling water in a pot.
Yes, yes,
cried Perilous.
come forth, Pluto. Come see what I have wrought.
He snapped his fingers impatiently at his nearest minions.
What are you waiting for? Uncover the tarp.
Kelly stared at him in disbelief, as if thinking, "Who, me?" Then she grabbed a couple of Lystragonian giants and led them toward the wagon. Hazel regained her senses enough to draw her sword. "Asterion!" Before she could order her troops into battle, another crack of thunder almost knocked her off her feet. The tip of the funnel cloud now hovered only 100 feet above her. Every cell in her body was charged with panic. A shape descended from the base of the tornado, a smoky human form floating toward them. It was definitely not Pluto.
Hurry!
Perilous snapped at his minions. He was the only one in the park who looked excited. Hundreds of mythics milled restlessly, backing away from the incoming whatever it was. Even the minor gods looked nervous. The smoky form split, becoming two human shapes rather than one. Side by side, they descended from the sky until they floated just above the ground between Hazel and Perilous. Their forms solidified into flesh. They looked so much alike they might have been identical twins. The one on the right was dressed in a white tunic. The one on the left wore a flowing red palla. Both had smooth bronze skin, shoulder-length dark hair, and the most beautiful faces Hazel had ever seen, which was saying something, since Hazel had seen Venus herself. But the strangest thing about the pair was that they had no feet. They hovered just over the pavement, their legs simply ending below the ankles. The park had fallen silent. Even the nearest mortals had stopped screaming, though a few were still filming this newest development. Everyone watched the beautiful twins, who had to be gods, Hazel thought, towering over Perilous. Mary Tudor and Tantalus cautiously stepped back, leaving the chief judge on his own. As Perilous realized that he had not, in fact, summoned Pluto, a mix of emotions rippled across his face. Surprise, disappointment, confusion, fear. But he managed to hide them behind a smile.
Welcome,
he said.
Thank you for answering my call.
The two gods interlocked their hands. They were positively beaming, their faces radiant with joyous light. But Hazel sensed something odd about them. These gods wore their smiles the same way Perilous wore his golden mask, more to hide behind than to express real feeling.
So, said the god in the tunic, you meant to summon us? It has been very long indeed since someone did that,
said their twin, looking upon the gathered crowd with an inscrutable smile.
And you broke the mist to do it?
Their voices were as beautiful as their faces, soft and melodic, without a hint of displeasure. But Hazel's every instinct screamed danger. The rest of the crowd seemed to feel the same way. The mythics, who had been so eager to escape or to fight only moments ago, stood motionless, as tense as grenade pins.
Yes, of course, said Pirithous, doing his best to regain his composure. It was I who orchestrated all of this.
He swept his hand across the plaza, indicating what had to be the weirdest crowd ever assembled.
I am Pirithous, Chief Justice of the Court of the Dead, and I have summoned you here to join our cause.
The gods kept floating and smiling. Over at the wagon, Kelly and her Lystragonian giants were trying to remove the tarp, all sly-like. But it wasn't really something they could do subtly. Hazel was tempted to warn the twin gods that something was up. A trap was about to be sprung, but her gut still told her to stay as still as possible. Also, she wanted to see what would happen. Part of her wondered if these gods might blast Pirithous into a pile of cinders and save them all a lot of trouble.
I see, said the twin in the red palla. And what is your cause?
My brother here, well, he and I are very interested in what you have to say.
Pirithous spread his arms magnanimously. We seek to restore order to the world. Monsters should be monsters. Gods should be honored. Many minor gods who have been forgotten now follow me. If you join us...
Minor gods? Said the twin who had been referred to as the brother. His voice was still pleasant, the way a poisonous flower might be pleasant.
Forgotten?
Panic briefly crossed Pirithous' face.
I don't mean... Obviously you aren't...
Then you know who we are, said the other twin, since you summoned us in such a dramatic way.
Yes, of course I know,
said Pirithous, glancing back at Kelly as if to say, hurry up with that secret weapon.
Although this poor, ignorant one,
he gestured to Hazel, which she found quite rude,
does not know of your glory. Perhaps you would introduce yourselves for her sake?
The twins turned to study Hazel. Only Asterian's comforting presence behind her kept her from backing away.
Poor, ignorant mortal, said the brother. I am Veritas, the god of truth. My sister is...
His counterpart, Aletheia, she said, goddess of honesty.
Pirithous looked delighted. You see, Hazel Levesque? You see the quality of gods I have summoned?
From across the plaza, Hazel heard a sound she hadn't expected. A derisive snort. She glanced to her right and saw her old enemy Laverna, goddess of thieves, covering her mouth and trying very hard not to look at the newcomers. Hazel frowned. She returned her focus to the twins and went with her gut. You're lying, she said. You're no gods of truth. For a heartbeat, the twins maintained their calm, angelic demeanor. Their eyes gleamed. Hazel waited for them to blast her into the next dimension. Then the brother grinned at his sister. The sister laughed like she'd just heard a dirty joke. Oh my gods, their faces! At least this girl isn't a complete fool. Pirithous blanched.
I don't... Wait. What?
Ask your friend Laverna, Hazel said. She knows these two.
Laverna is here,
the brother cackled, his voice now more malicious than melodic.
Where are you, girl? Get over here.
Laverna trudged over, her expression sour. With her sack over her shoulder and leaning on a new iron pole, she looked like Santa's evil sister after a hard night's work abducting naughty children. Meanwhile, Kelly and her giants had finally succeeded in uncovering the wagon. When Pirithous saw this, he seemed to relax, his face regaining some of its old smugness.
Laverna, he said, by the oath that binds you, I command you to tell me who these two guests are.
Hazel got the feeling he wanted to use a less polite word than guests. She didn't know what oath Perilous was talking about, but his command seemed to cause the goddess physical pain.
The sister is Apate, she said. Spirit of deception. The brother is her counterpart. Dolus, god of trickery and guile.
Apate leered at her. Oh, and we were having such fun. You used to be a better sport, Laverna. What are you doing working with this puffed-up pretender, anyway? Perillous's face was a mottled red.
You lied about being gods of truth?
Dolus grinned. That's kind of what we do.
They look exactly like truth and honesty, Laverna muttered. The only way you can tell the difference,
she gestured at their spindly floating legs,
is that this pair can't stand on their own 2 feet.
We save a ton on shoes, though, Apate said, winking at Perilous. Now, Mr. Chief Justice Person, perhaps you could explain why you threw this little party, because it sure wasn't to wake us up from our long slumber. We like the mist. It tricks people. We tend to notice when someone breaks it. Mary Tudor and Tantalus were now trying to hide behind each other, like they were playing some weird game of tag. Kelly stood by her cart, apparently waiting for a command. The rest of the crowd remained motionless, entranced by the 2 beautiful liars who appeared on the verge of doing something violent and possibly entertaining. It's a trap, Hazel blurted out. You should leave right now. The twins regarded her. But we like traps, said Dolus. Adore them, Apate agreed. Especially since they don't work on us. But I tell you what, child, since you seem to be the only one here with a functioning brain. Once Perilous answers our questions and fails to trap us, I'll let you decide how we cook him. Cajun spice or extra crispy, Yum, said Dolus. Now hush, and let the adults talk. They returned their attention to Perilous, who seemed to be having trouble swallowing. I was not lying, Perilous stammered. My plan is exactly what I said. It was all Perillous's idea, Queen Mary shrieked. He forced us, Tantalus added. Apate smiled amiably at the 2 judges. Well, good. Then we don't need you. She snapped her fingers, and Mary and Tantalus turned to dust. Maybe this should have pleased Hazel, but all the hair rose on her arms. She reached for Asterian's hand. She could hear the rustle of Quinoa's leafy wings as he trembled in Ariel's arms. Hazel wondered if she and her friends could find a way to leave now, and let Perilous face the ramifications of his actions alone. But she didn't want to draw any attention. Also, she couldn't abandon the other imprisoned mythics, or put mortals in even worse danger. She had a feeling these twins were not particular about who they turned extra crispy. Whoops. Apate regarded the piles of judge dust she'd made and giggled like a child at a birthday party. Laverna, my old friend, perhaps you could tell us the nature of Perillous's trap and why you are serving such an inferior being.
Laverna, Perilous countered. You will say nothing.
The goddess of thieves looked so torn Hazel thought her head might come off again. Laverna opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Well then, Dolus sighed. I guess we don't need you, either. He snapped his fingers, and the goddess exploded into a cloud of lint. Perillous's eyes widened.
You dare disintegrate my goddess?
Don't be silly, said Apate. We can't disintegrate goddesses. We just sent her to Mongolia. Or possibly Tanzania. Not really sure. She'll find her way back eventually. Now then. Dolus raised his voice so it echoed throughout the park.
Before I have to vaporize anyone else, what were you really trying to do here, perilous?
The last remaining judge tried to stand straighter, to give the appearance that he knew what he was doing. But Hazel wasn't fooled. He looked terrified.
I was hoping for Hades,
he said in a high-pitched voice. Dolus's smile filled Hazel with dread.
So you did not intend for us to arrive? No, Perilous said. That is the truth, but that doesn't mean we can't work together. I'm sure there is something I can do to provide both of you with what you want.
Oh, you can. Apathy glanced over her shoulder at Hazel. What do you think, girl? Cajun spice, perhaps? The goddess lifted her arm and extended it toward Perilous. He backed away, his panicked eyes darting from side to side.
Kelly, now!
The Impuosa cheerleader yelled. Release! The Lystragonian giants and Cyclops tipped over the entire wagon, spilling its contents across the steps of the museum. It sounded like a car being crushed in a trash compactor. Perilous' secret weapon was an enormous chain. Each link was made of black Stygian iron and large enough that Hazel could have stepped through it easily. At either end was a stirrup-shaped shackle about 4 feet wide. Just looking at them made Hazel nauseated. As a child, she'd seen similar instruments of enslavement in museums in New Orleans. This chain was bigger and probably magic, but its purpose was the same. Apathy and Dolus had a different reaction. The two gods fell into each other's arms, laughing so hard that tears rolled down their faces.
He thinks he can... Dolus wheezed.
With a chain? Apathy howled in delight. What a fool! Perilous did not look offended or frightened. His expression hardened. He seemed certain.
Laugh while you can,
Perilous said, raising his hand.
I too know how to snap my fingers.
Apathy managed to catch her breath. Yes, show us your mighty power, Perilous. Dolus spread his arms as if greeting the chain like a friend.
Come forth,
he begged.
Amaze me.
Perilous snapped his fingers.
Dolus and Apathy, I bind you.
Nothing happened. The twin gods collapsed in another peal of laughter. Then the chain lashed out like a rattlesnake. One shackle struck Apathy in the neck, contracting until it had her in a chokehold. The other shackle did the same to Dolus. The gods crashed to the pavement so violently that Hazel winced. Dolus's face smacked against the asphalt. The twins tried to rise, but they couldn't. The chain pulled them down, forcing their heads to the ground. Dolus gasped.
What is this?
Perilous approached, once again in full command of the situation.
I thought you knew everything about traps, he said. Or did I actually succeed in deceiving the gods of deception?
Apathy snarled, trying in vain to raise her head. How? She croaked. How is it so heavy?
Well, Perilous said with a smirk. The chain was meant for a titan, after all. Someone far more powerful than you.
He knelt at Apathy's side, cupping her chin in his hand as if he were going to inspect her teeth. Hazel wanted to run him through with her sword, but she was too horrified to move.
You see, Perilous said, when Hades released me from my punishment, he thought I would quietly fade away, becoming one of those impotent shades who drift around Asphodel. But I did not. I wandered the darkest corners of Erebos, consumed with righteous fury. I knew I had been given a sacred mission, to bring order to the Underworld by replacing that lazy, incompetent, corrupt, unfair...
He shuddered, struggling to bring his anger under control.
By replacing Hades.
He stood, smiling directly at Hazel.
Oh, I had no problem finding followers who agreed with me. But I needed more than bodies. I needed something that could trap a god. It took me ages, but I found it. A chain forged by Hephaestus himself, infused with the power of Zeus and the entire Council of Olympus. And then, like so many things made by the gods, it had simply been forgotten, abandoned, tossed aside, much like me and all my followers.
He faced Dolus and Apathy.
You should feel honored, my newest recruits. You have been bound,
he paused dramatically,
by the chains of Prometheus.
A terrible wail rose from Apathy, forcing Hazel to clamp her hands over her ears. "Free us!" cried the goddess.
"You will regret this!"
howled Dolus. Hazel shivered. She had told Pirithous much the same thing in the Court of the Dead. And yet, despite the terrible power of these gods, here was Pirithous with the upper hand again. The spectacle still held everyone spellbound. Mortal bystanders, having recovered from their initial shock, were starting to gather around the plaza. Half a dozen cars had stopped in the street, both drivers and passengers hanging out their windows, aiming their phones at the crowd of monsters. In the distance, Hazel heard the thump, thump, thump of an approaching helicopter. A news crew? The police? Either way, it was the last thing they needed. Asterion squeezed her hand.
What should we do?
Hazel wished she had an answer. Next to her, Ariel cradled Quinoa more closely. "I don't think we can fix this," she murmured. "We need to cut our losses and get away from here. If we all run at once, he can't stop us all."
"Maybe she's right," Quinoa said. "I don't want to become food for anyone."
They had a point, but it still didn't feel right to Hazel. She couldn't simply leave all this behind, could she? She hadn't solved anything. She couldn't let Pirithous win. Demigods weren't supposed to flee. They were supposed to stand and fight. Meanwhile, Pirithous was glorying in his newest triumph. He strutted around the chained gods, his arms raised.
"Look what I have done, Hades!"
he shouted to the skies.
"This will be your fate, too!"
Asterion knelt next to Hazel.
"It must be your decision, Praetor. I can see you struggling with this, but we will follow your lead."
Hazel gripped her spatha. Maybe helping the others flee really was the best option. To save as many lives as they could, but it didn't sit well with her. She needed to understand these chains. She needed to take their power away from Pirithous.
"Hades,"
Pirithous called out again.
"I am giving you the opportunity to defend yourself. Present yourself for my judgment."
He is delusional, Hazel thought. Father will never show up for him. Pirithous dropped his arms, and then he turned to address his followers.
"No matter. We will continue our efforts until the accused does show his face. With our 2 new recruits, we will be stronger than ever."
Dolus howled in anger.
"We are not your recruits."
"We will never work for you, fool!" Apathy agreed.
"That is your choice, of course," said Pirithous. "You can stay shackled in the chains of Prometheus for as long as you wish. The iron does have a way of convincing its victims, though. When I first summoned Laverna and put her in those chains, she lasted almost half a day before the eagle found her."
The twins stopped struggling.
"Eagle?"
said Dolus.
"Oh, yes," Pirithous said. "A clever bird. It knows exactly how to cut open the belly of a god and feed on their immortal organs." very painful, I understand. But it will just keep feeding forever, as long as you are chained. But you don't have to worry about that just yet. Your first problem will be the agony that comes from simply wearing those shackles. That should start right about now. The twins writhed, screaming, as their restraints began to glow and steam. Hazel couldn't stand it. She had no love for these gods of deceit, but there was nothing fake about their cries of pain. She wasn't sure she could do much, but she readied her spatha. As quickly as it started, the gods' agony subsided. They collapsed, gasping and exhausted, smoke still billowing from the irons around their necks. There now, Perithous said. You probably have, a couple of minutes to relax. Of course, every time is exponentially more painful. I have to give Zeus credit. When he designs an eternal punishment, he doesn't mess around. We will destroy you, said Apathy, but there was no force behind her words. She sounded like she was about to cry. Let us out, croaked Dolus. What do you want? Oh, it's simple, Perithous said. Bind yourself to me, as all these others have done before you. Serve the court of the dead. Swear your oath, and I will release you. Understand, you are not who I'm after. Together we will bring Hades to his knees. Hazel could see it in the gods' faces. They were about to relent. They could not stand the pain. And once Perithous had them on his side, he would be more powerful than ever. She and her friends would be turned to dust. Perithous would keep going, collecting followers, enslaving the gods themselves, until finally her father would have no choice but to respond, and possibly be enslaved. No, she decided. She turned to her friends. We can't flee. Asteria nodded solemnly. We are outnumbered. I do not think we can win. But if we must fight, I will be honored to die at your side. Ariel grimaced. I can't believe I am saying this, but... Me too. I will fight with you, Hazel Levesque. Quinoa grunted. Why not? Even the best grain can't last forever. Say when. A warm sensation coursed through Hazel's body. At first, she thought it was simply gratitude for having these friends at her side. And that was part of it, yes. But it was also a sense that something had changed, like a shifting tide. She scanned the park. There, down the road to the south, about 100 feet from the plaza, a group of people were running in their direction, and the one in the lead wore a bomber jacket. Hazel laughed with delight, startling even her friends. Asterion frowned. What is it, Hazel? The cavalry, she said. Then she raised her sword and shouted loudly enough for all the mythics to hear. Attack!
Chapter 35. Nico was charging forward in full battle mode when the mist broke. Suddenly, his body wouldn't respond. A wave of exhaustion brought him to his knees. His legs turned to lead. Defiance screamed in his chest pouch. Around him, the other puffs chimed in, howling in pain and outrage. The world spun. Darkness loomed at the corners of his vision. Will, he called. He felt so weak he wasn't sure if the word made it out of his mouth. Nico, a voice called out. He looked for whoever it was, but he saw no one. He knew his friends must still be close only because of their screaming cacodemons. Then the voice was closer, speaking right in his ear. Nico, listen to me. It was Semele, her tone urgent. The mist has been broken. You need to lose your cacodemon now. He struggled to process that. Sweat poured down his face. He didn't want to lose his cacodemon. It was his cacodemon. But maybe that was just defiance being defiant. I don't understand.
His throat felt cracked and dry. He managed to turn his head. His friends were all in similar distress. Lavinia lay flat on her back, her magical dance shoes making her legs twitch as if they might do the jitterbug all on their own. Poor Orcus had beak planted on the pavement, his wing splayed like he was doing his impression of roadkill. And Will. Oh, gods, no. Will was curled into a fetal position. He was sobbing along with his puff, loneliness, which radiated heartbreak, so strong Nico could practically see the emotion rippling through the air. "Stand up, son of Hades," commanded Semele. Her voice was like a slap to the face. "You will not die this way." Die? He thought. Am I dying? But that wasn't what shocked him to his senses. It was the realization that Will needed his help. Somehow he got to one knee. His muscles screamed in protest. He raised his eyes, trying to focus on Semele. At best, he expected to see a wisp of gray, but the apparition before him was so bright it seared his retinas. Semele was made of stars and smoke, like a fireworks display frozen in midair. The colors were too intense to stare at directly, but if Nico looked at her from the corner of his eye, he saw a beautiful woman in a flowing white chiton, her hair a cascade of amber ringlets, her eyes like quasars in a misty nebula. He tried to remember how to speak. "Is this you?" "My true form," she agreed. "Nico, your puffs have been heightening your senses, letting you see through the mist. But now the mist has shattered. You cannot stand such intense exposure to reality. If you don't dull your minds, you will burn." Her words actually made sense. Of course, Semele had been the only one who couldn't carry a cacodemon. She was unaffected. But the rest of them had gone into battle with their puffs, preparing for the mist. It was like they'd acclimated their eyes to darkness so they could detect even the slightest glimmer of light. Now, with the mist broken, they'd stepped out of a dark movie theater into the blazing sun of high noon. He looked past Semele's shimmering form. Though his eyes felt like they were melting, the world was too three-dimensional. The trees vibrated with life. The smell of eucalyptus was so pungent it made him swoon. He heard the distant screaming of panicked mortals, the whir of helicopter blades somewhere over the horizon. In front of the De Young Museum, a confrontation was in progress. He could make out the dark robes of the three judges. And there stood Hazel, facing them, her spatha at the ready, but everyone's attention seemed to be on the sky directly overhead. Was that a funnel cloud descending? Did San Francisco have tornadoes? What do you mean burn? He asked Semele. The Eidolon huffed with impatience. I mean, burn! Look at your friends! She was right. Frank's body had begun to steam. Savannah was writhing, smoke tapering from her fingers like extinguished candles. And Will? No, Nico thought. He couldn't let them die. There wasn't time to help them all remove their puffs. He could barely make his own hands work. He drew on Defiance's strength, which was probably the exact thing he shouldn't do, and screamed, Cocoa Puffs! To me! He was dimly aware of Semele shouting, cursing his idiocy, or maybe that was his own inner voice. The cacodemons screeched in unison. The ones who hadn't been paired with anyone reached him first. The others in harnesses wriggled free of their pouches and bounced toward him in a frenzied stampede. But they didn't just gather around him. They melted into him, returning to the dark cradle of Nico's soul from which they'd sprung. It felt right, welcoming them home. It was also overwhelming, suffocating, and incendiary. He tasted soot. Smoke filled his lungs. His vision began to dim. But he could see Will staring, opening his eyes. His friends were sitting up, looking around in bewilderment. Good. That was something. Nico! Will scrambled over and took his shoulders. What did you do? It's okay, he croaked. It is not okay. Will shook him as if that might dislodge the cacodemons. He looked around desperately and then locked his eyes on Semele. Can you do anything, please? Nico reached for Will's hand. He didn't feel so good. He'd seen a number of monsters go up in flames before. Now he finally knew how they must have felt. Semele's voice cut through the pain, so close she might have been inside his head. Nico, do you trust me? He fell into Will's arms as the darkness pushed him toward unconsciousness.
I do, he murmured. With my life.
I am going to ask permission to do something, she said. I want your consent for me to possess you. Nico's vision was almost gone, but he could dimly see Frank standing over him, his expression a mixture of fear and alarm. I can give you strength, Semele continued. I can help you survive this. Nico remembered a distant conversation, maybe from another life. But you don't possess people anymore. You lose part of yourself every time. I will take that risk. Her voice seemed to catch in her throat, though she didn't have a throat in this form. I admit, I have never done this with a willing party before. I am not sure what will happen. But I know what it is to burn. I cannot let that happen to you. Please, do you consent? Nausea roiled in his stomach. He was okay with dying if it saved his friends. But he also saw the pain in Will's eyes. He knew he couldn't leave him like this, not if there was any other way. I consent, he said. Please, help me. Instantly, he sensed another identity in his mind. He'd never spent much time thinking about his own consciousness, but now he could clearly feel the boundaries of his self because he was being forced to share his skull with a roommate. A second self had pushed its way in, a personality so full of energy and life that Nico thought his brain might burst. Absorbing the cacodemons was one thing. At least they had been part of him to begin with. But this was too much. No brain was meant to hold two entire lives. Easy, said a voice inside him. Semele's familiar smoky tenor. I know this is uncomfortable, but if you accept my presence, we can work together. His mind instinctively fought her intrusion. He pressed his hands to his temples and let loose an anguished cry. It's not working, Will fretted. You're killing him. No, Nico managed to say. Or was it Semele using his voice? Wait. I'm sorry, Nico. Semele's voice was deeply distressed. I have not done this in many centuries. I do not want to hurt you. Nico believed her. Semele may have acted aloof at first, but she had never shown him anything but respect. She didn't want to harm anyone. She just wanted to help. His consciousness began to stitch together with hers over this epiphany, their shared desire to protect the ones they loved. You understand me, she said. I do, he said aloud. Nico sensed Semele's character, her memories, her centuries of life. She had been so many different things. She had suffered and lost and suffered more. There was too much history for him to absorb at once, but he understood her basic goodness, her determination, her hard-won understanding of her own identity. It seemed to fit perfectly with Nico's own. The darkness began to fade away. In its place, a new feeling grew. Power. It expanded from his mind into his chest and then out to his limbs. The ache in his muscles evaporated. His pulse stopped pounding in his temples. With Will's help, he stood. He no longer felt like he was going to fall over and disintegrate. He breathed in, and this time, he knew he was breathing for two souls. Will studied his face with concern. Are you okay? Are you... Nico kissed him. He felt the same electric charge right down to his toes that he'd felt with their very first kiss. Yep, he decided. I'm still me. Now let's get to work. He turned to survey the bizarre scene in the park. There were mythics everywhere, hundreds crowded together in the plaza, just as Naomi had described, and another group encircling them. No doubt allies of Perilous. The funnel cloud had disappeared, but where it had touched down, two unearthly figures now lay on the pavement, struggling under the weight of a giant black chain. Nico had no idea who they were, but they were screaming in pain as Perilous paraded around them, his arms wide while he yelled at the sky, something about Hades. Perilous. Semele's voice was a snarl at the back of Nico's occipital lobe. I would like to destroy him now. Agreed, said Nico. What? Will asked. Sorry, talking to myself. To Semele. It doesn't matter. Is everyone okay?
His friends nodded. Lavinia did a little tap dance just to make sure she still could. Savannah drew her sword. Yazan and Dion gave each other a fist bump. Johann helped Lucius Silver to his feet and then said, "I think we could all use a nice cup of tea after this. But right now, yes, I am ready to boop some heads." "Bust some heads," Frank offered. "That's the expression." From across the plaza, Perithous' voice rang out.
"Together, we will bring Hades to his knees."
Anger burned triple hot in Nico's chest. His own, Semele's, and the concentrated fury of his cacodemon anger. He drew his Stygian sword and charged, his friends at his side. They'd closed half the distance when Hazel's voice reached them. "Attack!" And the park devolved into chaos. Chapter 36. When Hazel Levesque yells, "Attack!" and charges you with a sword, followed by an angry minotaur, the only sensible thing to do is run. Nico saw Perithous do just that, at least at first. The judge scrambled back to the safety of his own guards as Hazel led her forces forward, taking control of the museum's front drive and forming a defensive ring around the two chained beings. "We must reach her," Semele said in Nico's mind. "Well, duh," Nico replied. "No need to be rude," said Semele. "Just because I am in your mind does not mean I can read everything in it." They crashed into a line of dog-headed cynocephalous warriors who had been facing the other direction, thinking the main threat was from Hazel's friends in the plaza. They were not expecting 8 angry demigods, a Blemmy, and the world's tiniest griffin to attack them from behind. One dogman ran away yipping and whining, with Orcus clamped to his head, pecking at his left eye. Another staggered off, clutching Dion's spear, which was lodged in his gut. Will loosed multiple arrows, and pride filled Nico's heart as all of them found their targets. Each of the warriors burst into dust, and the rest scattered when a full-size male lion jumped into their midst, roaring and baring his fangs. Where did the lion come from? Semele wondered. That would be Frank, Nico guessed. I have questions, said Semele. Later, said Nico. They continued their push forward, wading through the temporarily confused ranks of Team Perithous. Down in the plaza, the situation looked like the most violent Black Friday sale ever. Imprisoned mythics rushed in every direction, trying to overrun the circle of guards. Harpies fought harpies above the cypress trees. Giants threw park benches at other giants. A giant crab! Why was there a giant crab? Scuttled sideways through the bedlam, holding a screaming telkine in either claw. Once the armies of prisoners and captors clashed, things got even more confusing, as nobody seemed to know which side anyone was on. Nico! Hazel rushed toward him, grinning as she sliced down an enemy donkey satyr, the same strange courier they'd followed into the court of the dead days ago. Asterion and Ariel were on either side of her, the Carpos quinoa flying around them like an avenging grain angel. Hazel threw herself into Nico's arms. You made it! Nico blinked back tears. He'd never been so happy to see his sister, even if she smelled like she'd been hanging out in a monster's dirty laundry hamper. Johann sobbed as he embraced Ariel. Quinoa and Orcus collided in midair, trying to hug each other. Semele made Nico's body pull Asterion into the group hug, and then she used his voice to shout, I love you, you big, beautiful cow. Asterion seemed a bit startled, but he accepted the hug.
Is that Semele?
Yes, it's me, Nico grinned. Then he regained control of himself. I mean, yes, it's her. She's possessing me. Kind of long story. The other mythics looked at him dumbfounded. Hazel shook her head in amazement. Well, I guess it's not the weirdest thing I've heard in the past couple of days. Then she spotted the lion padding toward her, his fangs bloody from biting the butt of many a retreating dogman. Frank, she squealed. What a good kitty. The lion morphed back into Frank just as Hazel flew into his arms and kissed him. I'm so happy to see you.
Friends, we must be quick,
Asterion warned, grabbing an enemy harpy out of the air and throwing her into the nearest parked car.
Perithous has imprisoned 2 gods. We must free them before they can pledge to his cause.
That jolted Nico out of his temporary euphoria. What? How?
Also a long story, Hazel said, but she did her best to explain as quickly as possible. Even with two minds inside his brain, Nico wasn't sure he understood it all. Twin gods of trickery, chains of Prometheus, oaths and traps, and trading up to capture Hades himself? Meanwhile, Perithous' forces were overcoming their initial panic. The judge himself, now protected by two Cyclops and the red-robed skeletal guards from the court, had rediscovered his courage. He climbed onto the pedestal of a cement sphinx about 50 yards away and started barking orders.
Kill them! Kill them!
While imperiously waving his gavel. Now that Nico knew about the chains of Prometheus, he understood why so many minor gods had pledged to serve this self-important Chief Justice. He also understood why those gods had not yet jumped into battle. They probably didn't like Perithous any better than Nico did, but with Perithous giving them direct orders, they had no choice but to obey. Things were about to get dicey for Team Hazel and the Mythics. Perhaps freeing those gods should not be the first priority right now, said Ariel, her expression anguished. We need to get our fellow Mythics out of here safely.
Also, said Quinoa, did we mention that the twins are gods of trickery? Before they got chained up, they exploded 2 judges in Laverna. There was talk of exploding more people, and the only choice they were offering was Cajun spice or extra crispy.
Nico had to admit that didn't sound good. You know we're right here, said Dolus. We can hear you, agreed his sister Apate. Their necks were charred and smoking beneath their Stygian iron shackles. Their bodies trembled from the aftershocks of immense pain. They could barely lift their heads enough to meet Nico's eyes. I'm not going to leave anyone in chains, Nico decided. Not if we can figure out a way to help. His half-sister smiled at him. There's the Nico I know and love. She glanced at Assyrian. How about you help evacuate the other Mythics? They'll follow you. Nico and I will figure out these chains. Assyrian nodded.
As you wish, Hazel. Please take care of yourself. Ariel, Johan, Quinoa, Orcus, with me.
I'll just stay here, said Semele through Nico's voice. Be careful, you gorgeous cow. Wow, do you have to? Nico asked. Yes, Semele said. Yes, I do. As the Mythics marched into battle to help their comrades, Hazel faced the other demigods. Can you all buy us some time? We can't let Perithous get near these 2 gods. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll pledge their loyalty to him. The pain is just too much. Right on cue, the iron shackles began to glow red. Dolus and Apate screamed, writhing in agony. Frank scowled.
Legionnaires, you heard her. We protect this position at all costs.
Orbem instruite. Freighter, the demigods replied in unison. Then they formed a circle around the chained gods, facing outward with their weapons ready. Will, who wasn't so up-to-date on Latin commands, looked confused for a second and then added, yeah, what they said. He took up a position next to Savannah and got ready to glow, to heal, to send some arrows flying, or to throw Kit Kat bars, depending on what was required. That left Hazel and Nico to deal with the chains of Prometheus. Hazel frowned at Nico. So, you're possessed? How does that feel? He shrugged. Pretty cool, to be honest. Semele saved my life, so I'm not going to complain. Thank you, said Semele. It was a strange sensation to be granted permission, but for now, I much prefer this to the old ways. For now? Nico asked. Meaning what? Focus, she ordered. He wasn't comforted by that, but he turned his attention to the problem at hand. He knelt next to Dolus and Apate. The shackles had cooled again, leaving the 2 gods whimpering and gasping for breath. Any idea how to get these off? He asked them. If we knew how, grumbled Apate. Don't you think we would have done it? Dolus wheezed. I don't want to pledge myself to that fool, Perithous, he said. But your sister is correct. If he asks again, I'm not sure I'll be able to resist. You have to free us. Then there's the little matter of you 2 being the gods of trickery, Hazel noted. How do we know you won't turn on us, or just kill everyone, including our friends? Apate glanced up. Like many gods, her face was unearthly, beautiful and terrifying at the same time, but her desperate expression struck Nico as very human. You tried to warn us, Hazel Levesque, said the goddess. You alone understood who we were, even when we weren't telling the truth. We will not harm you if you help us. Look at me. Am I lying? Hazel narrowed her eyes. No, I don't think so. But honestly, I would help you anyway. No one should be chained like this. Strongly agree, Dolus said. Especially when it's me. Nico stood and hefted his sword. That just leaves the question of how. Hazel, stand back. Semele spoke in his mind. That isn't... Nico brought his blade down on one of the chain's links, using his own strength combined with Semele's. Stygian iron met Stygian iron with a horrific clang. Sparks of pure black energy sprayed across the pavement, sizzling as they fell on the god's skin. Dolus and Apate both howled. The impact made Nico's body vibrate so violently that the Kako demons re-emerged from him, dropping to the ground with startled sounds of eep, eep, eep. Going to work, Semele finished. Nico muttered. That knocked the Cocoa Puffs right out of me. Is that a euphemism? Apate asked. No, never mind. Thought it was worth a try. Well, it wasn't, Dolus protested. All across the plaza, the battle was heating up. The imprisoned mythics had made a hole in Perithous' lines to the east. Ariel and Quinoa were shepherding them through it while Asterion guarded their retreat, fending off a pursuing squad of Dracena, with help from Johann, Orcus, and a few stalwart Lystragonian allies. The baby Drakon was locked in combat with one of Perithous' largest Cyclops. Smaller skirmishes spread across the entire park, and it was not at all clear which side was winning. The three underworld gods, the Dian Fury, were busy summoning an army of the undead, which wasn't going to help matters. Worst of all, Nico's attempt to break the chains had gotten Perithous' attention.
Stop them,
screamed the judge from his well-guarded pedestal.
Go, go!
After a moment's hesitation, his Cyclops advanced, followed by the red-robed skeletons with their two-pronged spears. Frank, Nico called. Don't let those Bidens touch you. They weren't set to kill when the skeletons teleported their victims to the plaza, but I don't think we'll be so lucky this time. Frank scowled. Bidens? Yeah, you know. Nico fought down his impatience. Poseidon has a trident. The two pointed ones are Bidens. They're symbols of Hades. They tend to be pretty nasty weapons. Will looked back at him as if wondering whether Nico was joking. Biden sounds like a bisexual breath freshener, he said. After a beat, he added, and actually, I kind of want that now. Hello, called Dolus, reclaiming Nico's attention. Chained gods here? Right, Nico said. Ideas? Hazel turned up her hands. Maybe. We hit the chains together? No! Yelped Apate. I have a suggestion, Semele said. The entire Council of Gods had to agree to put Prometheus in chains. To unlock these chains, we may need a council. Nico relayed this message out loud. Only problem is, he added, we don't have a Council of Gods. Defiant made a sneezing noise. The puff hopped over to the nearest chain link, opened his mouth wider than should have been possible, and began chewing on the Stygian iron. Dolus leaned away from the puff. What is that thing? I have never seen anything like it. It's a Kako demon, said Nico. Specifically made from me. It's a long story. I'll tell it once we get you free. Dolus stared at him in disbelief. But then it's a kind of daimon. Like Apate and me. They're gods. Very, very, very minor gods, perhaps, but still technically gods. Hazel gave Nico a skeptical look. A council of Cocoa Puffs? Even with Semele's life force added to his, Nico felt like he might pass out. His cute little demonic emotions were gods? The implications were too much for him to handle. On the other hand, they were running out of time. Incoming! Yelled Savannah as the Cyclops barreled toward them. Nico, now would be good, said Will, who fired off an arrow that bounced off one of the Cyclops' knees. Nico felt Semele once again taking over his voice. He didn't fight her. I will help, she said through him. Dolus, Apate, I am Semele Thyone. Do you know that name? The twin gods looked at her, looked at Nico with total shock. He didn't know what Semele was talking about. The details of her life were all jumbled together in his brain, but clearly the title Thyone meant something to the gods. You? How? Dolus said. A story for another time, said the Eidolon through Nico. If I free you and you betray us, you will regret it. I take it you are familiar with my son? Apate started to shiver, and Nico didn't think it was from the agony of the chains this time. He would never betray you. Him, any of you, just please, free us. Nico had questions now, but he put them aside. He felt energy course through him. He placed the tip of his blade against one link of the chain, right next to the spot where Defiance was chewing. Cocoa Puffs, said Semele, I summon you to a council of judgment. Shall we break these chains and free our fellow gods? The Puffs yipped and howled, hopping over to join Defiance and gnawing at the chain. Nico pushed his blade downward against the Stygian iron link. It cut like butter. Perilous couldn't possibly have seen this from so far away, but he must have felt it somehow. He screamed, "No!" and fell to his knees. The Cyclops and skeletal guards charged Frank, only steps away. The chains of Prometheus burst, one link after another like a string of firecrackers, until the shackles fell away, smoking from Dolus's and Apate's necks. The gods stood shakily, gasping for air. You actually did it, Dolus said. You saved us, Apate said. Now help us, yelled Nico/Semele. Nico was hoping for some vaporizing and extra crispy exploding. Instead, the twin gods locked their eyes on a news helicopter that was now circling the park. This would all be on the evening news, Nico imagined, and soon racking up millions of views on every social media platform. First, Apate said, we must heal the mist. It's time for some deception, Dolus agreed. I do love deception. The two gods faced each other and locked hands, moving closer until their foreheads touched. You are my counterpart, said Dolus. You are my other half, said Apate. Smiles spread across their faces. The air pressure dropped. A mighty boom knocked Nico off his feet. Suddenly, the park was strangely quiet. Nico sat up, his head swimming, his vision blurry. The Cyclops who'd been about to attack Frank were gone. So was Frank, and Hazel, and Will. Nico struggled to his feet. Panic rose in his chest. What did you do? He demanded of the gods. But Apate and Dolus were also missing. Meow, said a tiny voice from the spot where Hazel had been. Nico blinked. He looked down, rubbed his eyes, then he scanned the entire plaza. Where there had once been a raging battle of gods and mythics, there were now hundreds and hundreds of small, furry, cute animals. The entire park was full of house cats. Chapter 37. Will? Nico called out. An orange tabby meowed and pawed at his boot. No, he said. This is not happening. He realized that Dolus and Apate had vastly overcompensated with the mist. His senses had gone from fully prepared for mist to overexposed with no mist at all, to completely unprepared for extra heavy mist. His brain had mist-lash. Was that a thing? All he knew was that when you have to guess which cat is your boyfriend, you have a problem. Nico, Semele said, I know I told you to lose your puff. Now I think you should find your puff. Yeah, you're right. His hands trembled, but he started walking around the pavement, picking up cats. Defiance? Meow. Defiance? Meow. How was this possible? Was everyone in the park seeing the same illusion? Nico looked very human to himself. What did he look like to everyone else? Maybe they were all wandering around, picking one another up and wondering if this kitty was a friend or an enemy. Or maybe the fight was still going on, and Nico just couldn't see it. Finally, he hefted a huge black Maine Coon. Defiance? The fluffy sack of fur bared its fangs and hissed. All around Nico, the change was instantaneous. The cats vanished. Now he saw a park full of mortals, mythics, and minor gods standing around and looking confused. Many were grabbing at the air or dodging unseen threats, like each person was wearing a VR headset and playing a different game. Defiance, once again a toothy ball of darkness, purred proudly in Nico's arms. "Demigods," Nico called out. "If you can hear me, grab a Cocoa Puff." Everybody just kept playing their virtual reality cat games. He spotted Will, leaning over Lavinia, combing through her pink hair like something important was hidden in there. Nico grabbed Loneliness and pressed the puff into Will's hands. Will gasped. His eyes cleared. "Nico? What?" "Duck," warned Semele. Fortunately, Nico had a mental connection to her. He understood that she meant hit the deck and not look out. There is an actual duck attacking you, because either scenario was genuinely possible. He tackled Will, and they dropped to the ground as a harpy swooped down at them, her talons extended. Whether the harpy actually meant to attack them or was lost in some illusion, Nico wasn't sure, but she flew on, screeching in outrage. "What the actual Hades?" Will grumbled. "You okay?" Nico asked. "Yeah, under the circumstances, I think Dolus and Apate went too hard on the mist. Just a bit." Nico scanned the crowd. There, hovering over the biggest fountain, the twin gods were waving their arms like symphony conductors, laughing as confused mythics ran into one another or tried to fist fight with lampposts. "Can you get the puffs paired off with our friends again?" Nico asked. "I have some gods to strangle." "On it," Will promised. Nico ran for the plaza, dodging and weaving through hallucinating crowds and holding his puff like a football. A Telkine rushed at him, snarling and snapping its teeth, but Nico bounded out of the way. He didn't want to attack anyone he didn't have to. He couldn't be sure which mythics were friends. For all he knew, the poor Telkine just thought Nico was a particularly vicious house cat. He stumbled, trying to leap over the baby Dracone. Defiance tumbled out of his arms. The world shimmered. Nico lost his balance and slammed sideways into a tree. When the yellow spots of pain faded from his eyes, he found himself in a nightmarish new illusion. Standing next to him was a lady in the most stereotypical witch costume he'd ever seen. Long black cloak, pointy hat, warty prosthetic nose, and a straw broom in one hand. She was yelling at a guy in a cheap plastic Superman outfit. "Hello!" she screamed. "What?" Superman screamed back. "Hello! What?" It was scintillating conversation, but Nico left them to it. He pushed past a person in an inflatable T-Rex costume and then a zombie with fake blood on his face. The entire plaza was now a Halloween party. "Defiance," he called out. "Where are you?" Defiance didn't answer, probably because it was being defiant. "We must keep going," said Semele. "I will do my best to help you focus." Nico growled in frustration, but he knew she was right. He turned toward the central fountain. Floating over it now were a couple in elaborate Day of the Dead costumes. La Katrina, with her lacy hoop skirt and floppy hat, bedecked with flowers. El Catrin, with his rhinestone-studded black mariachi suit, both with their faces painted like jewel-encrusted skulls. They were dancing a waltz in midair, singing to each other as the world around them disintegrated into a series of psychedelic nightmares. Dolus and Apate, obviously. Nico sprinted toward them, determined to end the gods' reverie.
Hazel gasped. Suddenly, the world made sense again. 1 minute, she'd been surrounded by cute, whimpering puppy dogs. Now the puppies were gone, turned back into confused-looking people. She was holding a Cocoa Puff in her hands, and Frank was grinning at her. "Welcome back," he said. "I gave you anger. He's a good friend of mine." Sure enough, Hazel felt supercharged with rage. Of course, she'd felt that way ever since she'd met the accursed Court of the Dead, so it didn't bother her much. Her senses were all on high alert, like ADHD plus 12 espressos high alert. "I am really angry," she announced. "But also, I really love you." Frank laughed. "Same." Will ran off to help Nico. "Give me a hand distributing more puffs?" Hazel surveyed the plaza. The mythics seemed to be having varying degrees of success seeing through this new veil of super thick mist. Some were standing around in a daze like they were trying to remember where they'd parked their chariots. Others were still fighting, although a few were locked in mortal combat with trees or park benches. Asterion seemed to still have his wits about him. He continued to herd the mythics away from danger, stopping only long enough to fling an aggressive gigantic ant into an abandoned hot dog cart. Hazel spotted Nico racing toward the central fountain, where Dolus and Apate were dancing a waltz in the air. Will was trying to catch up to him, dodging and weaving through a flock of hallucinating harpies. Then she remembered who had started this chaos in the first place. Perilous. Where was that pompous pile of... There. Running away, of course, with his 2 skeletal guards trailing behind him. And they were headed straight for Camp Jupiter's Chevy van, which Frank's crew must have driven here. Oh, Hades, no, she muttered. Frank, keep at it with the puffs. I have a judge to catch. Before he could protest, she sprinted off, anger barking its approval in her arms. Even with the Cocoa Puff heightening her senses, the mist was harder to navigate than she'd ever experienced. Her skin tingled all over like she was running through a cold fog. It kept throwing illusory obstacles in her path. Puppies to trip on, brick walls to crash through, fiery pits to jump over. But she forged ahead, ignoring what her eyes tried to tell her. She knew the mist. She could navigate these currents of weirdness. Come on, Hazel, she told herself. You can do this. With a cry of determination, Hazel shoved the mist away, creating a small radius in front of her where reality shifted back into place. She heard the flutter of leafy wings behind her, and Quinoa perched on her shoulder.
Hazel, why was everything and everyone a dog just now?
Mist, she said, sweat pouring down her face. Sorry, I need to concentrate. This is so much more powerful than what I'm used to.
No problem,
said the Carpos.
but I'm sticking with you. I much prefer cats anyway. What's the plan?
Hazel pointed up ahead. Perilous.
Oh, yeah.
Quinoa cracked his tiny knuckles.
I've got some things to discuss with that. Look out!
Kelly the Impusa pounced from out of nowhere, landing on Hazel and knocking her to the ground. Hazel managed a wild slash with her espada, cutting clean through Kelly's cheerleader jersey. The Impusa screamed, "Not again!" as she exploded into dust and pom-pom tassels, but the back of Hazel's head slammed against the asphalt. Anger was thrown from her arms. Quinoa shrieked as he catapulted off her shoulder. Hazel wheezed, struggling to sit up. She'd lost her hold on the mist. The world had changed again. The scent of freshly popped popcorn hit her nostrils. She heard the whimsical melody of a carousel. A tall man nearly crashed into her, his view obstructed by an enormous stuffed teddy bear. She was in the midst of a fully functioning carnival.
Nico weaved around a ghost. Not a real one, but someone wearing a sheet with eye holes. He did his best to push his panic down. But even with Semily's help, his brain was having trouble piercing the mist. The plaza still looked like a Halloween party in which everyone was sleepwalking through different nightmares. "Dolus! Apate!" he screamed. "You have to stop this!" If the twin gods heard him, they didn't respond. They just kept waltzing and singing to each other in their fancy skeleton costumes. "Nico!" said a muffled voice. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder from behind, making Nico yelp. He spun, his sword ready to run through whoever it was. But he froze as he found himself facing a giant banana. At least it was someone in a very realistic giant banana costume with oversized sunglasses covering the eye holes. "Nico, it's me," the banana said, the voice muffled behind layers of yellow foam padding. "Me who? I don't know any bananas." "It's Will," he said. "Wait, I'm a banana?" "It's the mist," Nico said, "and I lost my Cocoa Puff." Banana Will offered him a regular-sized banana. "Here, take mine. You need it more." Wait. Where are the others? Did you get them sorted out?" "I think so," Will said.
At least I got Frank and Yazan reunited with their puffs, and they're helping the others. I wanted to follow you, though. Thought you might need the help." Nico felt equally exasperated and grateful. He would have hugged his boyfriend if he weren't a giant banana with sunglasses. "It's fine," he decided. "Keep your your puff. I can see well enough. The twins are just up ahead." "Lead on," said Banana Will. First, Nico took a moment to still his mind, the way Mr. D had taught him. Breathe. Find a center of calmness. Within him, Semily's mind reacted well to this idea. A comforting warmth spread through Nico's body. "Did he teach you that?" she asked, obviously pleased. "That's an excellent lesson." She lent him her focus, and despite the chaos around them, Nico's thoughts started to clear, as if all the sediment of his jumbled emotions were settling to the bottom of his skull. When he opened his eyes again, he saw regular non-banana Will standing next to him, his fingers curled around loneliness like a baseball. "Better?" Will asked. "Somewhat," he admitted, but mythics were still fighting all across the park. The D and Fury were sending their army of undead into battle, and Nico was pretty sure those lost souls would not be affected by the mist. They would hack down anyone in their path, mythic, demigod, house cat, or banana. Nico had hoped the minor gods would be freed from Perilous once the chains of Prometheus were broken, but maybe they liked working for him. Or maybe something else was needed to free them. "Like the death of Perilous," Semele suggested. "That could be arranged," Nico said. "What?" Will asked. "Nothing," he said. "First things first, let's stop this mist-pocalypse." The closer they got to Apate and Dolus, the harder it became to move. After another few feet, Will stumbled. "Nico?" he cried. "Are you still here?" "Right in front of you," Nico said, taking his hand. Will's eyes stared through him. I can hear you, but..." Nico looked down at Loneliness, who was now fast asleep in Will's palm. "They must be exhausted," Semele said. "They will not be able to help much longer." Worry spiked in Nico again. He had never considered that the puffs had limited energy, just like he did. "How are you holding up?" Semele asked. "Do you not feel the strain?" "Not really," he said. I'm a little tired, but it's nothing like I was before." Perhaps these two selves in one body will not end badly." Nico did not like the ominous sound of that, but he needed to take care of Will first. "Just keep hold," he told his boyfriend. "Can you feel my hand?" Will swallowed, clearly trying not to freak out, but he managed to nod. "Okay, yes. It feels like I'm holding a tiger's tail, but I'll assume it's your hand." "I'll lead you," Nico promised. Then he muttered an apology to the sleeping Loneliness. "Hold on, my other puffs, wherever you are," he said. "Just help us for a little bit longer." They ran for the center of the park. For a few steps, Nico thought they would make it. He could feel the mist fighting against him like a hallucinogenic headwind, pushing him back, filling his senses with false impressions. But he kept going, tapping into Semele's seemingly boundless strength as he clung desperately to Will's hand. Then, only 20 feet from the fountain, an unseen force hit him in the gut. He lost hold of Will, falling forward and catching himself with his palms, which scraped painfully against the concrete. "Nico!" Will called. "Still here," Nico groaned. "Nico? Nico, where are you?" Oh no, he thought. Will couldn't even hear him now. Worse, Nico had lost his own grip on reality. When he looked around him, he saw nothing but endless statues. Some were cartoonishly inaccurate depictions of gods locked in battle. Others were abstract art, cubes and pipes and polygons all collapsing together. Others were Egyptian obelisks, or bronze busts of historical figures. "Will!" he called out as he pushed himself up. "Will?" His boyfriend had vanished. It was horribly silent in the park. Nico spun around as terror rose in him. Then a sharp pain pierced him between his eyes, so intense he almost dropped his blade. He saw stars. His heart felt like it was beating deep inside his brain. "What is this?" he said, his voice slurring. "I'm so sorry, Nico," said Semele. "I was afraid of this. We Eidolons, when we possess, we take over a mind. I know that, he thought, but I gave you consent. Even so, your mind is fighting back, she said. If I don't leave you soon, your identity may be consumed by mine, and I do not want that. If I do leave you, your mind will be exposed and vulnerable. The mist is so strong here, you might be permanently damaged. Nico clenched his fists, though the pain of his chafed palms made him nauseated. He was only 20 feet from the twin gods, so close. But now, Will was alone, and his Eidolon lifeline had turned into a noose. He was out of options. He had no idea what to do.
Chapter 38. Hazel's brain ached as it tried to process what she was seeing. A large Ferris wheel loomed to her right, flashing with cheerful, multicolored lights as it spun. Kids giggled and shrieked with joy as they ran to a booth selling funnel cake. She could even smell it. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her how long it had been since she'd last had a meal. "Hazel!" cried Quinoa. When she looked for the source of the voice, all she saw was a large stick of pink cotton candy abandoned on the sidewalk. "Hazel, on your feet!" the cotton candy screeched. "Perilous is getting away!" No, he isn't, she thought. I will not disappoint my friends. Hazel reached out with her senses, pushing against the mist, though every breath hurt her lungs. She needed to work with the mist, she reminded herself, to find the currents and use them. Fortunately, the currents in the park were now like Class 6 whitewater rapids. She caught them and channeled them, blasting them outward. The cotton candy became her Carpos friend, Quinoa. The Ferris wheel melted into clear blue sky. The kids at the funnel cake booth morphed into the Stymphalian bird collective Gregory, who was swarming around one of Pirithous' Cyclops guards. And there was Pirithous himself, climbing into Camp Jupiter's Chevy minivan. One of his skeletal guardians was behind the wheel. The motor was already revving. Were skeletons allowed to drive in San Francisco? She watched as the van began to make a U-turn. Hazel let loose an anguished howl. She'd felt like this before, years and years ago, when she was in Gaia's cavern in Alaska, a helpless pawn in someone else's violent plan. She refused to fail like that again. She pressed her hands against the ground. She called out silently, with all her willpower, reaching past the mist, beyond all the chaos in the park. "Hazel, are you okay?" Quinoa's voice was tight with worry. "Calling a friend," she muttered. She didn't know if this would work. The Chevy was already pulling away from the park. Then she felt a rumble in the cement beneath her fingers. The rhythmic beat of something running fast, and the stallion Arion materialized before her in a cloud of dust. "Holy horse!" yelped Quinoa. Hazel grinned. Just seeing her old companion filled her with new hope. "Come on, Quinoa." She launched herself onto Arion's back and patted his neck. "Thank you for coming, my friend." Quinoa edged away nervously. Does that horse eat, Quinoa?" "He prefers chunks of gold," Hazel said. The Carpos perked up. "Well, in that case, ride 'em, cowboy." He fluttered onto Hazel's shoulder. She raised her spatha, and they charged after the retreating van.
Whoosh! Another gust of mist knocked Nico breathless, but at least it made the searing pain in his head subside. For a moment, he saw clearly through the shifting illusions, and what he saw gave him hope. The statues were gone. Will sat right next to him, clearly trying to stay calm and stay put, the way you're supposed to if you're lost in the wilderness. And at the far end of the plaza, Asterion was leading hundreds of mythics to safety. All was not lost. It couldn't be. He rose to his feet. "Stay with me, Semele. I'll need your help." "But your mind is rebelling," she said. "Then let it rebel," he said aloud. "We have to end this." He trudged toward Dolus and Apate, still dancing above the fountain. There was a dull ache in both his chest and head. He felt like he'd been hit by a truck, but he couldn't stop now. "Dolus!" he yelled. "Apate!" Thankfully, they heard him this time. They stopped dancing. "Demigod!" Dolus grinned in his skeletal face paint, looking genuinely pleased to see him. "Have you come to praise what my counterpart and I have done?" "You have to stop," Nico wheezed. "Stop?" Apate frowned, tilting her wide flowery hat. "But this is what we were asked to do. The mist is restored." "There is so much deception happening in this park." Dolus rubbed his hands gleefully. "We've done cats, dogs, Halloween, a carnival. We're thinking maybe a volcano next." "No!" Nico yelped. "I mean, you've done an amazing job, but it's too much. Can you dial it back?" Apate stared at him blankly. The skeletal paint was not making her face any less terrifying. "Dial it back? We're having such fun." Nico shuddered, feeling Semele take over his voice. "Remember your vow," she said. "I am Semele Thyone, and I am not pleased." Dolus and Apate glanced at each other. Nico recognized the look instantly. It was the same expression he and Bianca had exchanged many times when their mom returned from work and they realized they hadn't yet done their homework or chores. Of course," Dolus stammered. "Dialing back is fun too," Apate said. Immediately, the pressure eased between Nico's eyes. He could breathe again. All around the park, mythics started to come out of their trances. Will stood, his eyes lighting up when he saw Nico. "Thank the gods," he cried, running toward Nico. But then a harpy swooped down at him, grazing his shoulder. Will tumbled and spun so that his back was against the ground. Panic filled Nico, but as the harpy came for a second pass, Will reached into one of the pockets in his cargo pants and pulled out. "Is that?" Semele said. It was indeed a wool sock. Will chucked it at the harpy as it neared him, its mouth open wide in a shriek. And the sock landed perfectly in the back of the harpy's throat. The bird woman dropped immediately and began to try to cough it up, but the thick wool garment was lodged deep inside. The harpy shook a few more times and then keeled over. Dead. "You have to be kidding me," said Nico, his mouth open. "Did you actually kill something with a wool sock?" Will grinned wide. "Told you they'd come in handy." Semele had more important things to focus on, though. "Dolus, I appreciate your obedience," she said, using Nico's voice. "You're quite welcome," Dolus said. "Now," she continued, "if you really want to help, perhaps instead of causing chaos throughout the entire park, you could stop the man who put you in chains. Focus your deceptions on perilous." The two gods shared a look of utter delight. "We had not thought of that," Apate said. "What a grand idea." "You must forgive us, Semele Thyone," said Dolus. "We have been ignored and forgotten for so very, very long. I suppose we got carried away." "You will be forgiven," she said, "as soon as perilous is defeated." "Then let's go find that bitter buffoon," exclaimed Apate. The twin gods flew down to them. Apate grabbed Nico's hands. Dolus grabbed Will's. Together they lifted off, flying back toward the Young. "When this is over," Nico said to Semele, "you need to explain this Thyone thing and why these gods are so scared of you." "When this is over," Semele agreed. "But I should really vacate your mind before—" "Not yet," Nico said, because he suspected as soon as Semele left him, he was going to pass out. "When perilous is defeated." He just hoped he could keep his consciousness intact that long.
Hazel had never been in such a satisfying car wreck. Arion literally ran circles around the van and then stopped right in front of it. When the skeletal driver swerved to avoid the sudden magical horse, Arion zipped to one side, allowing the van to careen into the nearest eucalyptus tree. Hazel didn't love wrecking the camp's only working mortal vehicle, but she did enjoy the sound of perilous wailing as he hurtled forward and cracked the windshield with his face. This is why we always wear our seatbelts, kids, she thought. The skeleton in the driver's seat had gone halfway through the windshield, conducting a violent mind meld with the eucalyptus tree. Hazel didn't think he would be recovering anytime soon. The side door of the Chevy rolled open, and the second skeleton staggered out, drunkenly waving his bident. But he was no match for an angry grain spirit. Quinoa flew under his spear and executed a perfect aerial roundhouse kick to the guard's bony face, causing the skull to pop off and roll under the van. The rest of the guard collapsed in a pile of red robes and bones. That left only Perilous, who stumbled out of the passenger's side door. His judge's robes were in tatters. He still held his gavel, but it had snapped in half, so it now looked like a wilted flower. A large piece of glass was embedded in Perillous's forehead. The rest of his face didn't look so great either. If he survived, he would need stitches, plastic surgery, and probably a new left eye. Somewhere behind Hazel, a voice said, "Well, look who we found." She turned to see Apate and Dolus floating in for a landing, carrying Nico and Will by the hands. Hazel dismounted. She ran to Nico, wrapping him in a hug. "Are you okay?" He nodded, though his face was even paler than usual and his skin was cold. Will met Hazel's eyes and shook his head, confirming that Nico was going to need medical help, and soon. Dolus hooted as he looked Perilous up and down.
Hey, buddy. How's that judicial system working for you?
Perilous snarled, but he didn't have enough energy to be properly menacing.
It's not too late,
he mumbled, a trickle of blood seeping from his ear.
We can still work together. There's so much synergy here. Don't you feel it?
Apate glanced at her counterpart. Wow, he doesn't give up, does he?
I still have allies, Perilous insisted. Those gods are bound to me until I release them.
He pointed his broken gavel at Nico.
Attack him! If you believe at all in law and order, destroy these criminals, and you will be pardoned. Join our winning side.
But the fight was petering out of the winning side. The plaza was now almost cleared of mythics. Asterion and his allies were cleaning up the last of the enemy forces who hadn't chosen to desert Perilous. Only the Dianfiri and a few other minor gods remained on the field with their army of undead. But they seemed to be holding back. Maybe they were waiting for direct orders to attack from Perilous. Orders that they probably realized were never going to come, because even the most forgotten gods aren't fools. Quinoa scowled.
Are the bad guys you fight normally this pathetic?
No, Nico said.
This one is a special case.
What?
Perilous snapped.
What about my case?
Forget it, Nico said.
Apate and Dolus, do you think you could convince the judge here to release the other gods from their vows?
Dolus grinned.
We'd be delighted.
Perilous backed up against the van.
Don't you dare! I'm the hero here.
He started to scream and claw at his eyes, which were already not in great shape.
Get them away from me! Get them away!
The twin gods hadn't moved, but they'd clearly done something to the judge's mind. Hazel frowned at them. What is he seeing?
Giant spiders,
Apate said with glee.
He's terrified of them.
It can stop, Perilous,
Dolus said.
If you release the gods from their vows.
The judge crumpled and started to cry.
I release them. You are released, gods. Just, please, no spiders.
Hazel glanced back across the plaza. The minor gods, along with their army, disappeared like a fog bank burning away in the sun. Suddenly, Hazel wasn't sure what to do. They stood around watching Perilous blubber while their friends slowly gathered around them. Frank and Savannah were supporting Ariel, who was limping along on her celestial bronze leg. Yazan, Dion, and Johann walked arm in arm, laughing about house cats. Lavinia and Lucius Silver were dancing the Cotton-Eyed Joe down the road, while Orcus flew reconnaissance above them. Last came Asterion, walking with dignity like a conquering prince, which he was. Will reached into his pants pockets and pulled out some Kit Kat bars. He passed the first one to Nico. Eat. Doctor's orders. But he had plenty of extras. By the time all their friends had gathered at the car crash, everyone was munching chocolate and watching Perilous cry. The Cocoa Puffs had gathered as well, since they tended to show up whenever food was available. They bounced around everyone's feet, making puppy dog eyes and begging for scraps. Defiance sniffed at Perilous' shredded robes, but apparently decided the judge didn't smell so good. "His Honor looks pretty sad," said Hazel. "Very," added Asterion. "So what do we do with him now?" Nico mused. "Punish me, of course," Perilous screamed. "If you think I'm guilty, it's what I deserve." "Dude," said Will, "what is with your obsession with punishment? We just wanted to stop your bizarre take-over the Underworld scheme. We never wanted to punish you." Apate snorted. "Speak for yourself, demigod." "I would happily drop him into Tartarus," Dolus agreed. "There are some lovely big spiders down there." Perilous whimpered and cowered. "I think you've done enough," said Hazel. "As terrible as Perilous is, I don't want to hurt him anymore or kill him." "Yeah," Dion agreed. "It would be like killing an injured animal. A nasty injured animal, but still." Hazel glanced up at the helicopter, which continued to circle the park. "There's also the question of how we conceal what happened here. The mortals got quite a show." As soon as she said this, the hair rose on her arms. She felt a cold, heavy presence in the woods, just off the road. Something familiar, powerful, and dangerous. The others must have felt it too. They instinctively backed away. Some readied their weapons, but Hazel raised her hand. "No," she said. "Wait." A woman emerged from the trees. Or rather, 3 women joined at the waist. Her faces ranged from a teenaged girl to a middle-aged woman to a grizzled grandmother. Purple flames haloed her body, flickering across the folds of her midnight black dress. At her side padded the largest hellhound Hazel had ever seen. On the woman's shoulder sat a weasel. No, Hazel realized. Not a weasel. A polecat. The goddess's sacred animal. "Perhaps," said the woman, "you should let me take things from here." Dolus and Apate bowed their heads and knelt, still floating in the air since they had no feet to stand on. Hazel took a knee as well. It had been a long time since she'd seen the goddess of magic, but she remembered that voice. She couldn't help but smile. "Lady Hecate," she said. "It's nice to see you again."
Chapter 39. Nico knelt along with the rest of the group. It seemed like the right thing to do when the goddess of magic was staring at them with her dark, glittering eyes, like an eagle marking its prey. Next to him, Dion whispered, "Another goddess? And she's one I've actually heard of." "Shh," Savannah elbowed him. "Don't say that, it's rude." Hecate frowned, taking in the strange assembly of demigods and mythics, the beat-up judge, the crashed Chevy. "Hazel Levesque," she said, "what in the name of all the gods have you been doing to the mist?" Hazel smiled as if she wasn't fazed by the flaming triple goddess with the scary pets. "It's a long story, my lady." Hecate crossed her arms. "I'm immortal. I have time." And so Hazel brought her up to speed. That took a while. Fortunately, Hazel stood up about halfway through, so Nico felt free to do the same. All the kneeling was killing him. When Hazel finished her story, Hecate sighed. She didn't look angry so much as exasperated, like, "You crazy kids in your mist." "You demigods have been keeping me very busy as of late," she said. "I need another vacation." Pirithous groveled, clawing his way toward the goddess.
"Oh, great Hecate," he cried. "Please, hear me now. I was only trying to restore order to the world."
"Oh, I've been hearing you," said the goddess. "You and your little group of cronies have caused quite a commotion." She stopped and looked around. "It appears they've all abandoned you now. They were smart." Pirithous pressed his face to the pavement, which must have really hurt with that giant chunk of glass in his forehead.
"It doesn't matter. If I got your attention, if I showed the mortal world how chaotic the underworld is, how much we need change, then I achieved what I needed to."
"Please, don't listen to him," said Nico. "He's caused so much—" Hecate raised a hand, and the words died in his mouth. "So, Pirithous," said the goddess, "do I understand correctly that you wish to put Hades on trial? You wish to stand in judgment of an Olympian?" The judge glanced up, probably trying to gauge the tone of her voice. If it had been Nico, he would have said, "No, there's been a mistake. I'm good, I'll just be on my way." Instead, Pirithous said,
"Yes, my lady, it is my deepest desire. I know I can do a better job of ordering the underworld."
Apate snorted, but Hecate shot her a look that said, "You shut it too." "I see," said Hecate. "You believe you are worthy of this great honor."
"Yes,"
Pirithous cried. "Just as you would make a more worthy husband for Persephone?"
Yes, of course. Finally, a goddess who understands me."
"Indeed," said Hecate. "I understand you." Her form shimmered, becoming a single person rather than three, an adult woman in a sleeveless black gown, her dark hair crowned with a silver tiara. Her hellhound and polecat dissolved into shadows, going back to wherever scary supernatural pets came from. Hecate snapped her fingers. A massive boulder erupted from the middle of the street. It was a chunk of schist, roughly shaped like a king-size bed. "Here is your throne," Hecate said. "Be seated, new king of the underworld, and receive your reward." Nico glanced at his friends. By now he realized Hecate had no intention of rewarding Pirithous. Judging from his friends' faces, they knew it too. The only one who seemed to believe in Pirithous' well-deserved reward was Pirithous.
"Thank you, great goddess."
He groveled some more, and Nico realized he was a natural at it. Then the disgraced judge crawled to the boulder, which he seemed to think was an actual throne. With a great deal of effort and whimpering, he managed to climb on top of it. He lay back, facing the sky, and began to sink into the stone until his back half was stuck. He had a blissful expression on his face.
"Bring forth the accused,"
he muttered dreamily. Then he closed his eyes and started to snore. Dolus laughed. "So much for him. Great job, Lady Hecate." "Silence, Dolus." "Yes, Lady Hecate." The goddess rolled her eyes. "Well then, I will return our new king of the underworld to Asphodel, unless anyone would like to keep him." She paused. "He would make an excellent doorstop or paperweight." "Hold on." Nico suspected it might not be wise of him to speak up, but he was too exhausted to care. "Are you telling me he's getting his old punishment, but he thinks he's being rewarded? Is that... Do all punishments and rewards in the underworld work that way? It's just a matter of what you believe?" Hecate's eyes gleamed mischievously. "I never said that, son of Hades, nor would I ever give away your father's trade secrets." That wasn't a no, and it didn't make Nico feel any better. "Last call for a Pirithous paperweight," the goddess said. "No?" "Very well." She snapped her fingers again, and the boulder sank into the earth, taking with it the worst judge ever. Relief flooded Nico's body, Unfortunately, his body decided that meant its work was done. His knees buckled. Whoa there. Will grabbed his arm, struggling to keep him upright.
It is time, Nico, said Semele. I must vacate your mind.
Hecate focused on him with renewed interest. Semele? Is that you? Get out of that poor boy! All the air was sucked out of Nico's body, and he dropped to the ground. Suddenly, there was so much space in his mind, like his thoughts finally had room to swim around in. The Kit Kat bar he'd just eaten threatened to come up, but he managed to swallow back his nausea.
I've got you.
Will's gentle voice kept him from slipping into unconsciousness. Nico didn't think he could stand again, but he managed to sit cross-legged, hoping Hecate would excuse his bad manners. At least he didn't throw up on her. When his vision cleared, he saw Semele hovering before him. Once again, she was a faint swirl of gray. Immediately, Nico felt a pang of loss. As difficult as it had been, he missed her voice in his mind, her comforting strength. But most of all, he missed seeing her true form as a woman made of smoke and stars. Hecate regarded the eidolon with a sad smile. It has been too long, Semele Thyone. When you faded from Olympus, I wondered what had happened to you. But an eidolon, that is far below your station.
I made the best of it, said Semele. I found friends whom I would not trade for all the thrones on Mount Olympus.
Nico's head was still spinning. The memories he had absorbed from Semele, tiny glimpses of her past, started to stitch together and form a picture. Wait. His jaw dropped open. You're a goddess? Apate laughed. You didn't know? This is Semele Thyone, the goddess of frenzy, the mother...
I was. Semele cut her off. I am no longer.
Another god? Exclaimed Dion. That's 4 in one day. It's way more than that, remarked Hazel as Dion's eyes widened. There were tons of them here. Hecate approached the eidolon. I commend your dedication to these demigods and mythics. I know what it is like to be forgotten, shut out of Olympus, and my choices were not as noble as yours. Her dark eyes suddenly seemed sad. I allied myself with Kronos. I thought it was the right thing to do at the time, but now I know it was a decision based on pain and bitterness. I am thankful I had another opportunity to choose differently, much like the opportunity you and these demigods have given the mythics. She ran her fingers through the wisps of smoke as if caressing Semele's hair. It seems only fair that you have another chance as well. If you would allow me, you have been incorporeal for too long. Semele's smoky form churned and twisted.
Would Olympus allow it?
Hecate chuckled. Olympus doesn't know what it is doing most of the time, and I have missed you. Her hand flared with purple fire. Nico watched in shock as the smoke thickened, solidifying into a beautiful woman in a long blue gown and a black shawl. Her brown hair pulled up in intricate braids. It was the same face he'd seen in the fireworks, now made of flesh. Semele ran her hands down the front of her gown.
I am myself once again.
You are, said Hecate. You have earned it. Semele threw her arms around Hecate. The goddess of magic laughed. Then she whispered something in Semele's ear. Semele pulled away, her eyes filled with tears.
Yes, I will go see him now.
She turned to Nico. Thank you for allowing me to share your mind. It is a beautiful place. Then she faced Asterion. And you gorgeous cow. I can properly hug you. She tackled the bullman around the waist, much to his surprise.
I will be back, she promised. But first, I have someone to see.
Semele dissolved in a frenzy of golden glitter. Well then, said Hecate. Dolus and Apate, it's your turn. The twin gods flinched. Look, about the house cat thing, Dolus said. We may have gotten carried away. Hecate laughed. I am not upset. The Ferris wheel illusion was particularly nice. In fact, I was impressed by your contributions today. You were? Apate said. I mean, yes, of course. Thank you.
Hecate smiled at Nico and Will. It has given me great pride to know that Camp Half-Blood has honored me with a cabin. I imagine they would be happy to do the same for our twin deceivers, yes? A terrifying image flashed through Nico's mind of Dolus and Apate campers at Camp Half-Blood, the trickery, the guile, the epic toilet paper fights with the Hermes cabin. We'd be happy to arrange that, he said. He hoped he sounded honest, or at least properly deceitful. The goddess's gaze moved to Hazel. And you and I, Hazel of Esk, our history is deeply intertwined. We have fought together, and I have great respect for you. Thank you, said Hazel. The feeling is very mutual. I imagine you will ensure that shrines are constructed on Temple Hill for our trickster friends. Hazel grinned at Frank, and then saluted the goddess. We'll see to it right away. Apate's face turned red. You honor us, Hecate. You know, we were just about to do a mist volcano if you'd like to see it. You may leave us now, Hecate said. The twin gods gulped. Then, because they knew an exit cue when they heard one, they vanished in a cloud of rhinestones and flowers. Will exhaled in relief. Thank you, Lady Hecate. I think I've had enough guile and trickery for one day. But, speaking of that, he glanced up at the news helicopter. What about all the humans who saw everything? Oh, them. Hecate waved her hand dismissively. The helicopter veered away and flew off toward downtown San Francisco. The mortal bystanders who were still in the park lowered their phones, looked momentarily stunned, and then wandered off in different directions. Mortal minds are easy to manipulate, said Hecate. They'll have a dozen different explanations for what they saw today, and none of them will be correct. In the end, as always, they'll believe only what they want to believe. What if they want to believe they saw a bunch of mythics fighting a bunch of gods? Will asked, his eyes wide. That is their prerogative, she answered, grinning. Nico took Will's hand. So it's over? We can relax? Hecate smirked. Well, I'm not sure demigods can ever relax, Nico di Angelo, but you've done quite enough for now. You have helped usher in a new world, first by defeating Kronos, then Gaia, and then by rescuing a titan from Tartarus. Now you've befriended mythics who thought they only had one choice in life. You are helping them choose to be something else, if they wish.
She is right,
said Asterion, beaming with pride.
I do not know if we would still be alive if it were not for your kindness, friends.
Quinoa fluttered over to Hazel and hugged her around the neck.
You make me want to be a better pseudo-grain.
Hazel laughed. Thank you, Quinoa. I know a group of kindergartners who will be really happy to see you again. Excellent. Hecate nodded in satisfaction. You younger demigods, behave yourselves and try to learn from the example of your elders. She pointed at Nico. He said. I'm only a few years older than elders, Hecate repeated, a bit more forcefully. Nico decided not to fight it. Thank you, Hecate, for helping us. The goddess smiled and then faded into shadow. Nico gazed at the others around him. What a strange group they were. Deadly monsters turned allies, Greek and Roman demigods working side by side. Clueless kids like Nico suddenly being called elders, charged with teaching newer recruits how to survive in the world. What a day, Will marveled. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we've ever been through anything quite this wild. 8 gods, said Dion. We got to meet 8 gods, you guys. He's such a baby, Savannah said to Ariel. He'll grow out of it, though. Ariel snickered, looping her arm through Savannah's like they'd been best friends forever. The Impusa glanced at Nico. Thank you, she mouthed. Let's get home, said Nico. I mean to Camp Jupiter. If someone would help me up. Will pulled him to his feet and then kissed the back of his hand. You know I got you. We all do, said Hazel. Nico didn't remember much about the trip back. Hazel released Arion so she could take the BART with everyone else. Surrounded by his friends and family, Nico closed his eyes as they rode under the bay. He allowed himself to pass out, knowing he was with people who would watch over him and treat him as he deserved.
Chapter 40. When Nico awoke the next day in the guest barracks, he found Will sitting on the floor up against his bunk, playing with fear as if it were nothing more than a pet. Nico rubbed his eyes.
You know that's a cacodemon and not a house cat, right?
Will twisted around to smile at him. Welcome back to the world of the conscious, sleepyhead. Nico reached out and ran his fingers through Will's curls.
It's nice to be back.
You slept for like 13 hours. I thought you died. Nico yawned and sat up. I think the whole Eidolon possession thing did a number on me. Nico heard a soft yawn, and Defiance poked its head out from under the covers. It was followed by the rest of the Cocoa Puffs, who began to yap and beg for food.
I agree, Puffs,
said Nico. I'm hungry too. Well, you're in luck then, said Will. Our farewell dinner should be just about ready. The word dinner made him excited. The word farewell made him incredibly sad. Already, he thought. But he managed to get up and make himself presentable. Then he followed Will out of the barracks. The sunset was spectacular over the Berkeley Hills. In the distance, New Rome glittered like a dragon's treasure hoard. The Via Principalis had been transformed into a huge picnic area with white cloths, fresh flowers, and loads of savory food on the tables. As soon as Nico emerged from the barracks, the entire legion cheered, whooping and hollering in a clear breach of military discipline. Their praetors, Hazel and Frank, cheered right along with them, raising glasses of fruit punch in Nico's honor. Nico blinked back tears. Only days ago, he'd felt so uncomfortable, so frustrated, so unsure he would ever get on the Legion's good side. And now, he had several hundred new best friends, including the Mythics, who sat shoulder to shoulder with their demigod hosts, enjoying the party along with everyone else. Nico loved that he could still be surprised by his world. After what felt like a million hugs, handshakes, pats on the back, and good-natured jokes, Nico and Will settled in to eat across from Hazel and Frank, with their friends from the Battle of Golden Gate Park all around them. Nico inhaled a brisket sandwich, followed by a Cyclops-sized serving of potato salad, before he paid much attention to the conversation around him. All happened so fast, Will was saying. In some ways, I feel like I've been at Camp Jupiter forever, but in other ways, I feel like I just got here. I kind of don't want to leave. Frank cupped his hand to his ear. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You're not anxious to get back to the clearly superior camp? Will threw a biscuit at him, and everyone laughed. We do need to get back home, though, said Will. He turned to Nico. I talked with Chiron not long ago. The campers miss us, and they need some help with winter training. Also, he wants a tessera. Much easier to do iris messages with them. Sorry, Hazel said. I'm afraid that's proprietary Roman technology. More biscuits flew across the table. Savannah grinned. I will visit you at Camp Half-Blood someday, and I'll teach your Hephaestus cabin people how to make tessera, if my praetors will allow it. Frank said. We'll think about it. I'm gonna miss you guys, said Yazan. Will you come back soon? Dude, they haven't even left yet, said Dion. Besides, we have our own quest to train for, remember? Nico frowned. Another quest already? It's still kind of unofficial, said Hazel. We'll have to visit Temple Hill, get a good omen from the ogres, etc. But do you want to explain, Sav? Savannah took Ariel's hand. My friend here had an idea about how to help me. Ariel grinned, showing her fangs. I thought it might help Savannah if we went out to find the Impusai who took her family from her. Give them a good talking to. Get some closure. If we can. Nico guessed that good talking to was a euphemism for stop them with extreme prejudice. He also felt a twinge of worry at the idea of Yazan, Dion, and Savannah heading out on a quest, even with Ariel's help. They were so young, so untested. Then he realized he was thinking very much like an elder, like Chiron or Mr. D. Also, his friends were no longer untested. They'd proven themselves true heroes over the past week. That's amazing, he said. Just be careful, okay?
Yes, Dad, said Yazan. And thank you for being so nice to us. Dude, we should go to Temple Hill right now, said Dion. I've got a teddy bear we can sacrifice. And off they ran, those crazy kids and their sacrificial stuffed animals. Savannah, however, lingered for a moment. You changed my life, she told Nico quietly. I won't forget that. He held his arms open, and she came in for a long hug. I'll come back to visit, he said. I promise. She left Nico with more tears in his eyes. She's right, said Hazel. You've changed all our lives, Nico. There was more crying, more hugging, more throwing of biscuits. Nico wasn't sure when he'd had a better dinner. Eventually, though, the sky darkened, and the wind spirits started clearing the tables. Slowly, the 5 cohorts drifted off to take care of their evening chores. Lavinia Asimov stopped by to give them one last hug and warned them that when they came back, she was going to expect them to be much better at square dancing. Finally, Hazel and Frank escorted them to the main gates of the camp, followed by the mythics and the bouncing herd of Cocoa Puffs. They stood together, gazing out over the valley as the last light of day painted the fields a deep magenta. Asterion placed a large hand on Nico's shoulders.
Do not be sad, my friends. This is only a temporary goodbye. Also, I made you going-away presents.
He presented Will and Nico with matching knit caps, bright pink with kitties and puppies stitched in blue and green. We'll wear them proudly into battle, Will promised. Come here, you beautiful cow. Asterion explained that the Mythics would be forming an auxilia, a special cohort of Mythics who would be attached to the Legion. Their temporary quarters on the field of Mars would become a permanent home.
We'll keep cultivating that patch of Tartarus, Quinoa said. I'll figure out the right blend of fertilizer yet. Maybe the kindergartners can help me.
Nico suppressed a shudder. The idea of small children tilling the primordial flesh of a nightmarish god seemed a little risky. But then again, these were the children of demigods, so what did he know? I'm going to keep working in the archives, said Johann. Lucius Silver and I went back to the park while you were asleep. He helped me retrieve those dodecahedrons so they don't fall into the wrong hands. Lucius is actually very nice. He doesn't know much about tea, though. We'll work on that. Frank laughed. I'm just grateful to have help on the administrative side. I never realized how behind we were on filing and organization. Nico turned to Orcus, who had been waddling along with them, not saying much. What about you? Nico asked. More aerial reconnaissance? The tiny griffin ruffled his black and white wings. Actually, no. I'll be leaving soon. Leaving? Will looked shocked. But why? Orcus puffed up his chest. I have to find my own place in the world. I'm thankful for the weeks I spent here, and I'm sure I'll come back to visit. But the last time I was out of Tartarus, I spent my life in a cage. Now I know there's a whole wide world to explore. I need to experience it, even if it means occasionally dealing with highways and cars. Nico blinked back tears yet again. He felt so proud of the little griffin, who'd shivered so helplessly in his arms just a few days ago. The world isn't ready, Orcus. You're going to take it by storm. I know, he agreed. I am small, but I am powerful. He didn't even fart when he said it. Nico scanned the whole group. He wasn't ready to leave them. I'm just sorry I couldn't say goodbye to Semele, he said. Frank grinned. Oh, I imagine you'll cross paths again. It sounded like Frank knew more than he was saying, but Nico let it go. As long as it was good news, he could wait. He was starting not to hate surprises as much as he once did. There was one last round of hugs, and Nico embraced Hazel the longest. I am so proud of you. Hey, that's my line, she laughed. Thank you for everything. You sure you're up for shadow travel? Just me, Will, and the Cocoa Puffs? After what we've done this week, that'll be a piece of cake. Love you. You too. Come back soon. The Cocoa Puffs gathered around. Will took Nico's hand. Then, before he could change his mind, Nico stepped into the shadows. A moment later, they were standing in a fallow strawberry patch, staring up at the sky-blue big house framed by a starry night sky. The wind was blustery, much colder than in California. It smelled like snow. But Nico was glad for the chill. As he gazed around at the bare trees, he felt his whole body relax. He was home. His puffs seemed just as overjoyed. They squeaked and bounced and then scampered off toward the cabins, probably to find food or some demigods to terrorize.
Well, well,
Chiron called from the front porch. He sat in his wheelchair under a fuzzy blanket and holding a steaming cup of tea, which made Nico immediately nostalgic for Johann.
Welcome back, Nico and Will.
He smiled warmly.
We've just been hearing all about your adventures.
Nico blinked. You what? The front door of the big house crashed open, and Mr. D walked out mid-laugh, apparently talking to someone behind him. Oh, come on. Cheese Whiz is wonderful with cocktail weenies. He stopped short when he saw the demigods. He was wearing one of his garish leopard print button-downs with neon pink flannel pajama bottoms and a lime green terry cloth bathrobe, like all the fashionable wine gods were wearing this season. My favorite troublemakers are back! He grinned, some sort of liquid sloshing out of the chalice he carried. My gods, those are fantastic hats! Look at the stitchwork! Tell me, Nico, where do you stand on cocktail weenies with Cheese Whiz? Someone else pushed through the doorway, jostling Dionysus out of the way. It was a woman in a lovely blue dress. Her brown hair done up in elaborate ringlets. Her expression was one of complete and utter joy. Nico felt a moment of vertigo. Semele? The former Eidolon laughed. Hello, my dear friends. As you can see, I found him. She threw an arm around Dionysus and kissed his cheek, which was, by far, the strangest thing Nico had seen all week. Will seemed to have forgotten how to speak. Him? That's right, said Dionysus proudly. Nico, Will, I'd like to introduce you to my mother. Chapter 41. They sat together on the porch for nearly a quarter of an hour, watching Chiron, Semele, and Dionysus play pinochle and chat like old friends, before Nico finally found his voice. Your mother? Mr. D smiled. Oh, Nico, you sweet, ignorant child. Of course Semele is my mother. Have you not heard the stories? But Will pressed his fingers against his temples, as if to keep his brain from exploding. That Semele in the myths? Sorry, but didn't she die? Mr. D's expression darkened. Indeed, Will Solace. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus, my father, show himself in his true form. She was consumed by flames, while I was still in her womb. He put his fist to his mouth and burst into tears. There, my son. Semele squeezed his shoulder. She glanced at Nico and Will. He has always been an emotional one. He gets that from me. Mr. D brushed away his tears. You'd better forget you ever saw me like this, he warned the demigods. None of it ever happened. Of course, Nico said. Then he winked at Will. I saw that, Mr. D cried. Don't make me smite you, D'Angelo. Now, dear, said Semele. All is well. Nico and Will restored me to you. They deserve our gratitude. Said the god. For your sake, I won't smite them then. He took a shaky breath. But only for your sake. Nico was fairly sure Mr. D was just being melodramatic, but he did his best to keep a straight face. He turned to Semele. So, after you burned up, he said, you got better? Semele spread her hands like, ta-da! Thankfully, Zeus saved Dionysus from my womb, she said, and eventually made him a god. As for me, Zeus made me a goddess. Semele Thyone, the patron of wild, frenzied parties. It wasn't really my scene, I guess you would say, but at least it allowed me to be part of my son's life. And I adored it, Mr. D cried. But then, centuries ago, you simply disappeared. I was heartbroken. Semele patted his hand. I know, my dear, it was not intentional, but I am so sorry. When gods are forgotten, they begin to fade. I fear I faded before I could ever say goodbye. In Eidolon, Mr. D shook his head in disbelief. I still blame Hera for this, you know. She must be responsible. Next time I see her... Chiron cleared his throat. But, Mr. D, all is well now. We should focus on the present, as you always say. Semele has returned. That's right, agreed the goddess. And I learned a great deal during my struggles. I would not erase all that I've gained, all the friends I've made. Especially these two. She smiled warmly at the demigods. They were instrumental in my return, and not just because of this last adventure. Their defeat of Gaia allowed me to begin to choose something different. Yes, I suppose so, Dionysus said, his voice shaking. At least you came back to me. He broke into sobs once more, which sounded like a seal barking. There, said Semele, her own eyes red. Have an hors d'oeuvre. She offered him a cocktail weenie from the platter on the table. I suppose I owe Hecate a thank you. Mr. D sniffled. She actually showed up to help. That's quite a development. It seems even the gods have changed from the days when I knew them, Semele said. Well, said Chiron, tilting his head toward Nico and Will. I think the boys and I should leave you two here to have some time alone. He wheeled himself to the far end of the porch and started unfolding his magical chair, climbing out into his full centaur form. Mr. D raised a finger of warning at Nico. Remember, don't breathe a word to anyone about this. I will drown you in the Long Island Sound if you do. Dionysus, please, said Semele. Manners. Fine, he said. I'll only feed them to Peleus. We won't say anything, said Nico. I promise. Chiron escorted them down the path to the cabins. A single puff hopped out of the woods and rolled along at Nico's heels. It was sadness, as if it had felt the emotional turmoil in Nico's chest. He was thinking about his own mother, and Bianca, and their brief time in the Underworld. He was happy for Dionysus, but he yearned for his own lost family. He knew this was a perfectly normal feeling, with or without the puffs. He would always remember his mother with a mixture of fondness and sadness. The holes left behind by everyone he'd lost over the years hadn't gotten any smaller. But he'd finally learned how to live with that. What would Dionysus say once he stopped crying and talking about Cheese Whiz? Probably be present in the moment. Nico tried. It helped to lace his fingers with Will's. Once they were far out of earshot, Chiron broke the silence. In all the years I've known Dionysus, I've never seen him like that. He might be a god, said Will, but I don't think he's all that different from the rest of us. You know, Chiron, said Nico, Will had a family reunion of his own on this trip. The sadness in Nico's heart faded as he listened to Will excitedly explain how Naomi had come to be an unexpected part of their rescue mission. I feel happy, Nico realized, not envious. Despite all the troubles and close calls, he was glad that he'd gotten to go on this whole strange journey with Will, and happy that Will's mother was a part of his life. Both of our lives. Your mother sounds absolutely lovely, Will, said Chiron. I'm thrilled your relationship with her is so strong. What was your mother like? Will asked. I don't think you've ever talked about her. Chiron sighed. For Lyra, I'm afraid it's not a very happy story. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Chiron's eyes crinkled. Quite all right, my boy. You didn't mean ill by it. Perhaps we'll speak of it someday, but not now. Will squeezed Nico's hand and cast him a sidelong glance, as if to signal juicy gossip. You boys had quite the trip, said Chiron. And it is certainly interesting to see how your past heroism has affected so many. Perilous of all people. I remember him when he was mortal, insufferable. He sucked, Chiron, Nico said vehemently. It's still hard for me to wrap my mind around his justification for what he did.
Well, look at Dionysus, said Chiron. He's here at camp because the gods couldn't imagine a solution without some form of punishment. What you two did for Camp Jupiter, for the Mythics, for your friend Savannah, you imagined a new path, a more hopeful one. I think both of you are very good at that.
Nico felt the heat rising in his face. He still wasn't so great at accepting compliments. It reminded me of Nyx and Bob. She hated that he changed. And she hated that you changed, added Will. Your Cocoa Puffs, they were supposed to torment you, remember?
Chiron chuckled. She thought that your worst memories and thoughts would incapacitate you. But from what I hear, even your cacodemons are adapting.
Yeah, said Nico. Still figuring that out, but I'm realizing that even if they represent my darkest moments, they can teach me something important.
Listen to you, Nico, said Chiron, smiling. I remember when you first came here. You have changed so much. I am proud of you.
Don't you get all sappy on me now, said Nico. Mr. D was bad enough. I don't know that I can handle it from both of you. Accept the love, said Will, because it's not stopping anytime soon. When they arrived at the cabins, Nico slowed. He saw a familiar group sitting and chatting by the fire pit. Alyadair spotted Nico first and waved at him excitedly. Hey, look who it is, you're back! Alya, Ananya, and Noah rushed toward them. Nico was stunned by how much more comfortable and at home they looked, even bundled up in their winter jackets. Had it only been a few days ago that they'd sat together in the dining hall? You have to tell us everything, said Ananya. And we have so much to tell you, Noah said. He stepped closer and then lowered his voice. Did you know that Mr. D is actually a wine god, but he's not allowed to drink wine? Will stifled a laugh. Oh, really? Wow. Chiron cleared his throat.
All right, campers. It's past curfew, and these counselors have just returned to camp, so please allow them to get some food and rest.
We'll come find you tomorrow, Nico promised the trio, and tell you all about our trip. They rushed off excitedly, and Nico smiled. He was looking forward to teaching these kids about the world. The dining hall was empty this late at night, but one of the dryads had apparently gotten word they were back. They'd set 2 places at the head table with plates of Nico's and Will's favorite desserts. They'd just eaten at Camp Jupiter, but Nico never turned down chocolate chip cookies. I guess we settled back into our routines now, he said as they dug in. Feels kind of weird. Yeah, said Will. Like, a couple of days ago, we were sneaking into a real courthouse to find a fake courthouse, and that was the least strange part.
That's the hero's life, said Chiron. I've been here at Camp Half-Blood for what seems like forever, but I've also been all over the world, you know. I've seen things that you couldn't dream of.
Do you ever miss traveling? Nico asked. Chiron paused to think.
To be honest, I don't know. I haven't thought about it in quite some time.
Maybe you need a vacation, suggested Will. If Hecate can take one, why can't you? The old centaur laughed.
Perhaps. But it's my duty to look after the new demigods who arrive year after year, and I enjoy it.
He raised his eyebrows.
Unless you are volunteering to become the new activities directors.
Nico and Will traded a look but remained silent.
Then eat up, boys. I should get back to the big house before Dionysus finishes all the hors d'oeuvres.
Once they were alone, Will leaned his shoulder against Nico's. It's good to be back. I was thinking the same thing. Well, that and also how much I missed the food here. Way better than Camp Jupiter. In almost every way. As the puffs circled their feet, begging for treats, Nico set aside a few of the tastiest-looking cookies for something else. I haven't always been the best with burnt offerings, he admitted. But after what we just went through, I kind of don't want to forget about the gods. Even Apate and Dolus. Even Laverna and the Dian Fury? Will asked.
Let's not go overboard.
Will laughed. As Nico ate, he was aware of Will staring at him. His eyes were like those of a mist-created puppy dog. What? Nico asked. I know you didn't want any more sappiness, but... Nico groaned. Not you too. You're my boyfriend. You already signed up for this.
I did. He set down his cookie and reached for Will's hand. All right, you have 30 seconds. It won't take 30 seconds, Will promised. I just want to say that I'm proud of you too. I don't think you realize how much you've changed in the last year. If past Nico had gone through what we just did, he would have responded differently. Very differently. You think so? Nico said. I don't know that I've changed that much. Nico, look at your life. Will's smile lit up his face. When we first became boyfriends, you were so uncertain about the future. You doubted yourself more than you believed in yourself. Now you've got younger demigods looking up to you, and you just helped your sister avoid a catastrophe across the country. You helped too, he said, but we're talking about you. No distracting me from the sappiness. It's been over 30 seconds. Will laughed. I just wanted to say that I don't think I've ever felt happier, Nico. And I know it's because of you. Nico wrinkled his nose. All right, I accept it, he said. And then he leaned forward and met his boyfriend's lips with his own. I'm happy too. Happier than I've ever been. Loneliness howled at Nico from under the table. He thought it was because the creature was still hungry. But the Kako demon hopped up onto the seat next to him and climbed into his lap. Nico saw images from his past, watching the campers from afar, trapped in the jar, wandering the forest at night. But loneliness also showed him what had happened when he pushed through the loneliest moments. Jason convincing Nico to stay in camp, visiting Hazel for the first time, cuddling with Will in Damison's hut. For every sad memory, there was a hopeful one that counterbalanced it. Nico hadn't realized it before, especially since the negative memories were so powerful. But Nico had finally found his home, his family, and his love. He was happy being in this very place at this very moment in time. So Nico settled into the present, and he allowed it to embrace him, like a new friend.
This has been The Court of the Dead, written by Rick Riordan and Mark Oshiro, narrated by A.J. Beckles and Mieko Gavia. Text copyright